It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, November 6, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. I'm sorry if that was a little too loud for you, Frank, but we're fired up to be here because there's a lot to be excited about. There's a lot to be happy about. There's a lot to be thankful and grateful for. Of course, the eyes of the mixed martial arts world squarely on our beautiful city, New York City, the mecca of the sports world, the intersection of all things sports and entertainment going down Saturday, Madison Square Garden, UFC 295. Oh, yes, when the UFC comes to Broadway, to our fair city, it feels like the shows leading up to it are a little more special and a little bigger. And that's certainly the case today. That's certainly the case on Wednesday. And of course, we're doing a live show on Friday, November 10th. Yes, sold out City Winery. We are very excited about that. Some special guests will be joining us. We've got, I do believe, what is it, like 200, almost 200, 180, something like that, people showing up, 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. And there's going to be another announcement regarding that live show in New York on Friday evening. And that will be something that we give you on Wednesday. So stay tuned for that. Very excited about this week here in New York. It's going to be a big one, and we'll be front and center, as they say, all week long, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Now, had a great weekend. Thanks for asking. Daughter's birthday party yesterday. Very nice after the big win. Nottingham Forest, Aston Villa, NBD, City Ground, the Fortress. We're feeling good about our life. A lot to get to as far as today's program. And what a lineup, guys. What a lineup. Of course, as always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Yes, they are the official sports betting partner of not only this program, but the UFC as well. Please download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use the code THEMMA for a special offer when you sign up. Again, this code THEMMA only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Now, I'm also excited to say that we are just rolling in the dough, quite literally, on this program because support for this show comes from our good friends and new friends over at Cash App. Yes, we love Cash App. Yes. Money, 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 money. Or you can go with, here comes the money. Here we go, dollar bills. Here comes the money. Perks are great, but they always come with a cost, right? Nope. With Cash App, you can get the best of both worlds. Discounts and offers for free. What kind of perks? How about discounts on your favorite retailers or pre-sales to concerts and so many more? While it can't solve all your problems, Cash App can make your money go further, all with no hidden fees. That's money. That's Cash App. Download the Cash App right now from the App Store or Google Play and start collecting those perks today. So thank you very much to Cash App, to DraftKings, to BetterHelp, who's also sponsoring today's show. We love them all, and we appreciate them very much. Back into the show, speaking of DraftKings, we will check in with the boys, see how they did as far as the parlays are concerned, as far as GC's picks, all that stuff and more. Of course, UFC was back in Brazil, this past weekend. Jailton Almeida, more on him in a moment, with a very dominant win over Derrick Lewis. Did the lights just dim in here, or is that me? Am I crazy?
You are not crazy.
Okay.
They dimmed a little bit.
All right.
Intentionally.
Am I too hot? I mean, okay. Can't see me. Yes, so we'll talk about that and more. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Jiří Procházka. Yes, the same Jiří Procházka who is headlining MSG this weekend, vacant light heavyweight title fight against Alex Pereira. BJP himself joining us in studio, guys. In studio. Golly, how exciting is that? Jiří Procházka in studio at about 4 o'clock Eastern. And yes, the clocks have been moved back. Got an extra hour of sleep today, and it's nice to, wake up and actually see some sunshine at 6:30 in the morning and not complete darkness. That was nice. Although it's going to get dark at like 4:30, so that's not so nice. In any event, prior to that, we're going to be joined in studio by the reigning defending UFC bantamweight champion, Sugar Sean O'Malley. Wow, in studio, Sugar Sean, first time. Guys, I mean, they Sean O'Malley, Jiří Procházka, good enough for you guys? Good enough? No? Okay. Well, I can't wait. Sugar Sean in studio, Jiří Procházka in studio. It's going to be great. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Jorge Masvidal. Yes, he's got a big event on November 10th as well. A bare knuckle event, bare knuckle MMA, Gamebred bare knuckle MMA, and also had a very eventful morning in a courtroom in Florida. So stay tuned for all of that. Jorge Masvidal, friend of the program, joining us at about 2:35. Prior to that, the aforementioned Jailton Almeida, who defeated Derrick Lewis in a very one-sided affair. I believe it was 50-44, 50-44, and then 50-45. In favor of the Brazilian, who is climbing up the ranks, who called out Cyril Gane afterwards, thought maybe he was going to submit Derrick Lewis in the first round. Credit to Lewis, not only did he survive that, he survived the whole fight, but really didn't do much. It was a tough matchup on paper. It proved to be a very tough matchup in reality. And so here comes Mr. Almeida. And yes, I know he's not top 5 just yet. Everyone presumes at some point he'll end up top 5. Now we look to Tommy Aspinall and Sergey Pavlovich to see where the future of the heavyweight division lies. This Saturday, of course, they're fighting for their interim title, not John Jones, Stipe Miocic for the vacant title, or undisputed title. It should be for the vacant title, if you ask me. But alas, I have already said my piece on that. And prior to all of that, Nicolas Dalby, the Danish Dynamite, who had a fantastic underdog win against Gabriel Bonfim. What a performance out of Nicolas Dalby. Second round, TKO. He's now won 4 in a row since July of 2022. He's on a 4-fight winning streak. This is a guy who has talked openly about his trials and tribulations, his mental health problems, and to see him succeed like this, one of the good guys in the game, it was really, really nice to see a veteran of Denmark, Nicolas Dalby, win on the road in extremely impressive fashion. And as a result, by the way, 5-0 against Brazilians and 3-0 in Brazil. No wonder he loves Brazil so much. So we'll talk to Nicolas Dalby at 2 o'clock about the very big win. But first, a few things to talk about as far as the weekend is concerned, and as far as since we last spoke is concerned. Now, first things first, I want to say you're welcome to all the YouTube channels, to all the aggregators, to all the X feeds, Instagram feeds, everyone who in a somewhat quiet time in our sport, not the biggest event coming up, tiny lull post, Francis shocking the world, who were able to make a ton of content based off of the stuff discussed on this program. And in particular, my conversation, if you want to call it that, with Chael P. Sonnen. And I've enjoyed several things since that conversation. Number one, I've enjoyed, all the breakdowns that I've seen pop up. Have not bothered to watch any of them. And if I have, maybe 30 seconds. But I appreciate everyone weighing in. Thank you very much. It's good to see all my old friends come out of the woodwork. I hope you're all getting a ton of views. Much love, peace and love, peace and love. I hope your YouTube channels do very well and you get to break that threshold so you can actually make some money. It's very nice to see. Number one, that's been very funny. It's been very funny to hear on the back end the scoundrels come out of the woodwork to try and, almost like vultures reaching out to myself or Chael about like, hey, are you guys on the outs? Let me tell you X, Y, and Z. Maybe you should do X, Y, and Z. Well, there's no X, Y, and Z to be done. Chael and I spoke after the show on Wednesday via text, then spoke on the phone on Thursday, and we're all good. He expressed his feelings. I expressed mine. And in conclusion, as two grown men, we both expressed that we consider each other good friends, that, dare I say, we love each other and have always been supportive. And by the way, to the Johnny-come-latelys out there, have debated many times before. Like I said, the early days of Ariel and the Bad Guy, they used to get pretty heated, but they never quite got to the point where it got on Wednesday. And so I told him that I regretted that it got to that point. I regret my part in getting to that point. And, I explained to him why some of the words that he used I did not like. I do not in a million years think that anyone out there who isn't in my shoes, who isn't me, would understand. And so people who are criticizing that or mocking that. I don't expect you to understand. Don't worry about it, all right? But I explained to him, and he understood where I was coming from. And, we came to the conclusion that, hey, it sucks to lose a debate to a nerd who's never fought before, but them's the breaks. Them's the breaks. I kid, I joke. I did offer him the opportunity to come on the show just so people can see us virtually hug. He was told that he told me that he had another interview during the show, blah, 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 blah. And so I extended the invitation to him to come in studio on Monday. For all the people who said that I'm afraid of talking to Chael, my friend, face to face. I mean, again, you continue to prove that you're just new to the sport and you don't really pay attention and haven't been paying attention, but it's fine. And so I don't know if he'll be able to join us in studio, but the invitation was extended by me to him to come in studio because I heard from a lot of people who said, this feels like mom and dad fighting and we didn't like that. And that hit close to home. I don't want to be, as a parent, I don't ever want to fight in front of my kids, argue in front of my kids. And so if that's the way you view us, I don't want to be the one to bring out those feelings. So we're good. I'm happy to report that. All's fair in love and fight debates. And we're able to move on now. And it probably won't be our last debate. But, this is what it means to be friends. You're able to argue, and then you're able to kiss and make up. And hopefully we get the opportunity to do that on Wednesday. We shall see. TBD. I will be here. He has a busy schedule. Let's see how it pans out. Now we move along from the Chael Sonnen situation to this little pay-per-view buys situation, which has spiraled into a world of its own. And what's funny about the pay-per-view thing and how I've gotten saddled into the pay-per-view thing, and it really speaks to the disconnect that Chael and I had in our argument. Show me the clip once where I said that this is going to be a pay-per-view box office smash hit. I never said that because a lot of people didn't think Francis had a chance. And, oh, by the way, you can easily find the clip of me saying that I thought they hurt the promotion when they announced the Usyk fight beforehand, because that just let the world know that this is nothing more than just a little detour for Fury on the way to the actual undisputed title fight. So I think they actually hurt it in the eyes of the public, and I wish they didn't do that. So I've never argued in favor of the pay-per-view. So anyone tried to show me the pay-per-view numbers and say, aha, you dumbass, you got it wrong. I've never argued that it was going to be a pay-per-view smash. What I did argue was that Francis won, and we should just concede that. Not only did he win from an athletic standpoint, he won from a financial standpoint as well. And not only did he win from a financial standpoint, he is about to win even more with the next fight. With the next opportunity, it's going to grow exponentially. Whatever he made, this fight is going to grow to an even larger number next time around. But the conclusion that I came to, which is so fascinating about this Francis situation, the conclusion that I came to was this. Going into the Ciryl Gane fight in January of 2022, everyone said that he was an idiot for not re-signing with the UFC. How could you go into the last fight of your contract against this superstar up-and-comer and not get that long-term deal? They said he was an idiot for not re-signing. Then he wins the fight, and everyone said that he's an idiot for not taking the new deal to get to the John Jones fight. You remember that. The entire year of 2022, he didn't take that deal. Then they said he was an idiot for leaving the UFC. Oh, my God. You fumbled the bag. You were going to regret this. Then from January to May, they said he was an idiot because he spurned offers from everyone from One Championship to other boxing promoters to BKFC, and everyone was doing their little XXXXX thing, right? Then they said he was an idiot for not taking that deal. Then when he signed with PFL, they said he was an idiot because he left the UFC to go sign with PFL. And what the hell is PFL Africa? And you're not going to fight this year? This is silly. You went from the A leagues to the C leagues. What are you doing? Then they said he was an idiot for taking the PFL deal and leaving the opening to go take a boxing match because they said no one's going to want to box him of note. You're going to have to fight some jabron in Nebraska on some platform that no one's heard of. Just stick to MMA, bro. You got a deal. Shut up. Then he got the Tyson deal, and they said he was an idiot for even thinking that he could hang with Tyson Fury. You'll recall that. Oh, my God, he's going to get walloped. He's going to get smashed, smacked down, laid on him. He's going to be finished. He's going to get embarrassed to the point where the PFL is not going to want him anymore. You remember this. There's plenty of footage out on this. We even showed some of this last year. Then they said the whole event were idiotic because it lost all this money. Oh my God, you see all the guys that they're paying to be there. Oh my God, can you imagine? Oh my God, the 2-hour delay, the musical acts. Then the fight happens, and then they said, all right, you're an idiot because the pay-per-view bombed. And so every single time, it's been another thing. The pay-per-view bomb, the event lost money, you're not going to win against Fury, you're not going to get a Fury fight, you signed with PFL, you left they keep changing it. As opposed to just saying, he took a chance, he rolled the dice, he got paid on this side from MMA, he got paid on this side from, and just leaving it at that. But for some strange reason, no one, so this is what was happening on Wednesday. We changed the narrative, we changed the goalposts, we moved them. All right, it's no longer about the event, it's now the pay-per-view buys. Okay, that's the new thing. The new thing is that he bombed on pay-per-view. Well, let me explain to you a couple things, because again, I know there's a lot of new people to the fight game. Number one, the A side was Tyson Fury. So if anyone is to be blamed, it's Tyson, and he should not be blamed. I believe the way they announced it, having it on Saturday afternoon, all these things are factors, but that doesn't even matter because I see a lot of people posting this 67,000K number and using that as like some sort of gotcha moment that, oh my God, he is in a pay-per-view, and this whole thing bombed. Number one, 10 to 20. Why is it 10 to 20? Because there's a base, and then there's what you make on the back end, okay? Again, trying to explain to everyone. That number that you keep seeing parroted around isn't the actual entire number. And I can't even believe that I have to sit here and explain this to all of you. Again, the guy who wasn't even ever arguing in favor of the pay-per-view or not, it's ESPN Plus and US numbers. That's what that number is from Dave Meltzer, who's been doing this for a very long time. My sources tell me it's a little bit above that, but let's just say it's nowhere above 100. Let's just say that, all right? Let's just say that. That's the ESPN Plus Saturday afternoon / American pay-per-view numbers, completely ignoring the fact that it also aired on TNT Sports Box Office, aka the network formerly known as BT Sport, in the UK, where Tyson is his biggest draw. That's where he has his most drawing power in the UK, right? He is British. Ignoring that, UK and Ireland, it was on TNT Sports. Ignoring the Canada number, which I don't think is a massive one because it's not as big of a market. There's more people living in California, but ignoring that number as well. ESPN Plus is not in Canada. And, oh, by the way, ignoring the DAZN number, which is everywhere but the US, the UK, and Ireland. You're ignoring all these numbers. So those numbers are still not 100%, but I can tell you with great certainty right now, and I'm being extremely conservative when I say this, because it'll likely be higher, but with great certainty right now, the number you should be throwing in my face isn't 67K, isn't even 100. The number you should be throwing in my face is 400K, and I feel very confident it will be above that. But that's like at its base. That's at its base, 400K. You're not seeing that number parroted around, and that's fine. You could say 400K, that's nothing what the UFC does. Well, okay, maybe. But that would also make it the highest selling pay-per-view involving an MMA fighter in an event not promoted by the UFC. Again, I'll say it. The highest selling pay-per-view headlined by an MMA fighter not promoted by the UFC. Obviously, Conor Mayweather did way more. Massive fight. Conor a bigger draw. Mayweather a bigger draw. Also promoted by the UFC. Bellator pay-per-view, nowhere near 400K. And again, do not post that I'm reporting foreign. I'm saying that's the lowest. There's still more to be accounted for. At the very least, if you want to say that this bombed, please say it bombed with 400K. I'm trying to explain to you, Bellator never did anywhere near 400K. PFL couldn't even crack 50K. So before you run around and take these bullshit numbers and claim victory over a guy who's been doing this for almost 20 years now, please understand what you are looking at. 67K, what the fuck? You guys just think that the pay-per-view aired in America? This is nonsense. And so I have to read this stuff in the midst of all the other bullshit. And I'm like, you guys have completely lost your mind. Are there that many new fans who don't understand how pay-per-view works? Is that the reality that we're living here? And so I welcome you to continue to watch this show so I can educate you on how the pay-per-view business works. And if you want, if your argument is that Saudi lost a lot of money, fine. That has nothing to do with Francis. And trust me, they know how much they lost. And they're well aware that they're overpaying for all this other stuff. If they think Francis is such a bad guy to do business with, why is Turkey coming on this show on Monday and saying we have an offer for another fight with him? But again, believe what you want. You have your self-fulfilling prophecy, and every single step of the way, dating back to 2022, probably 2021, you said he was an idiot, he was an idiot. I don't understand. I'll never understand for the life of me why people can't give him the credit that he is due. He won, he got his money, he didn't fumble, he took the bag, he's back home in Cameroon, and he's going to get paid even more. That's where it ends. Now, we can have a debate all day long about pay-per-view, about events, about the future of events inside, all day long. That was never the thesis. It was never the thesis. I said it back in July as I posted afterwards. Shout out to Spencer. I posted the video in July. The day after it was announced, I said, you got to be happy for Francis, a guy who made $600K. All right. So that's that. We've addressed the Chael Sonnen situation. I hope you're all very happy that we're happy, and hopefully we talk to him on Wednesday. We've addressed, hopefully, the pay-per-view situation. It isn't 67K. It is at least 400 and more than likely more. But please, when you're claiming victory over me, at least use the 400 because you're using one outlet's number, and that is the ESPN Plus number. And as I said at the top of this little segment, I've heard that it's bigger than that. But it's not in the multiple hundreds, but it's more than 67. Fine. Issue number 3 that we need to address. Saturday night, I'm watching, I think I was watching the Joe Cordina fight at that time. Close fight, by the way. Not sure if he won. Then I went into Sao Paulo. Saturday was fun because we had Rico Verhoeven. That wasn't a great fight. We had Crown Jewel. That was pretty entertaining. I didn't see most of it, but I saw the Logan Paul match. I saw the Io Sky match. I saw some of the main event. Soccer, of course. Shout out to Craig Jones. He was victorious. Then we went to the Cordina fight. Then we went to UFC Sao Paulo. So there was a lot going on Saturday afternoon. Took a little nap in the middle as well. And so in the middle of the Cordina fight, as I told you guys on Saturday, no, I told you on Wednesday, these days not really like scrounging for news, but if it falls in my lap, it falls in my lap, and then I'll do the due diligence. And if it's big enough, like random fight X on X card, not that I don't think that it's big enough to report like I'm above it all, but like there's just so many fights and so many variables, you can smash your head trying to get it all confirmed. There's a lot of great people out there who do that. But I get the information regarding the Toronto event. Actually, initially, it was that Alex Volkanovski isn't fighting in Toronto after all. I saw a picture of Hunter Campbell in Spain with Ilia Topuria, and I looked into, all right, so what's happening here? He was with his manager, Malki Kawa. I mean, this is how it works. I'm just trying to explain to people how journalism works. So I see that, hey, so is the fight on? Because it seemed like they were all happy. They're posing for a photo. Actually, it's looking like February. Oh, interesting. Let me check on the other side. Is Toronto not happening anymore? No, it's not happening anymore. Going to take a little bit more time. Likely be in February. Couple of locations, including Arizona, mentioned. Let's see how it all plays out. All this stuff is very fluid. All right. So what's going on in January in Toronto then? Because Volkanovski, was the front runner, and if you just look at the list of available champions, there aren't a ton. We did find out on Friday that Mayra Buena Silva and Raquel Pennington, not our friend Juliana Pena, will be fighting for the vacant 135-pound title on that card. Not officially announced for Toronto, but all signs appear to be Toronto at the moment on January 20th. And so people are like, damn, is this going to be the main event? All due respect to them, it just didn't feel main event worthy, right? You look at let's go through the divisions. Flyweight, Pantoja fighting December 16th. Bantamweight, Sean O'Malley, we could talk to him about it, but I know for a fact he's not, at least as of right this second, unless they try to pull a rabbit out of their hat, and I think he was a little bit banged up, not fighting on January 20th. Featherweight, Alex Volkanovski, I just told you, not fighting on January 20th. We'll skip lightweight for now. Welterweight, fighting on December 16th. Middleweight, Sean Strickland, possibility, but if they're waiting for Khamzat, he would not be fighting on January 20th, but let's say possibility. Light heavyweight, we know it's happening this weekend. So could that winner turn around? Sure, but let's see what happens this weekend. So obviously not a thing right now. Heavyweight, we know about that, Aspinall and Pavlovich. Grasso out with the hand injury. Zhang Weili could be, but would that be big enough for Toronto? Don't think so. Grasso I already mentioned, and then we know about the bantamweight title on the card. So there weren't that many. The one that kind of glared at me was lightweight. Is it possible because that fight was short that they would have them fight, the lightweights fight in the main event? Would certainly be a big deal. And, I saw Aaron Bronstetter, who works for TSN, mention that there was a bigger fight in the works on Twitter as well. So I was like, all right, let's see. And then it gets confirmed to me, which as I wrote, and I will repeat it again, just for everyone who's claiming a victory over me. The current plan, though not finalized just yet, is to have Islam Makhachev versus Charles Oliveira 2 headline UFC 297. That event, while not officially announced just yet, is currently slated to be January 20th in Toronto. The original plan for that main event was Volkanovski versus Topuria. But now the plan is for that to be on the February pay-per-view. So every aggregator site out there that said Ariel Helwani announces that it's a done deal, it's not, because I'm reading to you right now. I said the current plan, though not yet finalized. Fine. Kel Pennington versus Mayra Bueno Silva for the vacant title, also scheduled for the January card, as reported yesterday. This got everyone up in a frenzy. First of all, because they were excited that this fight was going to happen. But second of all, it led to some very mean things being said about me from some other people. And so I will say one more time that I stand by my reporting, that I believe what I reported was and is 100% accurate. A main event hasn't been announced for Toronto, and it's very possible that they change course. Something could happen this weekend, and they add that fight to the winner of one of these fights. Who knows? A million things could happen. They could do whatever they want. It's their organization. But I want to remind you all of something that I said on Wednesday's show before all of this, when I was asked about breaking news. I told you about something that I've been dealing with for a long time, but only recently had, the willingness to bring it up. And so for those that may have missed it during the On the Nose segment, this is what I told you about what happens when I break news. As silly as it is, as stupid as it is, as kind of mind-blowing as it is, this is what happens more often than not when I break news. Here's me on Wednesday. I was battling a system who didn't want me to succeed, who was doing everything in their power to get me to not break news, who were threatening fighters and managers that if, in fact, I did find out and break the news, that they would cancel the fight, pull the fight, and, sucks to be you, SOL. And so that's horrendous, guilt to put on someone. So these people would tell me, and they're like, yo, man, you can't break the news because they say they're going to cancel the fight, and this is the biggest payday, and this is the biggest opportunity, and this is a title fight. And that's a shitty position to be in. They would say things like, hey, this guy has to break the news, and if he doesn't break the news and Ariel breaks the news, we're canceling the fight. And if we find out that you told him, you're fucking dead to us, and we'll never, that's the stuff that I had to deal with, in particular at ESPN. So as that increasingly happened, and as I left ESPN, I was like, this is not worth it. I'd much rather have people on the show and have those good relationships and have interviews and stuff like that than break a story which 2 minutes later will be forgotten about as far as who broke the story. So that was last Wednesday. What you saw happen yesterday is pretty much what I was describing. They hate when I break news, especially when it's a dominance guy. Ali gets so upset about this. He'll start calling me names. He'll start going crazy. They'll call up their puppet media members, and they'll get it out there saying, this is not true, this is not true. And so that's fine. You can believe them or you can believe me. I'll put my track record, my history of telling the truth, of getting things right, of batting 1,000 over their track record any single day of the week. I'll put it up any freaking day of the week. I'll put my reputation, I'll put everything up against them. I'll put my 13 freaking trophies up against them. No problem. But if you want to believe their bullshit, you can go ahead and believe it. What I reported on Saturday was 1,000% true. It may end up still coming to fruition. We shall see. That's why I said not finalized just yet. But I can assure you of this. Alex Volkanovski ain't fighting in January. The plan as of Saturday night was for those two guys to headline the event. I could even tell you about other fights that are in the works for January, if you so want, just so you know that I have fucking sources in this sport. Jan Blachowicz, Alexander Rakic, look it up. Go scout, go scurry off and try to find information on that. You think I just fucking pull this shit out of my hat? Get the fuck out of here. So believe whoever you want. Don't watch this show. Don't follow my tweets. Don't follow me on social media. I don't give a crap. But for the ones that know for a fact that what I told you was true, and you can listen to those guys who for some reason have this grudge against me, have this vendetta against me, whatever it is. I mean, again, we know where, I've always known where the root of it lies, and now it's just, it's just open season, and that's fine, and that's totally fine. I know who's who, and I know what's what, and so I'll stay true to that, and I'll continue to do my due diligence and get things right, and eventually I'll be vindicated. And there are other people, just like with the Francis thing, who will never give me that. And that's totally fine as well. So let's see what happens with January 20th. I can assure you of this, not the first time that I've reported something and they've changed the date. And so they very well may have changed the date. And for that, I am sorry, Toronto. From one Montrealer to my fellow Canadians, I don't actually hate Toronto. I know there's a beef between Montreal and Toronto. But I am sorry if I screwed it up for you. Certainly not my intention. You guys deserve a big main event, and it blows my mind that they would do that sort of thing. But this has been happening, and I literally told you about it happening on Wednesday before all of this happened. Not worth it. I agree with myself on Wednesday. Not worth it. Who needs that shit? Who needs to wake up to this insanity over who gives a fuck? Who really needs to do it? There's no amount of excuses or reasons that you can give me as to this being worth it. It's not worth it. But, you get information, you get it right, you get it confirmed by 3 sources, and you put it out there while you're sitting on the couch watching Joe Cordina fight in a ballroom filled with 300 people. Those are things you do on a Saturday when you're me. It just happens. But we'll see what happens. I appreciate all the kind words from everyone. And, I appreciate Ali still caring so much about me to say all these very, very nice things about me. And I wish, him and Dominance and Rizvan and everyone on the team, I wish them nothing but the best. And hopefully that we can all sing Kumbaya together one day and be back in each other's good graces. All right. So I have addressed number 1. We've addressed Chael. We're good. Number 2, we've addressed the pay-per-view numbers. Hopefully I've educated you on that. No problem. Don't mention it. And number 3, I've addressed Toronto. Let's see how that all plays out. But you notice when they put out their rebuttals, they're not telling you what the main event is. That might be because they don't want to, say that I was right or admit that they are changing course or just for whatever reason want to mess with me. And that's totally fine. That's totally fine. But if you want the news, if you want the truth, if you want the real, you come to this program as you have been coming for all these years to this program to hear all of that. All right. Now let's talk about this past weekend. Let's talk about Jailton Almeida. Let's talk about Nicolas Dalby and whatever else we want to talk about. Let's say hello to the boys. And before I get into this weekend's recap, I do want to let you know, am I getting it right here? I think I'm getting it right.
That's money, man.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Fuck. Yeah, I didn't have that one. Yes, that is money. Yes, I want to give a special shout out as we do our recap for this weekend. Golly, there's a lot of papers here. Here it is. Yes, that's great. Support for this show comes from Cash App. Cash App has the tools you need to make saving easier, whether you're saving for your next vacation, a new car, or maybe you're going to pony up for some good seats for your next event. Reaching your goals, whatever they may be, is faster with Cash App's roundups and offers. That means even when you're not thinking about it, your money in Cash App is building. That's money, that's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store to start saving today. So there you have it. Thank you to our good friends over at Cash App. What was the story of the weekend, GC? If you were to say, what's your pick?
Oh, man. Probably between Jailton Almeida and Nicolas Dalby. I mean, the Dalby win was just one of the best things I've seen in a while. But I guess the story is Almeida just racking up 22 minutes of control time.
I mean, I thought that he was going to submit him in the first round, to be honest.
Every single round, as soon as he got the takedown and then just transitioned into mount almost immediately, I was like, this is where it's going to end. And it just never ended. I don't know what was going on with that. He didn't really use ground and pound. Like when he went for submissions, it felt like he was never really close. Dominant performance, absolutely dominant. Like he was never really in any real danger at all. but it's not the Jailton Almeida that we've been seeing of late. Like these performances where he's getting first-round finishes in the first couple minutes of the second round, if it goes that long.
So you were underwhelmed? Is that fair to say?
Incredibly underwhelmed, yeah.
Really? Wow.
I mean, the dominance was
50 to 44 on 2 scorecards.
Yeah, but the way he did it was just takedown and then lay and pray, essentially.
Yeah, I didn't think it was as bad as people were saying, to be honest.
It wasn't an entertaining fight.
Yes. I mean, it wasn't
Yeah,
entertaining. No. It wasn't entertaining, but it was dominant. Like
Dominant, yeah.
Like is it the fight if I'm trying to get someone on the Almeida train, am I popping that one in? No. But like to do that to a big boy like Derrick Lewis, don't get me wrong, it was not entertaining, but it was dominant. Like I don't have much to criticize him about other than what you said, like maybe he didn't go into that extra gear to finish the fight. But it's still Derrick Lewis, and you're still keeping, like
he did have he had 5 rounds to try to do it.
Right.
And he didn't get it done. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing some people saying some wild things, like he needs to be cut from the promotion and stuff like that. It's just like, dude, he just 50-40.
Cut from the promotion?
Derrick Lewis, like he needs to get a top 5 fight.
Yeah,
now. Like,
get out of here. Cut from
to me, you booked a Curtis Blades fight. Someone that will be able to, wrestle against them. And
that's
then
1,000%
where he's at.
Yeah, that was the original fight. That was the fight that they were going to do before Curtis got injured. I know he called out Ciryl Gane. I can't imagine Ciryl Gane loving it, loving that idea.
We don't need to do the guy that, we've seen grappling deficiencies in the past. We need the wrestler to the division. We need Curtis Blades to really see where Jailton Almeida is at.
Yeah, I agree with that. Tough fight for, Derrick Lewis wins in July. Now all of a sudden he's back. He gets a new contract, and to come back like that is tough for him. But everyone knew that it was, what was he, like a plus 400 or something like that?
Yeah, short notice, heavy underdog.
Everyone knew. Everyone knew. I mean, dominant win. And I can understand when you're that close to finishing in the first round, and then every round looks almost exactly like the first round. You're like, come on, man, just finish it. And it felt like afterwards when he said to the crowd, like, were you not entertained? I didn't hear a lot in response to that.
Not really, honestly. It wasn't that
kind of late.
I mean,
also, what time?
When you saw Spivak do it earlier this year, like he was able to get him out of there in the first round. When Cormier got him to the ground, I know that was a while ago, but like he was able to submit him fairly easily. Like you would have thought that this guy who was like a super high-level grappler would have been able to get him out there with how many opportunities had over the course of the 25 minutes.
Yeah. Also worth noting, I think that was midnight Eastern. That's 2 a.m. in Sao Paulo. So it's possible they were just really tired. New York Rick, your story of the weekend? Wow.
Yeah,
what's different about you right now?
From.
What do you mean?
Something's different. The background is different.
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, that's not about me, but yeah.
No, I mean about this shot.
Yeah, shout out to Gian.
Oh, our guy.
The GOAT, the man.
Is that a Yuri poster?
Yeah, so he was
Yuri Alex.
He was working with the UFC on the Jones Miocic poster, and then had to switch plans, and now came out with a banger with Yuri and Alex, as always. I mean, he's the best. He's the king.
Are you brighter than usual because of that light?
I don't know. Maybe
it does feel like it's a little bit whiter, whereas mine is like a little more yellow.
Yes.
That's okay. We'll take it.
Okay. No, listen. Yes. Story of the weekend.
I don't know. I mean, I was very underwhelmed by Jailton. That's really all. That's the only thing I can remember, like coming away thinking about. Like certainly there were some performances. Dalby was great. Elvis Brenner continues to kind of impress. But I just remember, like I was on the MMA fighting post show and gave it an F. Like that was an absolute stinker of a performance. Could not have gone worse for him.
Worse, really? Okay, why?
Well, it could have gone worse. He could have gotten started.
Yeah, he could have gotten knocked out.
Well, not really. Like, sure that there's a puncher's chance in every fight, but the reality of the situation was Derrick Lewis was brought in there to get taken down and subbed, and he could not do it. I don't equate 50-44 to dominance. Like, yeah, I feel like this happens in MMA quite a bit, where we only use the term dominance when it comes to a decision, when I would argue that what Islam Makhachev did to Alex Volkanovski, that's actual dominance. That's showing where the levels are, and that's showing what's actually dominant. Getting a 50-44 is certainly a variation of dominance, but it's not as dominant as finishing fights. It was, quite frankly, a bad performance. Like, Derrick Lewis was brought in there to be a showcase, and he didn't have a showcase. He did not do what was like, yeah, you can say like it would be bad if he got knocked out, but that's not what was going to happen in that fight. That's not the reality of the situation. And in fact, if he wanted to avoid getting knocked out, finishing Derrick Lewis with some ground and pound in any of those rounds instead of letting him be back on the feet in rounds 3, 4, 5 again and again, would have accomplished that goal. So yeah, not impressed. Not impressed. If this is supposed to be the future of the heavyweight division, I did not see it on Saturday night.
Well, I asked the question. I think I asked it to you guys last week. It might have been on the Ringer Show where we talked about who had the highest ceiling of the three, future prospects, contenders, whatever you want to call them, who are fighting in the span of the next 7 days, dating back to Saturday. What was that?
Tom.
Well, my rankings were Tom, Sergey, Almeida.
Yep.
And so I still feel good about those rankings in terms of who I think has the highest ceiling. Like now it's on those guys, and obviously they're fighting each other, but now it's on those guys. So like to me, I know everyone was very excited about him. Probably his toughest opponent, a guy who's been there before. Obviously the skill set very much in his favor. Thought he was going to finish him in the first round. I'll be honest. Maybe got tired. I don't know. Went 25 minutes. I think F is strong, but I understand where you're coming from. Nevertheless, my story of the weekend wasn't Almeida because I was expecting him to win. It was Dalby. And shout out to GC who picked Dalby, and we'll get to that with the recap. But Nicolas Dalby, who we've been talking about and covering on this show, the ESPN show, etc., 38 years young, about to turn 39 in 10 days. There was a period where he was in a very, very, very dark place. When he left the UFC, when he was in Cage Warriors, when he was trying to get back into the UFC. I mean, I've had some deep conversations with him just on this show about the place where, he was at, not being able to get out of bed. I mean, he's had some really, really dark things that he's had to overcome. For him to be in a position now where he's won 4 in a row and just beat this rising star from Brazil, in Brazil, who was undefeated, TKO'd him in the second round, looked like a freaking beast out there at almost 39. That was the feel. That was the like. This makes me feel good about MMA. This is a great story, and couldn't happen to a better guy. The first thing he says on the microphone when he wins is giving a shout out to the Brazilian fans, like just an all around mensch. And to me, that was like the story, the feel good story, the biggest takeaway of the weekend. Because I'll be honest, when GC said that he was picking him, I was like, I don't know about this one.
Wow.
I'll be 1,000% honest. Yeah, I mean,
Dalby doubter.
not Darl. I mean, both fans been good. You know,
Yeah, undefeated. I mean, finishing, I think, all of his opponents this far.
yeah, he's been good. He's been
I
good.
mean, it's Dalby, and he's heading down to Brazil.
Happy to be proven wrong on this one. So I love that. That was my story of the weekend. That and or Logan Paul against Rey Mysterio. I mean, what a match! Did you guys watch that?
Saving him from hurting his neck.
Yo.
I didn't watch it. No, I didn't watch
Not
it.
see it.
I saw the highlight.
Did you see the clip though?
Yeah, I saw the clip.
That's actually like the first time I've ever tweeted about Logan where I feel like he's actually gotten praise and love. In fact, I will tell you, so there was this clip, which we cannot show because it's a WWE thing, but Rey Mysterio did a moonsault, I believe it was. Yeah, I think it was a moonsault where he was supposed to go on the ropes, come back, and I think the spot is that Logan's supposed to catch him, right, before he hits the mat. Well, either he was short or Logan wasn't in position, and he almost landed directly on his head. Logan ended up catching him by falling on his butt and catching him that way, which takes a ton of strength. I asked a longtime WWE veteran, very, very, very successful wrestler whose name I shall not reveal, what he thought. I sent him the clip and I said, because I see some people giving him praise, but I also see some people saying Logan wasn't in the right spot, and so it's actually his fault. And this is what he wrote back to me. Yeah, I'd buy Logan a steak dinner if I was Rey. Whether Logan was too far back or Rey didn't travel as far as was expected falls under shit happens in a match, in my opinion. Logan was all in on catching this guy and deserves huge props. He risked getting hurt himself to make sure he got under Rey no matter what. So that's pretty incredible for a guy who's been doing this for a year and a half to have the presence of mind to do that. So that was pretty darn remarkable. And yes, now he is the U.S. champion. I know there was some, there were some doubters as to whether or not he could pull it off. I'm not sure what the odds were on that particular match, but
You think they were?
I was happy to see. I'm not sure. You're the one.
You saw they're bringing a solid gold prime to New York this week. They're like putting in a bulletproof case.
For what?
A promotion. It's worth like $500,000, and it's going to be put in a bulletproof case, and people are going to be able to line up, and you have 20 seconds to guess a code for it, and if no one gets it, they're just going to melt it down.
What?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. They dropped a whole promo video about it.
Where did you see this?
KSI or Logan Paul's Instagram.
Wow.
Solid gold prime, yeah.
And where is this happening?
Somewhere in New York.
Oh, we don't even know?
I'm sure they'll release it.
Okay.
New York and London, 2 of them.
Oh, at the same time?
Yeah, I feel like we try and go and punch a code in and see if we can win.
Or send Frank over there.
Yeah, I was going to go with Frank.
Wow.
2's better than 1. Get 2 chances at it.
Will he show up?
Yeah,
He showed up on Saturday.
How was the Brazilian steakhouse?
Yeah, I mean, it was fantastic.
Amazing?
Weird way to start the day. Like, being in a Brazilian steakhouse at noon is kind of it's an odd thing. It was pretty empty, and like starting the day off.
Did you eat anything beforehand, or was that your first meal of the day?
I had a banana and an apple. Got a nice workout in, so I was feeling pretty empty.
Yeah, that's good.
But yeah, I mean, you're loading up on meats and cheeses, and obviously the salad bar has different stuff too. It's a heavy way to go about your day.
Yeah, did you feel full for the rest of the
Yeah, I kept it light for
the
dinner
day.
for sure.
Yeah.
Kept it light for dinner.
And who came with you? Frank?
Yeah, me, Frank's wife.
What?
And then
Double date?
No.
So close.
My roommate.
Okay.
And a couple other of our friends. Yeah,
Wow.
It was a great time.
So we're talking like 6, 7 deep?
Yeah, big
10 to 20 deep, or that's too much?
No, that's far too much.
Okay, fine. 5 deep.
Yeah, about 5 deep.
I mean, it was
6-ish.
exactly 5.
Okay.
Some would say maybe 7 or 8.
5 to 8 deep.
Yeah, 5 to 8 is a good estimate of how many people were there.
By the way, that's almost like 100% more. I just want to let you know.
It was somewhere in that range, 5 to 8.
4 to 8. Frank, what do you think?
It wasn't my first rodeo.
I know,
but I
but
was pretty
Yeah,
impressed.
it was not my first time there. We didn't go to a chain. We didn't go to Fogo de Chao. People seemed really proud of that. Churrascaria.
in Manhattan or?
In Manhattan, yeah. Only one in Manhattan. I think it's
So
the
you know
only
how
one.
you have a little card to
this
tell
was-
them when you're ready for
Yeah,
the
a lot of
meeting?
drama around this.
It was
Yeah.
funny watching people forget to flip theirs over,
Oh, no.
have the guy walk over with the meat in question, and they'd just be shrugged off and told no and apologize. And just the look on their face was like, I had to turn to Connor. I'm like, do you imagine this guy goes home from work every night and they're like, honey, how was your day at work? He's like, well, so many people had the green card up that did not want the meat.
Yeah.
I actually did it one time. I had the green card up. He walked over. He's just like, oh, you want some filet mignon or whatever it was? I was just like, oh, no, I'm good. I'm sorry. And immediately flipped it over, and he looked bad.
Very
He was
upset,
not
yeah.
happy. Was that your moment of the weekend, Frank?
That's right.
That's money, as they say. Yeah.
Our actual money moment of the weekend is Nicolas Dalby.
Oh,
Yes.
it has to be. I mean, we can go to the. I mean, look at this guy.
Look at this. It's
Getting
so,
the finish.
there
I
it
mean,
is.
that is great stuff from old Nicolas Dalby.
Yes. Shout out to our good friends over at Cash App. And we will be joined by Nicolas Dalby in a moment. I've only been to one Brazilian steakhouse in my life, and it was in Rio. And it was very salty, and it was just a lot of meat, It's like I can only eat so much meat.
I think they do that on purpose.
I mean, I can't imagine having that much meat at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, it was a lot, man. But I mean, we fought through it. We powered through it, and that set the tone for the rest of the day for a.
You didn't have the meat sweats or fall
The
asleep?
meat sweats?
Yeah.
I'm unfamiliar with that.
Meat sweats. You never heard of meat sweats before?
No, I haven't.
Connor,
you
you've heard of
serious?
meat sweats.
Yes.
Why
of
is
course
it
I am.
when I admit I don't know something, we double down? Are you sure you don't? Of course I
Because
don't know.
because these
Oh,
things are
geez.
so common.
I didn't know if it was a
They're
All
bit.
right,
I
so
didn't know if it was
common
a
that
bit.
I haven't heard of it.
Wow. Is everything okay, Frank?
I don't know.
Jeez.
I'm getting the
my
meat
God.
sweats. Does it
Wow.
feel like it gets on your brow? Is that what it is?
Could we just address? Okay, first of all, meat sweats is when you eat too much meat and you start sweating. That's
I
pretty.
could use the context clues.
it's just that easy.
yeah, it's-
Excessive perspiration when eating large quantities of any high protein food, not just meat.
So you could
but
get
it
like a
does-
peanut butter sweat.
Yeah,
Sure, but I feel
most often it does happen when consuming meat. That's what it says here.
Do people eat like a lot of protein powder and like, damn, I'm sweating?
I don't know.
I'm calling bull on all this.
And so your comment there, by the way, led me to believe that there's something else going on because on Wednesday you just darted out and didn't say
Outed.
goodbye to anyone.
I had a meeting with my landlord.
And then Friday, something was going on. We weren't getting any response from him or anything, and he was just like, sorry, going through a lot of shit.
Oh, yeah.
We said, is everything okay? He said, of course.
Yeah, those are related.
Is everything okay?
Everything's all right.
Are you mad at us?
Should I be?
Well, no, but you got so upset and
Starting to get
defensive
the
there.
Frank sweats.
Well, you just got so defensive. Why is it every time I say I don't need it, people double down? Like,
No, I love this. Hey guys, I'm unfamiliar with this, and it's always like, what? I remember.
What are
Connor
you
was
referring? What are you referring to right now?
the most recent one, and this one's pretty embarrassing.
Tell me.
I was
Tell by
familiar.
how quickly this comes up that he's been thinking about
Oh,
it.
Yeah.
This
Most
dude
recent
paces
one
around his
happened
apartment.
actually
thinking
12
of
days
things.
ago.
He's in
Opening
his shower
doors.
creating things.
I feel like I'm married to him at this
Yes,
point.
this is great. Continue, Frank. Continue.
The Jennifer Lopez song about the "Don't be confused by the rocks that I got."
Yes.
I'm familiar
Jenny
with
from the
it
Block.
as a
Jenny
pop
from the Block.
cultural reference, but I had never actually heard the song. And when I told Connor that, it was like I just told him I was leaving the show or something. He was like, "Are you kidding me? Were you born after 2005?" I'm like, "Oh man, like I'm never sharing when I don't know
ask
something."
that when I know you're a decade older than me? I'm playing the song, and he's just like, "I've never heard this before." I'm just like, "Nah, I bet you'll recognize it in a second." The chorus comes in, the "I'm still Jenny from the block," all of that. I mean, the best part of the song, and he's just like, "No, I've never." He's like, "I've never heard of it. Is this new? Like, who is this by?" I'm just like, "Are you being serious?" I'm like, "It's Jennifer Lopez. It's I'm still Jenny from the block," and he was dumbfounded. He said he had never heard it.
Wow. I think by the way, shout out to the X symbol over there in the lower third. Is that a new addition?
Formerly known as.
X.com.
Yeah.
X.com.
Formerly known as Twitter.
Frank said he never listened to the radio.
Okay.
Didn't even know that thing existed.
What, the radio?
Yeah, I mean,
Stop.
You
Okay,
would
now
think me working in
very,
audio would be familiar with
I
it.
could believe the "Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got." I cannot believe the radio. What does that even mean?
He's very posh about what music he listens to.
But by the way, Frank, is this not like a vote of confidence in you? The fact that people expect you to know everything.
This is
and when
exactly
one
what I
way
was
of
just
looking
about
at
to
it.
say. Thank you so much,
You
Rick.
don't.
I was just going to say the reaction is because you're usually like when we're talking about Texas, you're like, well, let me tell you about the largest convenience store.
by the way, that's the perfect segue because I have a surprise for old Frankie here.
Uh-oh. Oh, my God.
I love this.
You had this conversation during, I think it was On the Nose, and he brought up, I want to get this right,
Oh, wow. Okay,
Nacogdoches.
Yes.
Nacogdoches, Texas, the oldest town in Texas. Well, wouldn't you know it?
Yes.
Two fine folks from Nacogdoches, their names Thomas and Hunter, brother and sister,
Shout out.
run an incredible popcorn shop named Susu's in Nacogdoches. And Frankie, they've sent you like
Wow.
10 different bags of popcorn.
Wow, we have the box right here.
pull some of these out right now.
This is unbelievable.
I have a confession. I have a confession to make.
Tell us.
I dug into one of them, like a spicy one, and I'm telling you,
How
it's the
good?
best popcorn I've ever had.
Okay, wait a minute. Who was it addressed
Dill,
to?
Dill. Shout out.
was it
It was addressed to me because this
Okay.
is supposed to be a surprise for you. Oh my
great.
God, s'mores.
Wow. Oh, that looks amazing.
So
over
Frankie, you can eat some of this throughout the show and then give a review at the end. Southwest jalapeno.
Oh, nice.
Shout out to Thomas and Hunter. Shout out to Susu's and shout out to Nacogdoches.
Which one did you open already?
Is there a
was-
website?
Yeah, sususpopcorn.com, I think.
Shout out.
Hold on, let's see. sususpopcorn.com. Shout out.
Wow, I'm already on
That's
it.
a
But yeah,
crazy.
Frankie's esoteric knowledge of the oldest town in Texas, as you just alluded to, literally led to some very kind Texans sending some
I mean,
popcorn
this is
our way.
incredible. Pop by and see us at 115 East Main Street.
Yeah.
Wow, this is a big popcorn day for Frank. He was already bragging about some other popcorn that he got today that he
Oh, this
said
is
that
gonna,
in confidence.
sharing with us.
this is gonna put that to shame. It's gonna blow your mind.
He's like, yeah, I got some hibiscus popcorn. I'm like, oh, how is it? He's like, well, I'm taking it home. We're not going to try it here. I'm like, enjoy it, man.
See how
Susu's,
quickly things
baby.
turn, Frank? You went from getting all defensive to all of a sudden being showered with popcorn, showered
What do you
with
mean all
praise.
defensive?
Super defensive. What do you-
I don't understand.
showered with popcorn from, is it Nacogdoches?
Nacogdoches, Texas, Susu's.
I think it
Popcorn
could go
and
in
Candy
Naca
Cafe.
nowhere. As
Unbelievable. Frank, look at your reach. Look at the impact that you have on
Yeah,
people.
Incredible.
Well.
I
Texas
can't
is the
believe
biggest
this.
continental state.
Yes. How many below the equator? What is it? The coordinates? I don't know. I figured you'd give
The
us
latitude and
latitude.
longitude
Do you know it?
Do you know Nacogdoches, the
Texas?
exact location?
No. All right, fine.
And just to no, I really don't.
No, I believe you.
That one he believes.
I'm not going
Everything else we don't
Yeah,
believe that you don't know. This one we believe.
I'm not
What's the
gonna
other
pull
thing that we always get into, Frank? Bald jokes. Frank says that
They don't exist.
No one has ever been made fun of for being bald.
What?
What are you
That's what he
talking
says.
about? Just ask
No,
Dana
what
White.
I said was
That's what I say. I say go in Dana White's Instagram comments, and it's like you tomato head.
That's like the number
Stop
one.
the
That's
next
also the-
fight,
him
tomato
I
head.
have never been in a social circle where somebody's like, dude, look at that bald head.
Yeah.
guy
Also,
over there."
I've never been in a social circle where 1% of the things I read about online are said, but they're still said.
Well,
Next, Frank's gonna say he's never heard of your mom joke.
Yeah, I was about to say Frank didn't have a roast group. Back
He's adamant about this too. He's like, they don't exist.
How does
I
this
actually
even come
ordered it off of Amazon. It was a book called 101 Best Bald Jokes.
There's
and I
only
sent it to him.
101?
And he's just like, those are the 101 best. And he's just like, nah, I still don't believe it.
It's not a thing.
Oh my gosh. Frank, is everything okay?
I think everything's gonna be all right.
He's gonna be good after he has this popcorn. Trust me.
Oh,
It's all
yes.
gonna be good.
Perhaps you
S'mores,
guys
I'm looking forward to
you
it.
guys can have a popcorn party back there because
We'll give some of the guests.
our longtime friend and colleague Andy is back from maternity
Oh, yeah.
leave. Yeah.
A big
Now we're
show,
finally
man.
back. Yes.
We are cruising right
Oh
now.
my God. The family is back together. Everyone is back. She's doing well. Came back a lot sooner than I expected. In Canada, maternity leave is 1 year, but apparently in this country, it is. Well, I think she's coming and going. Anyway, point is, it's wonderful to have her back. It's wonderful to have the whole team back. And what an occasion. We can celebrate with all kinds of popcorn. S'mores popcorn sounds a little bit.
Oh, that
Crazy.
sounds
Oh no, that's
That's
not
good.
amazing.
That's
Sounds
the
a
one.
little bit like we're
When
not
you-
giving you any, Ariel.
That's fine.
Yeah, that bag will be gone by the time you get out of there.
When you mix the savory and sweet, that's
Oh.
the right.
That's
the right-
exactly how I feel about green olives and pineapple pizza.
Yeah,
There you go.
Savory and
that.
sweet.
I'm not gonna roast you for that. I would enjoy.
Have you ever tried it?
I've never tried it because I'm not like a green olives fan. Like
Yeah.
I'm more black olives, and I don't love pineapple on pizza, but I would do it. I'm not the staunch like you don't put pineapple. Like shut up. I don't want to hear that
No,
nonsense.
no.
But it's not my go-to. Mushrooms, jalapenos, those are the keys for me. Those are the staples.
Mushrooms and jalapenos. Wow. Together?
Usually separate. I'll do a half and half, but I'll eat them together too.
Interesting. What kind of mushrooms? Are we talking about like portobello mushrooms or are we talking about like those like generic ones, like the whitish ones, the button mushrooms?
Yeah, it's usually not those. It's usually like a
Portobello.
portobello.
Wow, fancy, huh?
Yeah, it's
What about you, GC? What's your go-to?
It's actually funny that you mentioned the pineapple because I do like pineapple on pizza. I don't go green olives though. I go bacon and pineapple.
oh yeah.
Love that. I mean,
Wow.
love that. But that's not my go-to. Typically, just a nice, simple like pepperoni.
Interesting.
Yeah, don't get too
Frank?
crazy with it.
Pepperoni mushroom.
Nice.
But since living in New York, honestly, a cheese pizza is kind of, in my opinion, a way to judge how good the pizza is.
Sure. Compliment to the Plaza Hotel?
Absolutely.
You know what that's from?
Yep.
Oh, here we go.
What's it from? What's it
Here
from?
we go.
It's from
Home Alone
that
2?
one pop cultural,
The one pop cultural what?
that one pop cultural meme that we all refer to all the time. Yeah.
You knew where that was from. Stop it. Serious?
I'm so sick of this.
Oh my god.
This is a self-fulfilling prophecy at this point.
Well, it's Home Alone 2. Compliments
Obviously.
of the Plaza Hotel. Do I have to read something about Cash App here on the back end of this,
Go
or
ahead and rip it, man.
did I do it? I don't know if I did or not. There's like a 9,000 reads here.
Yeah, listen, man. We're working into this. We're going on the fly.
Working on the weekends like usual. Thanks to Cash App for their support. Cash App has the tools to make saving easier, and that means you can start building towards your savings goal $1 at a time. But growing those savings is faster with Cash App's roundups and offers, because once you save with Cash App, that money starts growing without you even having to lift a finger. You don't even have to worry about it. Think of it as financial self-care. That's money, that's Cash App. Download Cash app from the App Store or Google Play Store to start saving today. I also do want to tell you about our good friends over at BetterHelp. We love BetterHelp. Support for this show comes from BetterHelp. The holidays can be a difficult time for all of us, between the parties and the wonderful times spent reconnecting with family and friends. The end of the year can also bring loneliness, frustration, and anxiety. Reaching out to a professional can help, and BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable therapy that is entirely online. Find your bright spot this season with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/MMA Hour today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MMA Hour. Please support BetterHelp because they support us, and support yourself. And shout out to our friends from Cash App for the love as well. All right, let us move along to our first guest of the day. As I mentioned at the top of the show, back end, 3 o'clock, well, in an hour, we're going to be joined by Sugar Sean O'Malley in studio. Can't wait for that. After that, we'll be joined by Jiří Procházka. Still to come, Jorge Masvidal and Jailton Almeida, who, of course, won in the main event this Saturday. But as I said in the first hour, story of the weekend for me was Nicolas Dalby and what he did to Gabriel Bonfim. Considering what he's been through, considering the ups and downs, the trials and tribulations of his career, this was supremely impressive. He has now won 4 in a row. He's kind enough to join us from Sao Paulo. There he is, Nicolas, the Danish Dynamite. How are you, my friend?
I'm perfectly fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. Long time no speak, but delighted that you're on. Where are you joining us from right now?
Oh, the center of Sao Paulo. That's just where I ended up being at this time.
That's amazing. Oh, look at this. This is incredible. How is it over there? It seems like you love Brazil, undefeated in Brazil, undefeated against Brazilians. How are they treating you over there?
They're treating me pretty nicely. I haven't really been exploring Brazil after a fight before this time, and it's really. I'm really understanding how big fighting is in Brazil, because I've never taken so many pictures with people in such a short time as when I've been here.
Wow, that must feel good. And I understand you beat one of their proud natives. Everyone welcoming to you? Everyone happy with you? Okay with you?
There was a couple of people I shot today that were a bit sad that I fought against a Brazilian, but so far it seems like a lot of them are actually commenting that despite me fighting a Brazilian and winning, they have a lot of respect. So, I mean, that's nice.
Yes. This stat that you're undefeated in Brazil and undefeated against Brazilians, is that just a weird coincidence, or is there something about this country and fighters from Brazil that seems to go in your favor when you're competing against them or in their country?
I mean, it would be a bad thing, I think, to cut all Brazilian fighters on the same line, but they have so many different styles. I don't know. I think it's just a curious coincidence. Maybe when I'm fighting in Brazil, the energy the crowd provides actually helps me more than they think it does. But yeah, I don't know.
You were a pretty big underdog going into this fight, and obviously he's a rising star and he was undefeated. What about him made you so confident going into this one?
First of all, I think all the bookmakers, I think they undervalued me and overvalued his abilities maybe a little bit. But I was kind of laughing when I saw the odds. I was like, okay, he's good, but he's not that good, and he's not been tested yet. So I was extremely confident going into the fight. Of course, there wasn't as much video we could look at as, for example, my last fight, but I felt like we could see enough that we knew he was a diamond in the rough, and he still had some lessons to be learned.
Yeah, and I would say you taught him a couple of those lessons, and certainly just one loss in MMA doesn't, completely end someone's career. We've seen people bounce back, and I'm assuming he will bounce back. He'll be one of those. But for you, I mean, talk about bounce backs. You've been through so much, and you've been open about how much you've been through. To be on this run right now, could you describe how you were feeling about the state of your career, and more importantly, about the state of your life? Because it seems from afar, we're sitting here 10,000 feet away, it's all coming together very nicely for you, but you would be the best one to describe how things are going.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I guess it comes across as it feels and how it is. I'm feeling in a very good place right now, and for me, I feel like I've yet to hit my limit in all aspects of life. So I'm looking forward to the rest of my career. The sky's the limit. That's how it feels right now.
What would you say, and I know it may be hard to say this in a line or two, but what has helped you turn things around?
stability in my private life. That's it. Like I'm past battling a depression. I'm past getting out of getting divorced. So all of those things kind of messed a bit with my head, and now that I got my both feet firmly on the ground, it's so much easier to put all of my resources into training and fighting.
Are there ever moments where you feel like you're getting low, and if so, what do you do to come back up?
Yeah, of course, nothing's ever static. Everything is changing all the time, and as I've gained a lot of experience, I learned how to stay away from the abyss. I think, at least for me, depression is something that can always lurk in the shadows, and I've kind of learned what to do if I'm feeling I'm going in that direction where it could be a bit challenging. For me, it's just a matter of consistency, having some consistency in my daily life, and having some healthy habits.
When you say the abyss, what do you mean by that?
That's the best way I can describe how it can feel to fall into depression. You kind of feel like staring into an abyss when you're on the verge, and if you let yourself fall in, it's a long way up.
And the healthy habits, other than training, which obviously you have to do and you're in phenomenal shape, are there any other things that help as far as healthy habits?
For me, it's just scheduling things, like really basic practical things like scheduling and using my calendar, stuff like that. Just being diligent about that helps for me.
Was there a point a few years ago where you felt like you were in the prime of your life, and you were afraid that your prime, your athletic prime, would be wasted away, and that you wouldn't be able to realize the potential that you are realizing right now? Was that ever a fear of yours?
No, it never got that far. I've never been afraid that I would, not be able to use my physical abilities in the sport. It was more a matter of I could just get my head in the right place again.
And certainly it's working out now, 4 in a row. Do you feel like this is the best you've ever been, this stretch? Like how you're performing right now, is this the best so far? Obviously you feel like you can go further, but would you point to this as being the best stretch of your career?
Absolutely. Everything is coming together for me now. I've learned a lot of experience, a lot of lessons that I'm using now to boost my career, boost my private life. Everything is coming together. Definitely the best spot I've ever been in.
I think the reason why so many people are happy for you, and I speak for myself, is because you have allowed us into your world, and we're very honest about the things that you had been through. So to see someone who has been through that and who allowed us to learn about those things, some people would hide those things. It's impossible to not be happy for you. It's impossible to not root for you right now. So that's why it gives me like immense joy to see you smiling and conquering these mountains. I'm being honest, because you didn't have to let us in so much. And, I remember just a few years ago how dark it was for you. And so the byproduct of that, I think, is us being so immensely happy for what you're experiencing right now.
I appreciate that. But it's sharing my journey is, in a way, just felt like the only way to do it. Ever since I started doing that back in 2018, I think, after I kind of came back from my depression, I got so many positive messages and comments from people that felt they could relate to what I was writing about. And I don't know, I just feel like in this world where a lot of social media seems so polished, I really almost enjoy showing as many aspects I can of life, and showing that even though I'm a UFC fighter, I also have struggles, small and big ones. Some day-to-day struggles, some bigger life struggles as well. I think it's important that when you have a platform, at least I want to be as honest as possible.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you why you felt the need to do that. I guess it's easy to say that in retrospect, but in the moment, not easy to open up those wounds and to let people in. Did you feel?
Yeah, and that's how I often do it. Like it's mostly in retrospect. Some of it I'm sharing kind of not real time, but more as a happening. But
Okay.
for me to be able to formulate, like put words on it that's meaningful, it's easier for me to do that, when I'm kind of over the bump.
Right. I understand. It's I guess it's less sensitive in that moment because you're not going through it. So it's easier to be reflective, right?
Yeah. And also to kind of, see what lessons that were learned from it.
Do people still reach out to you about this?
Yeah. I think it's become part of, my character, if you could call it that,
Sure.
or what people remember me for. So every time I fight, I get a lot of messages about people being inspired and then referencing what I've been through.
You mentioned in your post-fight interview that you love to fight in Brazil, but you would also love to fight back home again. Do you think there's any chance of that happening in the near future?
If it's possible in the near future, I don't know. UFC came to Copenhagen, Denmark back in 2019, so I think we're a bit overdue.
Yeah.
But let's see. If it doesn't happen for the next fight, a win more should make those plans even more realistic.
You also mentioned, I believe you asked the powers that be, like give you a top 15 guy. I didn't hear a name, so I wasn't sure if you had one on the top of your mind.
Anyone in this weight division, I'm ready for it. So just give me anyone. I know it's a thing to have a name, but honestly, give me anyone. I'm not precious like that.
Yeah. No, I feel like you've earned it. I mean, 4 in a row, and then you just beat a prospect like that, undefeated prospect in Brazil. A top 15 guy would make a lot of sense. You don't have a preference of any kind.
No, I'm ready to take on everyone.
Okay. What about also the Leon Edwards fight coming up? How do you feel about that?
Oh, that's going to be interesting.
Yes. How do you think that plays out?
I mean, as someone who likes Edwards and dislikes at least Covington's character,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how he is off tape, off record. I'm rooting for Edwards.
Do you think he has a chance against him? I mean, a chance would be a weird way to put it, but like some people think that Colby is a bad matchup for him given his wrestling. I think Leon has come a very long way. We saw what he did against Usman in the second fight, but do you favor Leon's chances?
Yeah, I was just about to say, he defeated Usman twice. Yeah, I mean, if he can defeat Usman, I think he showed that he is truly one of the best in the world. Does that mean that he can therefore beat Covington? MMA math is not straightforward. I think he has a good chance of it.
What is the scene like in Denmark these days? We know about you, Mark Madsen, fighting this weekend in New York City. How would you describe the scene right now as far as MMA's growth?
It kind of we had some golden days back around 2013 to 15. And then, there was a big slump in talent getting developed. But I see a lot of good guys coming up through the ranks now. They still need to be tested on the bigger European scenes, but there seems to be a good new bunch coming up.
Okay. Yes, we remember Martin Kampmann, obviously yourself, Mark Madsen, others, but I had not heard of a lot of names coming up from that region. You train out of there still, right? Full time?
Yeah, I do.
So
yes.
In your gym, do you feel like there's a nice influx of younger guys coming up, and are there enough promotions for these guys?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good promotions. Cage Warriors is, of course, the European powerhouse, and there's some smaller regional ones in Denmark. So if they just keep at it, I'm sure they're gonna have some good opportunities to get to the big stages.
And for those that may not have experienced it, like going in there in Brazil with the chants and everything, is it nerve wracking? I mean, clearly not affecting you, but like, does it ever get, overwhelming or rattling or anything like that? Initially, you overcome it every time, but how would you describe fighting there as opposed to any other country in the world?
It doesn't affect me much other than positively, actually. I think the crazy chants, the "we're gonna kill you" lines. Like there was some when I was fighting on Saturday, there was some people like hanging over the railings,
Wow.
just shouting on top of their lungs, "We're gonna kill you," and like pulling their thumbs across the throat and stuff like that. And that just fires me up and wants me to go in there even more and take the head off their hometown fighter.
Incredible. Incredible.
So it doesn't affect me much. Actually, just kind of boosts me in a positive way.
Right.
And I kind of love it. Like, of course, they're not actually gonna kill me, so whatever.
Yeah.
And if they tried, that would be the wrong moment to try and do that right before I'm gonna walk into an octagon for a fight. That's probably when I'm the most fired up ever. So yeah, I think it's cool. As I said in the post-fight interview, I really respect and kind of envy the Brazilian fighters that they have so enthusiastic fans. So I think it's a cool thing in the end.
Any injuries?
Not really. Not as far. I mean, it always takes me a couple of days to kind of, feel if my body has any things I didn't notice right ahead. But so far, it feels fine.
Okay. So given that, when would you like to return?
If everything goes the way I want, I think late February, March, sometime in that period, I would love to fight again.
Okay. Perhaps they typically go to London in March. So I've not heard about that again, but that might work out, right?
That would be nice. That would be a little bit easier for all my friends and family
Right.
to get to London instead of Brazil.
How long is that flight, by the way, Denmark to Brazil?
It's around, the flight time is, I think, 16 hours. And then depending on how much layover you have, we're talking, I don't know, 20 hours probably.
Sheesh. That is...
It's okay.
Okay, yeah, clearly. It's working out. By the way, who does your hair when you're out in Brazil? Or do you do it before you leave?
I get it done before I leave.
Wow.
Still holding up pretty well. Yeah, she's good. She's in Copenhagen. So I usually try and get it done before I leave. She does some amazing stuff. But yeah, sometimes I need to get it done on location. And then it's whatever UFC brings done.
How long does that take?
This took around 1.5 hours, I think.
Wow, that is amazing. I love that. The white in there, is that white?
Yeah, it's white. She put some fake hair in there.
Yeah.
It looks cool.
It looks amazing. I love it. It's part of your look.
Yeah.
Danish
I think
Dynamite.
next time we need to. Yeah, exactly. I think next time she needs to put in like white and red hair to match the flag of Denmark.
Denmark. Well, I look forward to that. Congrats on the win. Thanks for taking some time out before you head out. Very, very happy for you, Nicolas. I wish you nothing but the best and continued success.
I appreciate it. And a pleasure for you on your show as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There he is, Nicolas Dalby, joining us live from Sao Paulo, where he defeated Gabriel Bonfim via second round TKO. 4 in a row for him. Claudio Silva, Warley Alves, Muslim Salikhov, and the aforementioned Gabriel Bonfim has a win over Daniel Rodriguez as well. Had the loss to Tim Means, but it's 4 in a row for the pride of Denmark and one of the good guys in the game. Very happy for him. Okay, let's move along now to our next guest. He was in the main event, so he was right after Nicolas Dalby. What a performance, what a dominant win from Jailton Almeida, 50-44, 50-44, and then 50-45 against the veteran Derrick Lewis. He remains undefeated in the UFC. That's now 6 in a row for the big man. And he's kind enough to join us for the very first time. Let's say hello to Jailton Almeida, who is, AirPod fell out. Hello, obrigado. And his manager / translator, Tiago's here as well. Thank you. Obrigado for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
And Tiago, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, Tiago is here as well, one of the best in the game. Well, first off, congratulations, parabéns on the big win. Now that you've had 2 days to digest the win, how do you feel about your performance on Saturday?
Primeiramente, parabéns pela vitória, né, e pela performance. Agora que você teve alguns dias para digerir, o que você pensa sobre a sua performance e como a noite foi?
Muito obrigado, muito feliz. Não baixar um pouco a finalização ali. Mas a minha performance.
I think you have to put it. I think he has to put the AirPod back in his ear because now the microphone's not working, right? You can't hear him, right, Tiago?
Yeah, it's very low. Malhadinho. Vou colocar de volta o meu fone no ouvido, ver se fica melhor aqui o áudio.
Melhorou?
Fala um pouquinho.
Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Boa. Pode falar, pode responder de novo.
Eu tô muito feliz, né? Infelizmente.
Ficou baixo de novo, Malhadinho.
Parou agora, tá bom?
Agora tá bom.
Tô muito feliz, né, pela minha performance. Para poder mostrar pra galera que eu sou um cara que luta 5 rounds, né? Muita gente falava que eu era um cara que não lutava 5 rounds. E aí eu mostrei minha performance lá em São Paulo, né? Que sou um cara muito forte e que tem um gás para lutar 5 rounds.
Yeah, overall, I'm pretty happy with the performance. You know, Derrick is a tough opponent, and you know, if I didn't get a finish, it's because of how good he is defensively. And it was great to show the world that I'm able to fight rounds at a high pace. You know, I think that for heavyweight is a big deal.
I thought that you were very close to finishing him in the first round. In your opinion, how close were you to submitting him in the first?
No primeiro round, o Ariel achou que você chegou bem perto de finalizar ele. Você achou que estava perto ali no primeiro também?
Tava assim, eu achei que ia terminar no primeiro, ali logo no primeiro, mas acho que o fundo da vaselina ali no começo da luta, né? Que apesar de passar vaselina para poder entrar no cage. E aí acabou escorregando a posição. E como o Derrick Lewis é um cara muito forte, é muito mais vantajoso ir para ele, né? Por conta do escorregar ali, eu acabei não conseguindo a finalização do primeiro round.
Yeah, I think it was pretty close. You know, he was a little bit slippery. I think, whatever I touch him, maybe it was where the Vaseline was applied to his head, and he's very strong, props to him because, it was a good one, but he was able to defend it and outpower power out of the situation.
First time in your career, you go 25 minutes. Were you feeling tired in the championship rounds?
Primeira vez que você está fazendo 25 minutos, né? Você sentiu esse cansaço? Como é que foi fazer os 5 rounds?
Como eu sempre disse para todo mundo, né? E meu empresário sempre falando nas entrevistas, que eu era um cara que quando estivesse naquela disposição para 5 rounds, eu faria 5 rounds. E eu acabei mostrando isso, né? Contra um cara pesadíssimo, um cara muito duro, um cara nocauteador, que a qualquer momento ali, se eu subisse o gás, ele poderia me nocautear. Mas eu estava preparado para fazer 5 rounds, né? Como o empresário sempre falou, que eu era um cara que, quando eu chegasse no UFC, eu ia ser um cara totalmente diferente, a galera não ia botar fé, e agora tá botando fé que eu sou um cara que faz 5 rounds com muita força e muita precisão.
Yeah, my team always told me, that I was someone that is going to be different in the division because I work out a lot, like the training back at Galpão is very intense, very, very intense and long. So fighting 5 rounds is something that is within our normal daily routine. So, it was a little bit different to do it like actually fighting, but I think I was very well prepared for what was going to happen.
And how about fighting in a main event? You fought in main events before, but not in Brazil. To have the event sort of built around you in your home country, did that bring a level of pressure or anxiety that you're not used to dealing with?
E como que foi para você? Você já fez um main event antes, né? Mas como foi fazer esse main event no Brasil, né? Na frente do teu público, com aquela atmosfera diferente?
É uma coisa surreal, né? Eu já vivi isso já no Rio de Janeiro, mas fazer um main event no meu país é uma coisa muito emocionante, né? Se você não tiver o controle ali para poder segurar a adrenalina, né? Segurar a emoção ali, mas é uma coisa surreal, pô, tá no seu país, né? Infelizmente não veio a finalização, não veio o nocaute que muita gente pediu, né? Mas a galera viu um show de técnica, né? Um show de grappling, um show de show de jiu-jitsu, né? Eu não fui tocado por Derrick Lewis porque é um cara totalmente nocauteador, um cara que tem recorde no UFC, né? Então eu fiquei muito feliz, muito emocionado com a minha família, meus amigos ali, né? Tipo, o meu pai, né? Que me pegou aqui no meu corner, que foi muito especial, meu pai no meu corner pela primeira vez, né? Lá no UFC. Então eu fiquei muito feliz mesmo. A energia surreal da galera.
Yeah, it was a surreal experience. I had already fought in Brazil before in a Rio card earlier this year, but main eventing is a completely different beast. If you're not able to control your emotions, I think it's very easy for you to let yourself get carried away with it. So that's a big part of it. Just keep your head in the right place, because if you don't, it can be a little overwhelming. But I think, overall, I was able to give a show of technique, of jiu-jitsu to the crowd, fighting a very dangerous opponent who could, hurt me at any moment. And also fighting in front of my friends and family. It's a big deal for me. This was the first time where everybody came down to watch it because it was the main event. And having my dad on the corner. After all these years, and since he's the one that put me into this game, it was very gratifying.
So am I correct in thinking that this was the first time that your father has not only been in your corner, but been to one of your fights? Is that accurate?
Ele está perguntando, essa foi a primeira vez que seu pai não só teve no teu corner, como assistiu ao vivo uma luta tua no UFC?
Foi a primeira vez que ele foi no meu corner, a primeira vez que ele viu meu pai vivo no UFC. Né? Foi uma coisa muito emocionante. Aquele momento que eu puxei ele ali, foi uma coisa surreal para mim. Né? Tá levando meu pai para o maior palco do mundo ali. Me sinto muito realizado hoje também, né? Porque eu tenho que seguir o legado dele, e aí eu consegui mostrar para o mundo. Todo mundo conhecer meu pai também, né? É um cara que merece, um cara que, se não fosse ele, eu não estaria na MMA hoje, né? Então foi uma coisa muito especial.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, this is the first time that he was able to come for a fight, and we were able to get him in the corner.
Wow.
And when I pulled him on the stage there, for me it was a huge thing just to be able to take my dad to the top of to the biggest stage that we have in the sport. My dad competed as well. Back in the day, he trained for MMA as well. But it's great for me to be able to give this to him. And especially at the biggest stage that can be.
My understanding is when you were younger, you had dreams of being a football player, but then at some point, given your father and your surroundings, you decided to become a fighter. So I'm just curious, what took your father so long, or is there a specific reason as to why it took him so long to come to one of your fights?
Ele falou duas coisas diferentes agora, né? Uma, ele perguntou sobre futebol, falou que, né, você falou que originalmente você queria jogar futebol e acabou que não rolou isso. E aí ele perguntou se seu pai teve algum envolvimento nisso, né? Como que foi a situação do seu pai lutador, você querendo jogar futebol, e se teve alguma coisa a ver com esse período que ele não acompanhou essas lutas.
Eu sempre tive o sonho de jogar futebol, né? Eu sou aquele menino, né? Menino jovem, né? Crescendo ali, queria jogar futebol. Mas infelizmente eu não tive essa oportunidade de ter esse jogador, né? Acabou ficando para trás, né? E meu pai foi na verdade meu pai foi o meu mentor, né? Ali na parte da luta. Apesar de ele ser pugilista, né? Eu fui um cara que já miguei pro outro lado, já fui pro jiu-jitsu, né? Por conta dele também, né? Que ele dava aula de boxe na época, na academia do meu CC, que na época era Vale Tudo, e eu acabei migrando, indo pro jiu-jitsu, né? Através dele, e hoje ele faz parte da minha equipe, né? Sempre faz minha equipe, mas no UFC ele nunca teve vontade de viajar comigo, né? Por conta do visto, todo esse protocolo todo, mas sempre me acompanhou em todas as minhas lutas.
Yeah, that was always around. The thing with soccer was that it came to a point where I needed to get some support in order to get a manager. I was still a kid. They asked for a bunch of money for me to continue playing to get into an actual team. So we had to put that aside for the time, and I kept on competing in martial arts. Dad was always a big mentor for me. He was the one that led my way in the fight game. He was a boxer, but he actually went and trained jiu-jitsu. He actually trained jiu-jitsu and taught boxing at my actual coach's gym. And nowadays, Dad is taking over my striking. He's doing all my boxing, so he's a big part of the team. He hasn't really traveled that much with us before, mainly because of the visa, but hopefully soon, he'll be able to come to the US with me whenever I fight again.
After the fight, you said that you wanted Cyril Gane, which I love. I love that idea. Just curious, if they say we'd like to rebook the Curtis Blades fight, because of course he was supposed to be your opponent on Saturday, would you be open to that as well?
Ele gostou muito, né, que você, depois da luta, falou de Cyril Gane como oponente próximo, mas ele imagina que talvez o UFC queira refazer a luta com Curtis Blades. O que você acha de fazer essa luta com Blades agora?
Para mim, eu acho que eu não vejo vantagem essa luta com Blade, até porque eu vi do cara que nocauteou Blade, né? Um cara duríssimo, um cara que já lutou com campeão, né? Eu tô com o Daniel Cormier, né? O Derrick Lewis lutou contra Cyril Gane pelo cinturão interino, então é um cara que me deu um hype muito bom, né? E eu quero pegar o Cyril Gane, porque esse Blade não vai me deixar mais próximo do cinturão, né? A verdade é essa. E o Cyril Gane vai me deixar próximo do cinturão, porque o Cyril Gane é um cara que já foi campeão interino, né? Um cara que tá ali já nas cabeças ali já, né? Um cara que já tá próximo do cinturão e vai me deixar muito mais próximo de poder conquistar o cinturão também.
Yeah, honestly, right now, I don't see much of an advantage for me to fight against Blades because Blades already, he lost to Derrick Lewis, he got knocked out by Lewis, and I was able to, beat Lewis the way that I did. And, although Blades is going to push me higher, a little bit higher in the rankings, I don't think it's something that, a big win against him is going to get me a title shot. Meanwhile, beating Gane, probably gets me a title shot. So I think that's why, that's the path that I want to take. We'll see what the UFC have in mind, but right now I think Blades is not as interesting as Gane.
Okay.
That's for sure.
I feel like there are three superstars in the making at heavyweight right now. Yourself, Tom Aspinall, and Sergey Pavlovich. Two of those guys are fighting this weekend. Who do you think is going to win that fight?
No momento, eu vejo três grandes prospects que podem, né, se tornar estrelas no futuro próximo na divisão. Que seria você, Aspinall e Pavlovich. Pavlovich e Aspinall vão se enfrentar agora esse fim de semana, agora na próxima semana. Como que você vê essa luta se desenrolando?
Essa luta contra o Sergey Aspinall vai ser uma luta muito, muito difícil de poder analisar, né? Mas eu acho que o fator quente vai favorecer muito, né? Eu não sei como é que tá a preparação de Tom Aspinall, mas eu acho que vai dar Sergey Pavlovich pelo conta do quente, né? Pelo conta da motivação, o cara que tá já ali, já como reserva, né? Já tava se preparando para poder lutar o cinturão com o Jones ou com o meu Tite, caso se alguém se machucasse. Mas agora aqui pintou a vaga para ele, né? Lutar contra um cara que não estava se preparando, não estava cabeçado para poder disputar o cinturão. Eu acho que dá Sergey.
Honestly, I think the biggest factor in this fight is going to be the camp. Just coming out of nowhere into a title fight, the biggest stage the UFC has, the heavyweight title, out of nowhere, it can be tough, Meanwhile, we have Sergey on the other side, who was actually in camp already, training for a title fight to be a replacement in case, something happened. So, technique-wise and everything, I think it's a very tough matchup, but I think just the preparation, and the lead time that each fighter had to prepare is going to make a huge difference. And that's why I think Sergey is going to have the upper hand.
This time next year, are you UFC heavyweight champion? Are you about to fight for the belt? Have you fought for the belt? Where do you think you're at in your career this time next year?
Em 12 meses, né, daqui a um ano, aonde que você se vê dentro do UFC? Você acha que você já vai ter enfrentado, vai ter lutado pelo cinturão? Você acha que você já vai estar com o cinturão? Você acha que você vai estar para enfrentar alguém pelo cinturão? Aonde que você se vê?
Graças a Deus, o que está acontecendo na minha vida é uma coisa muito especial, né? Acho que eu não tenho nem 2 anos de UFC, né, se eu não me engano. Estou muito feliz no que eu estou vivendo. Estou fazendo minha carreira direitinho, né? E eu já pedi nome, já pedi o Cyril Gane, né? Porque o Cyril Gane, se não veio pelo histórico, é um cara que já tá, não tem ninguém para poder lutar com ele, né? Eu sou o único cara com projeção para ele, e ele me dá projeção também, né? Um cara que está ali como o próximo mais próximo do não. Então não tem ninguém na frente assim para poder falar, bota ele e Cyril Gane. Só tem eu mesmo, né? Só tem eu. é que o único cara que pode chegar ali próximo ali é o Curtis Blake, só que ele me derrota e não vai querer, né? Então só tenho, eu tô com 6 vitórias no UFC, né? E eu que vejo no futuro próximo é lutando contra a Gani, né? Caso ele aceite a luta. E daqui pra, não sei, daqui um ano, né? Eu sei como é que tá as coisas aí, caso o Jones volte, eu quero estar lutando com o John Jones, que é meu sonho. E é um cara que eu tenho como ídolo, né? Um cara que dentro do cage ali não deve nada a ninguém, né? Então eu quero esse sonho com o John Jones, quero estar lutando contra o John Jones.
Yeah, I think I only have 2 years in the organization, so things are going pretty fast. But I would, if I'm able to fight Gunn next, I think by this time, hopefully, I'm going to be close to fighting for a title. If I beat him. But overall, like my biggest dream is to fight John Jones. I'm a huge fan. Like the man is one of the best there ever was, and to be able to share the cage with him would be amazing. Hopefully, eventually, if I do get a title shot, I could eventually fight him. But right now, let's focus one step at a time. I want Gunn next, and then we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, I wish you the best. Obrigado, parabéns on the big win on Saturday. Great to have you on the show. Everyone here is a big fan of yours, so well done.
So, parabéns. Todo mundo aí é muito fã de você e boa sorte no futuro aí.
Thank you. Let's go, man.
All right. All the best. Thank you, Tiago. Appreciate it very much. There he is, Jailton Almeida. Massive win for him in his first main event. Let me see. Massive main event for him. Massive opportunity for him. Great stuff. I look forward to seeing where he goes from here. I look forward to seeing who they match him up with next. Ciryl Gane at the moment is one. Wow. Ciryl Gane is one. I would think the interim champ will move up to one, right? I would think so. Actually, Stipe there is 3. Wow. Stipe hasn't fought since March 2021. Almeida 9 as of right now. Lewis was 10. I'm going to guess he'll end up in the top 5 by the time it's all said and done. I sort of feel like the Blades fight makes sense, but I could understand where he's coming from. It'll be interesting to see what they do with him next, but he is very much a player in that division, and it's going to be interesting to see where he's at this time next year. Because, I mean, he talks about John Jones. He talks about, that being the dream fight. Who knows when John is coming back? If he's coming back in the summertime, again, as we said, is he coming back to fight Stipe? Is he coming back to fight the interim champ? There's a whole bunch of confusion. There's a whole situation that needs to be worked out in the heavyweight division. And it's going to be interesting because you have an interim champ and you're being told that the official champ is not fighting the interim champ, at least as of right now. A lot can change by the time John is ready, whenever he comes back. Or they could say, hey, we need a main event. I wouldn't be surprised if they did the winner of this fight versus a Ciryl Gane, or even on an Almeida, honestly. Nothing would surprise me at this point, but I still don't understand why it's not a vacant title fight. But alas, I digress. All right. Coming up, Sean O'Malley. Coming up, Jiří Procházka in studio. What's going on with Jorge Masvidal? It's hard to see here. I think he's
going to need just a few minutes.
And he knows that he knows about the 3 o'clock. I mean, we have the champ here. Is the champ in the building? Or he went to get something to eat or something?
Yeah, the champ is building a Jason right now.
Building a Jace. Okay, so we're not totally...
he's in the area.
We're not totally up against the clock, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think he can come over, whenever. Yeah, we're good to go.
Sure. Did he see your merch?
No. He hasn't come up here yet. No.
Okay.
Yeah, got the.
What do you think he's gonna say when he notices that you're wearing that's Sugar merch? Like that's straight from the site, right?
Yeah, I imagine he's just gonna be like, nice hoodie, man.
Okay. I mean,
What do you think he's gonna do?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what kind of mood he'll be in.
Yeah, maybe he'll be like, "What the hell?" Like,
well, I saw on his
you hired a bunch of
Snapchat.
fanboys, man.
I saw on his Snapchat. He said that he was coming, ready to fight. It seemed like, right? Didn't he say that there was security that was needed?
He said you need to hire security.
I need to have security.
Yeah.
Do you have that clip? I just want for the record.
Oh yeah, we got it.
Okay, I don't know if this one flew under the radar. Are the kids not on Snapchat? Are they on Snap? Who's on Snapchat these days? What is like the age range for Snapchat?
Everyone but you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm on Snap.
Okay. All right.
I got the champ on Snap.
Posting? You're posting stuff or just lurking?
No, I just I send stuff to my friends. I'm not a story guy.
What do you mean?
I'm more of a Cash App guy, to be honest.
Wow.
Yes, sir. No, you just like you send send pictures directly, and only they can open them.
And what's the point of that as opposed to sending pictures via text or?
Oh, because it's Snapchat, man. Come on.
Because it
You just
disappears.
missed the wave. Yeah, it disappears. It's you can add text, funny filters. It's much better. If someone sent me what they sent on Snapchat just on text, I would be like, "What is this? Why did you send me this?"
Wow. Okay.
Here's the
video. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm calling you out.
Okay.
Boys, going on fucking aerial show Monday. I'm fucking coming at him. You don't talk to Chael like that, Ariel. I'm fucking coming for you, bro. You better have security sitting there, champ. I'm coming.
Okay. All right. So there you have it. I'm curious to see what kind of mood he'll be in, what kind of vibes. Jorge says he's ready, so we'll get to Sean in 20 minutes. I look forward to that very much. Great honor to have him in our studio for the first time, and then we'll get to Jiří Procházka. One half of the main event, Saturday at Madison Square Garden. What a time to be alive. And we've got at least one other big in-studio guest on Wednesday. So it's fun when the UFC comes to town because then we get an opportunity to have people in studio. That's always very fun, right? People coming in, people coming out. The eyes of the mixed martial arts world on this beautiful town, New York City, Madison Square Garden. First event, 2016, UFC 205, Conor McGregor, Eddie Alvarez. What a show that was. UFC 295 this Saturday. Is he on there? He told me he's ready.
No, he's not.
Golly. What does that mean? He's not.
Then I'm going to get him on it.
1 second. Which one did he come on? Zoom 1 or Zoom 2?
2, and I'm sending it to him right now.
All right. We'll talk to Jorge Masvidal. Jorge Masvidal actually was at a Florida courtroom this morning. We have that clip. I believe his situation with Colby Covington is resolved. He pled guilty to misdemeanor battery but avoided jail time. And that means he can and Colby can move on with their respective lives. This is Jorge this morning.
Just beat the case. I want to thank God. And I also want to thank this man right here because I'm a free fucking man. Fuck you, Kobe. It's going to be a fucking movie now. All these orders, all these restraining orders, all these things been lifted off. It's going to be a fucking movie. Thank you, Brad.
You're welcome, man.
If you run into trouble, this is the dude right here, huh? I'm telling you. Undefeated in this fucking courtroom.
All right. I love the lawyer in there. Let's like maybe move 10 feet from here before we start this up again. But that is good news. This is according to MMA Fighting. Damon Martin wrote this article this morning at 12:46 p.m. Eastern. So right before we went on the air, Jorge Masvidal finally got closure on his assault case involving former friend and opponent Colby Covington. On Monday, Masvidal pled guilty to misdemeanor battery as part of a plea deal with prosecutors, with 2 other felony charges being dropped after he attacked Covington outside a restaurant. In Miami back in March 2022, Masvidal was sentenced to time served, and he'll be responsible for paying court fees attached to the case, but he'll face no jail time. In the case, the plea deal brings the long-running saga to an end after Masvidal lost in his fight against Covington back at UFC 272, but that didn't end their rivalry. A few weeks later, Masvidal attacked Covington outside a steakhouse in Miami. Okay, this is all the time. Masvidal's like, with Masvidal reaching an agreement to plead guilty on misdemeanor, the situation involving Covington will now come to an end. So that is good news. All right. We are trying to get him any second here, but the internet is proving to be a problem. Maybe we just go to phone because I don't want to be late. We're already a little bit late here. Yes. Understood. Joe crapping out. Calling. All right. Maybe we'll just call him on the phone. We're going to call him. Yes.
Calling him
on the phone.
All right. We are going to call him.
Yep.
He's got a big event coming up. He's got November 10th in Biloxi, Mississippi, I believe it is. Yes, Biloxi, Mississippi. Roy Big Country Nelson going up against fellow heavyweight Alan Belcher. There was a time where Roy Nelson was fighting at heavyweight and Alan Belcher was fighting at middleweight in the UFC. Might have even gone down to welterweight, but I could be wrong about that. Definitely middleweight. I remember him fighting the likes of Michael Bisping, etc. They are going to headline Jorge Masvidal's Gamebred Bare Knuckle MMA event from Mississippi Coast Coliseum in Biloxi and streaming live and free on the Gamebred Bare Knuckle MMA YouTube page. And last time they had an event that aired on the YouTube page. That was the Junior Dos Santos versus Fabricio Verdum event in September. And I think it got up to like 91,000 viewers, if memory serves me correct. Something like that. So that's, pretty amazing. And there were some other notable names on there on the poster that we just showed. Curtis Millender, Francisco Trinaldo, Randy Costa against Jason Knight. Yeah, there we go. Alex Nicholson. So those are some familiar names. November 10th in Mississippi. Can't believe how Belcher looks so different. He's had success in BKFC. Roy Nelson has had success in bare knuckle MMA, a matchup that I never thought we would see. And Masvidal is putting it together. Why is there always connectivity issues with Masvidal's phone situation? Why does that always seem to happen? Does anyone happen to know? Anyone at all? Let's see here. This is from my friend Shaheen saying that Dana White just announced UFC 297, Sean Strickland versus Dricus du Plessis, UFC 298, Alexander Volkanovski versus Ilya Topuria, which is, what I said was going to happen. UFC 299, Sean O'Malley versus Chito Vera. Good thing that we have Sean O'Malley coming in studio. So as you can see, no Islam versus Charles at 297. So I'm sorry, Toronto. These things happen. But like I said in the report, Volk not fighting in Toronto, and what I was told was Islam versus Charles in January. Clearly, Islam versus Charles isn't happening, and you're getting Sean Strickland versus Dricus, which is interesting because when I was going through the thing, I was like, Sean would be the other guy if they're going to wait for Khamzat. He's not going to be the guy. So now you're getting Sean versus DDP in Toronto, the proud American against the proud South African in Toronto at UFC 297. And we'll see when we get Islam versus Charles 2. More on that later. And of course, we'll talk to Sean O'Malley about that. But we do have Jorge Masvidal here. So can we talk to Jorge Masvidal? Is it phone, Zoom? Phone. Jorge, what's going on?
What's up, man?
What happened? Your Zoom doesn't work? What's going on?
You can't see. I can see you. You can't see me?
No, it's just phone, I'm being told. But it's fine. Let's not worry about it. I can't see you, but it's all good. There you are. Okay. You can see... Okay. You're in the car. Please don't drive and be on the phone. This makes me nervous.
This thing is being held by like some object. I'm just driving, man, and talking to you, bro. Like if you were sitting in the car.
Okay.
Ain't no big deal, bro.
You're also sideways, which is... Okay.
You want me like this?
Yes, that's perfect. That's perfect. Like that is perfect. Okay, just focus on the road. Just listen to me. Don't even look at me. You don't even...
Just be cool, Ariel.
Okay. Good morning. You had a good morning over there. Can you tell us what happened in the courtroom in Florida?
Well, for starters, this little bitch Kobe was trying to hit me with 3 felonies and a misdemeanor after he had declared numerous times that if he saw me in the street, he was literally going to kill me. Right? So it's like the weirdest fucking shit. I couldn't talk about this before, but now I can. He also had said that I attacked him with like 5 individuals. Where the fuck were all these co-defendants? And they would have been in trial as well. You can't just attack people with a mob of people and fuck. That would have been like a hate crime on his fucking flaky ass, you know? So, where the fuck are the rest of the people that he was saying? So again, he's a fucking liar. It was just me and him. I fucking confronted him after he had just dropped that shit. And what did he do? He went and fucking hid in a fucking hostess fucking desk and called the cops, and the recordings are all out there. 911. I'm in fear for my life. This guy's outside trying to kick my ass. You fucking pussy ass bitch. 8 months I've been dealing with this shit. All types of money spent, all types of bullshit. But thank goodness for Brad Cohen. Love this guy. Kept me out of trouble. Great dude. Walked me through the whole thing. Was the best, you know. So big shout out to my guy Brad Cohen.
Okay, and so now it's over. You can officially move on with your life. It's done.
It's over. It's over. Slap the fuck out of some bitches. Now I'm back. Now it's gonna be a movie. This I've been on because, you know, for numerous things I had to be like an extra good behavior. Not that I'm gonna be on bad behavior. Let's just say there's a couple motherfuckers getting slapped sooner rather than later.
What does that mean? What do you mean, like in a sanctioned situation or like on the street?
We ain't getting into no details right now because then they can say allegedly this, allegedly that. We're not gonna get into too many details, but there'll be motherfuckers getting slapped rather soon.
Okay, fair enough. Well, congratulations on that. Is there anything else you want to say about that situation, or do you feel like we've touched it all?
I don't know when, but me and Kobe gonna see each other at some point, whether it's in a fucking cage or I don't know where the fuck it's gonna be, but we're gonna see each other for him lying on my name, for him fucking pressing charges, for everything that he's fucking done. We are gonna see each other, and it's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be interesting. Okay. You know, I'm gonna knock the rest of his fucking teeth out. I got to knock 2 of his fucking fake ass teeth out.
All right. Well, I'm glad that you're able to move on from that. You seem very
3 felonies and a misdemeanor, but they wanted me to. Well, fuck you, motherfucker. You piece of shit. You know what? 3 felonies. I never could have had a job again. You know what I'm saying? And I was scared for my life. Bro.
Yeah. I know. I could feel it. By the way, have you ever seen him on the street since that incident, that alleged incident?
That motherfucker lives under a fucking rock with no Wi-Fi, bro. When he posts something, it's like 4 days later. That motherfucker doesn't say shit or do shit because he knows it's fucking on, bro. You don't fucking move incorrect here, motherfucker. You run into me, I don't know what's gonna happen, bro. You know, should never brought up my kids. I told them before. I told them doing. I told them after. Don't bring up my kids. You're gonna have different problems that you got to deal with the rest of your life. Because I don't give a fuck. I might be retired, but to this day, funnest thing I've ever done in my life is fighting. So if I got a chance to whoop somebody's asses across the line, I'm all for it, bro. Every fucking time we see each other, we get fucking throw down like men. Only difference is I'm never gonna involve fucking other people or police. This fucking fluid gender bitch claiming he's a fucking man and a patriot, and I know he's a fucking state-sponsored snitch, bitch. Fucking what a pussy! I thought I couldn't stand him anymore. He sat in there, did depositions, all types of shit. This fucking coward fuck.
Why not move on now? Why not just like rid your life of him?
My life is rid of him. It's just that we see each other. Let's handle it, bro. Like fucking men. You know what I'm saying? And that's all it is. It's not like I lose any sleep over this guy or cheer for him or hate on him or anything. I don't give a fuck, really. But whenever I see his ass, you got to fucking answer to all those comments you said in the past, brother. And for putting me through this little case and bullshit. You know, I couldn't even, all types of shit. They took away my guns, Ariel. I'm in Miami. I got to have my guns on me. Motherfuckers are wild. They took away my guns, bro. They said I cannot have a gun while I have a fucking open case. Well, anyways, enough of this fucking shit. November 10th, yes. I bring you the best fucking MMA card, bare knuckle, that the world has seen. Roy Nelson versus Alan Belcher. These fucking guys have been training for like 3 months just to take each other's head off. I got Joel Bauman versus Curtis Melender, 2 fucking great athletes that are mean with no gloves. All these guys love to do is fucking knock souls out. So, I mean, this is the best. From top to bottom, and honestly, I feel this is the best card we've ever put together. Literally from top to bottom, action-wise, this will be our biggest card. Last time we streamed the card on YouTube, 5 hours of streaming, we hit over 1 million views. So we're trying to fucking 5x that, go even harder and crazier now. We're also gonna have a show in January in the Hard Rock in South Florida. Maybe you could pull up to that one area. I've been asking you to come to all my shows. You won't even. Now you're a boxing dude, man.
I'm supporting.
Man, but
you need to show up though, bro. It's not the same, Ariel. You need to show up, man. You could, smell the iron in the air, all that.
Yeah, I feel you. No, Roy Nelson, legend of the game. Alan Belcher. I mean, there was a time Alan Belcher was fighting at middleweight. Roy was a heavyweight. Now to see them both fighting at heavyweight, pretty remarkable what Alan Belcher has done in this sort of second or third act of his career. So that's November 10th, and it's on your YouTube channel for free. By the way, you're giving these away for free. How do you get paid? How do you make money if you're giving it away for free on the YouTube channel? Because I saw your numbers, insane numbers, live. I saw 1.91 thousand. Incredible, but you need to get paid, no?
I need to get paid, but also we need to expose this beautiful product to the world and get as many eyeballs on it. Some of these deals that came my way are like slave deals. In the same way that back then I wouldn't sell a patch on my shorts for like some low money. It didn't make sense to me. I won't sell this product. I won't put it on any fight library that doesn't make sense to us, that doesn't agree with all the terms that I want. And in the meantime, I'll just keep building this great product. I'll keep just put it on great fights, and people will be tuning in because it's free as fuck. And next year I'm gonna have about 8 to 10 shows guaranteed. So it's gonna be a problem, man. I mean, I'm just gonna keep racking up these views and the right partners will come along. But as of right now, I just built it and they'll come,
I love it. I saw you did an interview with Mark Raimondi of ESPN, and you said that you might be fighting soon. Oh my God, you just hit your phone. Is that what just happened? The speed made it fall.
Damn right, sonic waves.
When you said this, it was a couple of weeks ago. Were you referring to fighting on one of your shows?
No, I wouldn't do bare knuckle because my hands have suffered a lot, man. If I did one bare knuckle fight, that'd be the one fight I did and then done. No, I wouldn't. I couldn't do bare knuckle right now.
But are you fighting next year?
I'm hearing a lot of rumors, bro. I'm hearing a lot of rumors. I got to sit down with the UFC. We got to talk, this and that, because ultimately, though I'm retired, I'm still in contract with them. So it's not like I could just get up and go like, okay, I'm going to go fight for my promotion, guys. Thanks for everything. It doesn't work like that. So, we've been talking. Everything's looking good. And I don't know if opportunities arise. I'm a competitor, man. I don't know. Let's see, bro. We'll see.
Okay. Would it be in MMA or another discipline?
I'm going to say it'd be in another discipline.
Okay.
I love MMA, don't get me wrong, but I have done it for 20 straight years. Maybe just change it up a little bit. Maybe some Taekwondo matches.
Oh, nice.
Just some straight strikes. Maybe some karate matches, but the full contact. Full contact.
Yeah.
That street kung fu shit.
And so to be clear, when you retired in April, it seemed like you were done, but now it seems like in 2024 you will be competing in some form of fighting.
Definitely. It's just, I keep a good level of fitness now for a while. I was like down on my luck and not training as well. I went a while in training after I retired, and I immediately started feeling all these shit feelings that happened to me before when I'm not training, just fucking feeling depressed and shit, like no energy, I'm not doing nothing. And then I started training once a day, and then I started training once a day every day, and I started training twice a day, and then I started training twice a day every day, and then still going on about my regular life. And I love it. So I'm not in fighting shape right now, but in like 8 weeks I could be in fighting shape, So the possibility of me coming back and fighting somebody, the first step is being in shape, and I'm already in decent shape. So that would have been the first step. I didn't want to just come off the couch. Hey, you got to fight in 2 months. No thanks. I wasn't going to do nothing like that. So I've been keeping myself in shape, and if the right event comes along, fucking I'm there, bro. They got some kung fu match somewhere in the world where you could fucking throw some heat and get paid for it.
Hell yeah.
Your boy will sign up, bro.
Do you have a dream opponent for this match?
I ain't got there's a lot of people want to bust up,
Yeah, I feel you.
There's a lot of people bust up. There's a lot of people talking shit I'd love to get my hands on.
Yeah, who's at the top of the list?
At the top, Anthony Fauci. I'd love to punch him in his shit.
Stop, come on. What are you talking about? All right, give us the hard sell.
Joe Biden?
No. I mean, it's like a 40-year difference between you guys. Can't do that.
I know. No, I would never. But fucking shout out to Donald Trump, man. For why can't we just take a second to be like, yo, Trump, we need you back in the fucking office, man. Some bullshit was happening in this country. This fucking Joe Biden's a clown. This fucking whole constituent groups of fucking
the circus level. You know, it's fucking nuts what's going on around the world. So I just want to give a shout out to Trump, man. Somebody's actually doing something.
Give me the hard sell for the event, November 10th, Mississippi. We've got Sean O'Malley here about to enter the studio, so I want to give you the opportunity to give us the hard sell. Where can people watch it, and why should they watch other than the main event? Because I was just talking about some of the veterans that were on the card, Millender, Trinaldo, Costa. Tell me, and tell the people why they should watch
Jason Knight,
Chase
Sherman, Carson Monotafa, Alex Nicholson. I'm telling you, this card is stacked top to bottom. And more than anything, me and my team, my matchmaker, we search not just for good fighters, good athletes, but the right type of dog that will bite. You know, when they get hit, when they get hurt, when they get tired, that they don't curry out, they don't look for a way out. So we're legitimately always looking for dogs, and that's what I'm trying to do, is put these dogs together in there and have them scrap and give the best performances possible. Give everybody what they want, pure entertainment from when the show starts till it ends. I want everybody's mind to be able to go to another place and just entertain the show. And I promise you, this is the most entertaining show that I've put together. This is the best fucking card we've done. It's gonna be fucking amazing. From the first fight to the last fight, I'm gonna have everybody glued to their fucking seat, you know. I'm gonna break records on YouTube. We're also gonna be streaming on Kick. But for right now, just go to my YouTube page, Jorge Masvidal, or the Gamebred Fight Bare Knuckle page, and fucking check us out. Gamebred Bare Knuckle, my bad.
I love it. I love the way you said your name, by the way. It sounded like me, Jorge Masvidal.
Jorge Masvidal.
Masvidal.
Masvidal. I've been hanging out with you too much. Masvidal.
Masvidal.
Like opera.
Why do I say
Masvidal?
I say it like I'm from Barcelona for some reason. I don't know why I do that, but Masvidal. V.
Puta madre. Yo, I see you beefing with everybody, man. What's going on?
No, we're
everybody
good.
wants you now, huh?
Listen, you come at the king, you best not miss.
Damn right. And look, anyways, Chael's a bitch. I mean, he knows it himself.
Oh,
That's the dirtiest fighter that ever lived. He got popped with like 9 substances, still couldn't win the title.
Friends now.
You know
friends.
that guy's sore.
Don't worry.
Yeah, but still, he's a punk.
You think I won that debate, right? You think I won that debate?
Yeah, you definitely won that debate.
Thanks,
and
Jorge,
you know, you can tell you won it. You can tell you won it when the fighter's like, "I'm gonna attack you," because you can't win with your mouthpiece. So now you gotta resort to violence. Tell that old steroid using motherfucker, come use the violence on me, bro. Tell him to talk like that, bro. You're such a reporter, bro.
I appreciate
fucking puss.
Thank you for your support, Jorge.
Fake ass gangster from what the fuck? What is he a gangster for? For fucking tax fraud and shit like that?
Oh no, this is not.
Fuck this idiot, bro. Fuck this idiot. Then I said, fuck you, man.
All right, Jorge. Much love to you. Good luck. We'll be watching on Friday.
God bless everybody. Thank you for everybody's love and support. I've opened up my messages and stuff, and it's just been an overwhelming amount of support from fans all over, wishing me luck before the case, during the case, and after. So I just want to say to all the fans and everybody watching, thank you. Thank God Almighty for this moment, and I'll do some big things in 2024. Trying to knock some heads out.
Can't wait. You're always welcome. Thank you, Jorge. Talk to you soon. Good luck on Friday. There he is, Jorge Masvidal. He's very happy. He's high on life, I would say. All right, let's not waste any time. The champ is here. The reigning, defending UFC bantamweight champion of the world. Is he really here? Sugar Sean? You know yourself. You are what you say. What's up, Sean? How are you, man? Brother, man, please have a seat. Oh my God, what an honor. Yeah, welcome.
Did you see the news?
I just saw it, yeah.
Finally.
They did it because they knew you were coming on, so we could talk about it.
Well, they did it because they had me coming out to New York doing a bunch of media stuff, and I'm like,
trying to take all the credit, sorry.
And then they said, you're going on Ariel's show, we need to announce it. You didn't let me finish.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm glad they announced it, because I do have a bunch of media this week, and I was like, what is there to talk about?
Yes.
You know, I beat up Aljo so long ago. It's like, I'm over that.
Yes.
You know, so
299, March.
299.
Was there a date?
No.
Is it March?
Location. No date, no location.
Okay. I heard
March, yeah,
something like that. Yeah. But it is definitely March.
Yeah.
And it is Cheeto.
It is.
And you're the main event.
I am, of course.
I was just checking.
You can't go down from the last fight.
No, of course.
You know what I mean?
Any chance it's in Arizona?
I have no idea, to be honest. I really don't.
March is usually the Vegas one.
I love Vegas. You know, I love fighting in Vegas. If I could pick, I'd fight in Vegas every time.
But you did like fighting in Boston.
I loved it. That was cool. That was crazy. There was literally 6 Aljo fans there in the whole stadium. I counted them. It was wild.
Okay, so this is exciting. I appreciate Dana White. Thank you, Dana, if you're watching. Thank you for doing this so we can actually talk and not dance around. How long have you actually known about this?
I've known about this for a long time. Well, I called for the December, right after the fight. I wanted to cheat on December, but they already had their kind of plans. So, you know, they said early next year. And then, so I've known about it for a while, but it just never feels official until Dana announces it.
Sure. And so is March good for you, or would you have preferred January or February?
March is good. Yeah, I'd like to get in 2 next year, so March will be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you a little banged up after the fight? Because I was listening to your show and you were feeling like,
a little couple here, this side of my hand from bouncing it off his head. I think it was like 37 times I counted.
Yes.
And I should have been punching straight, which I did a couple times. But I was, hammer fisting him. And I had this little muscle strain just annoying me for a couple of weeks. But I feel good.
Back's okay?
It's my back, but it's my rib. But that's it's getting better.
Okay.
I'm able to start training here soon, so.
Okay, so you haven't been able to train?
I've trained, but not like 100%, like full on training.
Does that mess you up? Like your mind?
Mentally a little bit, yeah.
Because I heard you and Tim, shout out, the Sugar and Timbo show, or is it
Timbo Sugar Show?
Fuck, I always fuck that up.
It's okay.
By the way, shout out to oat milk as well. You an oat milk guy?
I asked for almond, but I don't mind. They said they only had oat. Wasn't gonna complain.
No, because actually a friend of yours, Corey Sandhagen, gives me shit.
Who? Not jokes.
He's a big whole milk guy.
I actually use raw, like the raw whipping cream when I make my own coffee.
Raw whipping cream?
Yeah.
No way.
The whipping cream?
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
You put that in?
Yeah, just like a little bit, froth it, pour it over.
Thick.
With a little bit of honey.
Honey?
Yeah, that's all you need.
Tim is a big coffee guy, right?
Yeah, Tim is. He's opening up his own little spot right now.
Coffee shop?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did he teach you about that?
We kind of started making coffee around the same time. I've been using the same AeroPress for like 5 years, my little technique, and yeah.
Okay. Almond or oat? What do you like better?
Well, I like oat milk better, but I think almond's a little bit better for you. I don't know.
Okay.
But if I make my own, I use the whipping cream.
I got excited. I was like, wow, kindred spirits. I like oat. I like almond. Just depends,
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not sure how I got on that tangent.
It's my first sip of coffee of the day.
How do you feel?
Didn't you
just fly in?
I was in Atlanta.
Yeah.
I was doing this Prize Picks thing, and
what is that?
It was a Prize Picks tournament.
Oh, it was like a fantasy thing. Yeah.
They had a crazy lineup. The Nelk Boys, Danny Duncan, Drewski.
Okay.
It was They had it was a crazy lineup. But yeah, so I was in Atlanta. Woke up at 4.
Sheesh.
Took an early flight so I could make it here. I could have took a later flight.
Yeah.
Slept in, but I didn't.
Fuck, what a legend. Yeah. I was talking to Imran, your guy, Sanibel.
Yep.
The gloves are incredible. We have the gloves that are coming out. Where are the gloves? Right here. Actually, he said he was sending me a pair, but I think there they are, right there.
Yeah, okay.
Look at those. Those are incredible.
those are-
Imran said that look at that. Look at that box,
Yeah,
by the way.
box.
He said I owed you an apology because, I was always saying, when you become champ, you're going to change.
Oh, yeah.
Still responding right away. I mean,
Wait till I'm double champ, though. That's when it gets
that's when it's going to get
different. That's
crazy?
probably when I
Okay,
stop.
that's when you stop responding or
probably.
coming on the show early and flying in and all that stuff. Well,
Yeah.
so please don't change.
No, I won't.
It's going to happen eventually.
Probably.
But it's a byproduct of the system. You just become so popular. I mean, just look at your watch. I can hardly look at your face because it's just like glistening.
Yeah.
What kind of watch is that?
Just a Rolex. I asked for. I got it custom, just iced out pink. I love pink.
Yeah, I love it too. How much does that go for?
Depends.
Is that a weird question? I know nothing about watches.
Well, I don't know either too, because they hooked me up too. So
must be nice.
Yeah.
You didn't have to pay for it.
No, I paid for it.
You did, okay.
I still paid a lot for it, but I don't know what the regular,
What the actual retail price is.
I just bought a nice Richard Mille.
Okay.
That one.
Yeah?
That one's sexy.
Is it Mill or Millie?
I think it's Richard Mille. If we're getting real, but I honestly don't know.
Okay, you're a big watch guy?
Not really. Just you make some money and you just spend it on a couple watches. So I wouldn't say I'm a huge watch guy. Got a nice little collection though.
Sure. Do you have those things that you put it in? And
I do.
You do.
The watch spinners.
Yeah,
winders.
yeah.
Of
That's when you
course.
know you're legit.
Yeah, you got to
go
keep
into
them
those.
ticking. You can't wear them all. I've tried.
How is
I seriously did.
how is life as champion? Is it better than you thought? Same as you thought?
I'd say it's same. I feel like I was champ. I feel
Right.
like I just kind of always been champ. Like ever since I started, knocking out Eddie Wineland, and then I just felt like I was champ from then. So.
What does that
nothing
mean
really
though? Because you weren't actually champion. So how did you actually think you were champion?
I mean, I was the most popular guy in the division.
Mm-hmm.
I was the only one really anybody cared about in the division. So I feel like that's what champ is.
Okay.
Like who's the most popular guy in the division? It was me. It's been me for a long time. But
Bullseye was on you.
yeah, I had the target on me. You know, I was taking the easy fights. But yeah, it was crazy. Last year, October, Peter was ranked number 1.
Right.
Beat him. Aljo was the greatest bantamweight of all time. Beat him. But the narrative still is taking easy fights.
You think that's still the case?
I still see it.
Really?
Well, sometimes.
You don't feel like you've gotten the love after the Aljo fight?
A little bit of both. A little love, a little hate. But
You always get the hate.
yeah.
Comes with the territory.
It does.
Listen, take it from me. They're coming for my neck.
I know.
saw. Actually, you're quite friendly because in your video.
I know I was cap and I was gonna punk you, but I couldn't.
No.
Got nervous.
No.
Too big.
Listen.
Intimidating.
People don't realize.
Yeah, when I walked in, I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, people don't realize.
You versus Chael though. That was crazy.
No, it's okay. Who do you think won?
Well,
Everyone, have you done a video on it yet?
No, I haven't.
Everyone else has done a video
I
on it.
saw.
I'm like, geez, Louise.
I thought it was. I thought it was interesting.
Okay, so you think I lost, clearly.
No, I didn't say. I think it was a tie. It was like Francis Tyson. It was like a close one, up for interpretation. It was close.
I think we were actually both arguing two completely different things is the problem.
Yeah, well, I think, yeah. I think Chael knows exactly what Chael's doing.
Okay,
I think
thank
he's,
you.
yeah, he wasn't going to lose that.
My whole point was Francis just got paid. He did really well, and now he's going to get paid more. And then everyone who has been against Francis, actually including, I mean, I played a clip.
Yeah.
Of, you thought it was a mistake too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just think you want to be in the UFC. Or I personally was like, there's nowhere else to fight. Yeah, you can go get a big bag. But now what? I mean, he does have options because he did put on a performance. Very risky. Because if he would have went out there and
Super
lost,
risky.
it's like, do you really care to see him?
But it worked out. That's the whole point.
It did work out. Yeah, it did work out.
This dude
Yeah,
escaped
crazy.
Cameroon on a raft, was put into.
Crazy.
He's used to taking risks.
Yeah.
So why can't we just give him that?
It worked out.
You know?
I was wrong. I ate my words. I didn't think it was, the smartest decision. But yeah.
Did you watch the fight?
I did. I thought Tyson won a boxing match. I thought he won. But I guess I feel like I'm like one of the only ones that think that.
I mean, I think the traditionalists say, but like to me, this was such a weird fight to begin with.
Yeah.
The actual fight, it's very clear who won, right? If this was a fight between two people, who's the winner? Pride rules. Who's winning?
Oh well, yeah. I feel like that can't even. That conversation is so.
No, you know why? Because in a real world, Tyson Fury is not fighting a boxing debutante. So I apply completely different rules to this crazy fight.
Yeah.
And everyone thought that Tyson was going to smoke him, or he was going to carry him and make it seem interesting. But that the dude hung in there.
Anytime someone says they're gonna carry him, like even when Floyd fought Logan, like Floyd carried him, like
bullshit.
No one's carrying anyone. They're trying to knock each other out 100%.
They said that about Floyd and Conor too.
Yeah. No way.
You don't believe that?
No.
So it's not pro wrestling, right?
Yeah. No, they're trying to finish each other at all times. There's no way you're gonna go in there and risk it just to entertain the people that carry him. Yeah.
So he didn't carry him, and then he got dropped in the third. He got rocked in the eighth.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
It was incredible. He boxed very nice. It was impressive. His gas tank was impressive. Because if you've never boxed before, and he's 37, imagine like a 37-year-old starting jiu-jitsu for a couple years and then competing against Gordon.
Right.
Like there's 0% chance. But I guess boxing's a little, different. But yeah, it was impressive. It was cool.
Did it give you hope?
I know I'm gonna box someday, 100%. Like I've had that feeling of when I'm gonna be champ. Like I would have said that when I was 21, 22 on the Contender Series. Like I'm gonna be champ, and I know that. I feel that. Like I'm gonna box someday. I know that. I don't know who. I don't know when, but I'm going to box someday. So I had hope before, but yeah, it just like proves that it's.
Why do you want to do that?
I love boxing. I think it's a sweet sport. I just think it'd be fun. I think a boxing camp would be really fun. I think the build-up would be really fun. I think it'd be, it's just different. Yeah, I've been MMA fighting for so long. Boxing would just be a cool little switch up, little change up.
Easier on the body as well, right?
Yeah, boxing is a lot easier on the body, probably harder on the head.
Right.
Wrestling's probably easier on the head, harder on the body, or MMA, I guess. But yeah, I just think it'd be really fun. I think it'd be cool.
Is it true that you mentioned Haney to the UFC brass and they?
I talked to him. Well, I'm not lying. I've never, and maybe I should before I start talking shit to people. I've never watched him or that Shakur
Stevenson.
I've never watched one boxing match of them.
They're pretty good.
Javante versus Ryan.
Yeah.
Ryan Garcia.
Yeah.
That's the only time I fought or watched Javante fight. So I've watched. So maybe I should watch them before I talk shit. But
So why them? Just because they're in your weight class and you know?
Those are the 3 guys I've heard of.
Right. Okay.
So
because we've talked about boxing. You don't actually watch boxing,
I don't
right?
watch boxing. I watch Jake.
Yeah. You watch more influencer boxing.
I watch Jake. I'll watch Logan box. But it's just like there's just something. It's just not that interesting to me. It's not like an exciting big.
Even the
fight.
technique,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I literally, even UFC, like I'll watch big fights. I don't really tune in for, anything that's not really big. So, but yeah, I think, the UFC did say they're like, those guys aren't really pay-per-view guys. They don't really sell. They said the Ryan Garcia's, like if any of them were ever to be a fight, like he would be the one that has the most potential for me as far as just a big pay-per-view. UFC said if it makes us money, we'll do it. Like if it's big enough, it's massive Conor Floyd. I'm not saying me versus anyone's Conor Floyd yet. Someday, 4 or 5 years, I go out there and do my thing like I've been doing. I think I could box one of these guys. But yeah, they said it just has to take another superstar in the boxing world, and they someone will pop up.
Are you and Ryan cool?
I don't think we have real beef.
Okay.
But I know I talk shit about boxers,
Yeah.
so they gotta hate a little bit. But it's funny. It would suck. I would hate to just have boxing skills and not be able to like defend myself on the ground or something. Because then I feel like I couldn't talk shit. Because like the boxers can't actually talk shit to me. You know what I mean? They can, but it's like you can't do anything about it. You know what I mean?
They could say in our world.
I could fight all 3 of them in an MMA fight, not at the same time.
Right.
But I could beat them all in one night in an MMA fight.
Right.
Like that's embarrassing. No, it's not embarrassing. I take that. It's not embarrassing. But they can't. Like they can talk shit on Twitter, but they can't actually fight. They can box like motherfuckers.
Right.
And I'm not even saying I'm gonna go out there. I believe I could beat them? Yes. Am I a little delusional? That's how I got here.
Sure.
And but yeah, that would suck to only be able to box.
Do those challenges excite you more than the challenges that lay ahead in MMA because it to some people seems so far-fetched?
The Cheeto fight, I'm very excited about. Like, I don't get much more excited about a fight than that.
Really?
Like,
Why?
I want that fight. It's just perfect. I feel like it's perfect timing. After that first fight, everyone's like, you got to get that rematch. You got to get that rematch. And I said, I'll get that rematch when I want that. When it's time. When it's time for that rematch, I'm gonna call for it and I'll get it. I could have got that rematch whenever I wanted. I was like, it's not the right time yet. Now is the right time. So I'm just very excited about that fight. He actually texted me.
Cheeto?
Yeah.
Come on.
I swear.
What did he say?
Let me see.
I didn't know you guys text.
Yeah, I messaged me. He said, hey, bro. He spelled hey, H-A-Y too. I'm like, what the fuck? Hey, bro, thanks for choosing me on your next fight. Our last fight, I got so lucky. It's crazy. You were kicking my ass, LOL. And I was just like, oh, that's pretty cool. He just acknowledged it, so.
Is that a DM or a straight text?
DM, IG, yeah.
Okay, wow. I didn't know you guys were down like that. Like you were cool.
Yeah. I didn't message back.
You didn't message. You left him on scene.
Red.
Okay.
Yeah, scene red.
Yeah.
Scene. So yeah, I'm super excited about that fight. Wherever it's at, hopefully in the States, will be exciting.
Wow. Do you think Cheeto Vera is fighting for the belt next if you're not the champion?
No way. That boring ass fight versus Pedro. I didn't even watch it and I know it's boring.
You've not watched it yet?
No.
It was on your card.
I was in the back meditating, breathing.
But even after the fact?
Locking in. I just knew it was going to be boring.
How do you know it's boring if you haven't seen it?
He's just not like super exciting. I mean, yeah, no, I don't want to talk him down too much, you know what I mean? Because I got to build a fight.
Very smart.
But I'm going to smoke this dude.
Yeah?
I'm going to smoke this dude.
Is this personal?
I don't feel like it's personal because I feel like if this fight never happened, I would be, it wouldn't bother me. I've never lost sleep over this fight. I've truly am undefeated. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's not personal. Could get personal. The build up, we'll see what gets said, what happens. But it's business. Exciting business.
But for me, you're the 2 most popular guys in the division with your own fan bases. So it's perfect. I agree. It's the best fight to make at 135 right now. There's definitely other guys like Henry.
No. Henry?
I would say in the mix, right? Corey, Henry, Merab, Umar.
Sure. Henry?
I would say he's in the mix, no?
No.
Really?
No.
Coming off a title fight.
He lost. Yeah, I mean, it depends how you look at it. He's just so short. I can't picture, like, I just don't get it.
You think he's so far in back of the line?
Yeah.
Like, you'd put him behind Merab?
Yeah. I mean, if he goes out there and beats Merab, that's different.
Are they going to fight?
I thought I'd keep seeing that. I'm going to keep hearing that on socials and stuff. I feel like I've seen it like 3 different times.
Really? I mean, it would make sense.
Henry in works. They'll probably put it on our card. That'd be smart.
Sense, yeah. Who would win that in your opinion?
That's an interesting fight. Henry is good. He's really good. I mean, he's not.
I think it's a great fight.
Yeah, he's great. And I told him, and I still extend this invitation. If you want to work on some defensive wrestling, I know Aljo took you down 4 times, and he tried to take me down twice and couldn't. But if you want to work, let me know. I'll show you some shit.
Come to the gym?
Yeah, I'll show him some.
Do you ever run into him? I don't know how close you guys are in Arizona.
I've never ran into him.
No.
I think I've seen him at the airport once a long time ago. You know what? I did actually see him at the airport. I was in first class, and he walked right past me into the back. I'm not even kidding. I felt bad. I was like, God.
Did you say anything to him?
No. I just
always
was
tough.
Like, it's like awkward. Like, he was kind of like trying to hide.
Yeah.
So
it's always tough.
Yeah.
So Cheeto would be the guy who, if you're Merab, are you pissed right now? This is official. You were holding out hope.
I'm pissed if I'm Rob just because he looks like that. I would just be pissed if I woke up and looked like that. His nose is lower. My nose is kind of fucked up too, I'm not going to lie, but his is like.
But I mean, the resume would suggest that there's a case to be made, right?
For him to be next?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Merab versus Henry would make sense.
No, like literally next. Like the guy fighting
Cheeto?
you in March. I'm delighted for Cheeto. I love Cheeto, so I'm not trying to make the case. But if you're Merab right now, do you think you should be pissed? Or would you say to him, hey, you need to promote yourself better. You need to have more exciting fights. You need to do X, Y, and Z to be worthy of fighting me?
I don't know. It's just some people like people and some people they're not interesting. But it's definitely possible to get a title shot. I mean, boring people get title shots eventually after so many wins. So it's... But yeah, me versus Cheeto's, I think, just the easiest fight. Simple. Like, that one... Fight business.
Right.
That makes the most money.
You think so?
Well, I know so.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
What do you think this gets?
Pay-per-view wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, this will obviously my first pay-per-view that I get.
So. Oh yeah, because you didn't get. I hate that, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
you sold that pay-per-view in August.
100%. I mean, the entire arena. Like I said, there were 6 people there with the Aljo. That was crazy. I've never even experienced anything like that. I think the loudest part was "fuck you, Aljo." Like, and I remember that vividly.
On the East Coast too.
Yeah, crazy. And yeah, how many does this pay-per-view do? I don't know. I'm excited to find out. I'm excited to. I've always, like, since I got in the UFC, I'm like, I want to be a pay-per-view star someday.
Right.
I want to be a pay-per-view star someday, and here it is. I think this is gonna be. I think it's gonna be big.
What do you think Aljo should do?
I don't know. I like Aljo. He's a good dude.
You do like him?
Yeah. I've really never said anything bad about him. I think he goes up to 45 would be super interesting. I think there's a lot of interesting fights up there at 45.
You think he's big enough for that?
I think his weight gets big enough for that. I'm probably 160 right now. Like, I probably won't get over this. He's probably 175. Like, it just doesn't make sense to go back to 35. For his health, for his longevity. I think there's certain matchups at 45 that he could, do good. What about Aljo versus like Brian Ortega? It's a sweet fight.
Right.
But he'll probably go back down to 35 just because he's insecure and he wants to be stronger and bigger than these guys. Why else would he not fight at 45? It's like if his skills aren't there. His skills, he's good.
Right.
Not as good as me, but he's good. You know what I mean? He could go up to 45. I think he'd do fine up there.
Would you ever do something like what Volkanovski just did? Take a
short notice fight?
Title, like a big fight, but on 10 days' notice, or what Aspinall is doing.
No way.
You wouldn't do it?
No.
Why is that?
I'm a performer, and I need to prepare. I'm not going to go out there, and who knows, maybe I will someday, but right now, like, I just don't see myself doing that. I want to prepare. I want 10 weeks, 12 weeks. I need to be at home, dialed in, doing all my routines, locked in, 10, 12 weeks. That's what I want.
What about replacement? Would you, like, let's say you're in Islam's shoes. Would you accept the 10 days out?
Yeah. You got to do that. That was gangster about Alex.
Yeah, 100%.
That's gangster.
But you would accept it because, the most famous case is John Jones saying no to Chael Sonnen about 2 weeks before their fight way back in the day.
Yeah, I guess it depends. Like, can you redo the fight here in a couple weeks? Is it a couple months? Is it, the opponent? You training for a specific guy? I guess it depends. But I feel like I probably would if you're that close to a fight. Mm-hmm. It'd be hard not to. Yeah. Because I hate waiting around. I don't want to wait either.
I think most people would agree. The thing is, like, did Alex make a mistake? Alex was talking about afterwards, like, mentally he was struggling. Did you see that clip of him saying he was struggling? Yeah. And he had just fought 3 months before. It wasn't like he was out for 8 months. Do you sympathize with any of that? Like, if you're going through a long stretch without fighting, do you feel like, even now you're talking about not being able to train, your body was needing to heal. Do you feel like you're going crazy if you're not doing that?
Yeah, a little bit. I think it's just because you're so, for me anyway, like, it's so disciplined, so focused for 10, 12 weeks, that it's just like an extreme level of focus and discipline, that after that, it's like what goes up must come down. So you kind of like, you fight, and then you can eat whatever you want, you can do whatever you want, you go party with the boys. I don't know if he's partying or not, but definitely, you doing that stuff. And I think it's just the pendulum swings, and you're really high on life, and then you kind of come down, and it's hard to get back on that routine and discipline. And then, it just kind of affects your mind a little bit. But I think, I feel like for me, as long as I can train hard and grapple hard, it really comes down to grappling hard. Like, hitting mitts and stuff's fun, it's whatever. But just grappling live from the feet, smacking hands, wrestling, that shit's my favorite. Like, if I can't do that, that's when I start going a little crazy.
Mm-hmm. But, like, you have a moment like you did in August in Boston, the Monday or Tuesday after, where you're just back to regular life. Is it hard to come down from that high?
A little bit, not too bad. Like, it definitely helps having a little princess. My little baby just turned 3.
Wow.
Like, having that definitely helps a lot. And I was just moving into my little farm I got. So, I was kind of keeping myself busy doing other stuff. But yeah, it's not, there's nothing to complain about. Like, we got millions of dollars, and you're I don't know which car I'm going to drive that day. And so it's like I could be complaining about other things. So it's just, you just got to learn how to, I think it all comes down to being able to meditate. Meditate, quiet your mind, and have a good, like, morning routine, a good night routine. And that's how you kind of get your mind back on track. Easier said than done, though, for sure.
I need to do this. I'm in desperate need of this. What would you suggest? How do I get on the horse?
I mean, for me, the Waking Up app, Sam Harris, he's like this neuroscientist, walks you through meditations. This is like a 90-day thing, or 50-day, or whatever it was. Just like introduction into meditation. And I did that a long time ago, and I feel like that kind of helped me get into a routine.
So you wake up and you put this on?
Yeah.
And you listen to it?
Not this one specifically every time, but that's how I started, the Waking Up app, and it was just like a I forget how long. I think it was 30 days.
Okay.
You do it every morning. I think there was like 3 minutes for the first couple days, then it's 5 minutes for the first couple days, then it gets to 10 minutes. So I do 10 minutes every morning. I feel like it really helps me kind of just start my day and be able to, think a little bit more clearer. But yeah, I think that's like the recipe for being able to deal with anxiety, depression, all those things. I think it comes down to just meditation and being able to quiet your mind. And I think that's why I succeed so much in fights. I just go somewhere else in the back. I just completely let go of everything. I just surrender to the moment. I have a conversation with myself. I say I'm just gonna let my higher self take over. And I feel like it's hard for me to even remember the walkout or the fight itself, because I feel like it's not even me.
Wow.
It's wild.
So you're meditating in the locker room?
Yeah, just breathing, following my breath. I mean, the UFC is doing a cool-ass documentary that's going to be, I think, released. I think it's actually going to be released next year, early next year, where they were following me around before the fight week, in the back. I'm excited to see that. Wow. Yeah, it was really
They're
cool.
so behind you, and people look at that as like a knock, but I think it's incredible. Like that, they posted the entire finish.
Yeah.
It might even been like the entire fight, like right after.
The whole second round.
Yeah. Right after.
Yeah, that was crazy.
They never do that.
No, on YouTube, on Insta,
yes, on Twitter, yeah.
Or X.
They'll take that shit down right away because it was just on pay-per-view. That's wild.
Yeah, I'm not even supposed to technically post it on my social medias, but I'm like, it's everywhere. So.
Right.
But yeah, that was crazy. I think that moment deserved it, though. Like that moment.
Yeah, it was huge.
Yeah.
Well, especially because you have been on the radar for so long. But so I'm wondering, like, for someone who thought he was the champion for so long, to now be living it, to actually be living about the thing that you were dreaming of, that's an intense thing, right?
I literally just feel like a normal dude. Like
nothing's changed.
No, I feel if I like the only thing. Well, even before, like if I'd go into public or go to a club or anything, I was referred to as champ when I walked in. Like everyone called me champ for years. Now that I'm champ, it's just like still it feels. I feel like just a normal dude, especially when I hang out with all my buddies. You know, they're roasting me, giving me shit, talking to me like just a normal dude. Like I don't feel like I hang around people that are just like think I'm cool. You know, especially Tim.
Right.
You know, Tim definitely, he just treats me like a, normal person.
I guess what I was referring to is like when you think of something, like when do you think was the first time you thought of the idea of being UFC champ? How old were you?
That's crazy you said it, because I don't think I've ever even told this story. I think I was like 17, 18. This was before I even watched the UFC. Like I knew what the UFC was. And I started kickboxing. I started training a little bit, and I was like, okay, maybe like so delusional. I'm like, I'm gonna be UFC champ. Never even had an MMA fight at this time. I think I was 17 years old, and I watched this show on Netflix called The Secret. You ever see that?
Yeah.
And
wait, like the movie or the
whatever, like where you just think it and
okay,
yeah. Pretty sure it's called The Secret.
Yeah.
And I went in my basement, and I guess I meditated on it or whatever. But at the time, I went out there, put a blanket, like made a little fort, turned off all the lights, pitch black, and I just saw like me winning the belt, which is so weird to even think about because I didn't even have an MMA fight yet. And so that was like the first time I ever thought like I could be champ.
Yeah, you never even been in a fight?
I kickboxed. I had kickboxing, and I was like, because I wanted to be famous for what I wanted to be rich, wanted to be famous. I just didn't know what I was gonna do. I wanted to be in the NFL. Realized real quick that's not gonna happen. So I was like, and
that was the first dream.
That was the first dream. Okay. NFL, NBA, like one of those. I love sports. But then I was like, okay, I would kickbox. I was like 4-0 kickboxing, couple amateur boxing fights, knocking dudes out when I was like 16 years old. I was like, oh, damn, this came kind of natural, and it was fun. And I was like, well, I have one plan. Like, I'm going to figure out how to just make fighting. I thought I was going to kickbox at first because I hated wrestling, hated jiu-jitsu, wouldn't even go to the classes. Jiu-jitsu would end, and then there's like kickboxing. I would get there a little bit early, and they were all in their gis, and I'm like, that looks so stupid. And so I never went to that until I moved to Arizona, really. And then, so I just thought maybe I'll kickbox. But even then, I don't know why I was so delusional thinking about, but it worked out.
Why didn't you go down the kickboxing path?
Why didn't I?
Yeah. Is that Cheeto?
Yeah. No. I don't know why I didn't go down the kickboxing path. That's a good question.
More money to be made in MMA.
They're
Maybe
definitely,
you realize that?
I didn't even think about kickboxing money, or I guess I just only had seen like the UFC. I never really seen like there was a kickboxing. I'm from, Helena, Montana too. Like there's no kickboxing stars or anything,
right,
or even MMA stars. I don't know. So weird trying to think about what I was thinking about back then.
Yeah.
I just liked performing. I'd fight 3 times a month in Montana sometimes. Like we could fight every weekend. And I just loved performing. I've always wanted to just be a performer, whatever it was. I'm taking singing lessons now.
For real?
Yeah. It's fucking embarrassing,
What
bro.
do you mean?
I'm
Why?
dead ass.
Why? You want to be a singer?
I'm definitely will never sing publicly.
Okay.
But I don't know what it was. I guess I was going a little. I'm like, I need to do something. I want to do something. Singing's cool. I've always thought singing. I think everyone wishes they could sing.
Sure,
right?
sure.
And so I find this girl on this random app, or no, like I googled like singing lessons near me. It's in this lady's apartment. I walk in and just have done 3 classes so far. It's so embarrassing.
Does she know who you are?
She didn't after the first one, and then she was asking some questions. And I was like, oh, I have to go to New York, like, because we were scheduling out our schedule. And then she's like, oh, why are you doing that? I'm like, oh, I just got to go do some like media stuff. And then so she found out after the first session.
Uh-huh.
But it is the most embarrassing thing I've ever done in my life.
What kind of singing?
Just like singing.
Like, is she trying? She's doing the
30-minute lesson. Yeah, trying to find like a little tone.
Oh yeah, this is amazing.
It was so embarrassing. I was sweating. Like I was.
Is it just you two?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would never do it with anyone else.
Give us like a preview. What does it sound like?
I gotta get 6 months. But I told myself, I'm just gonna keep. Every time it comes around, it's once a week. I always want to just cancel or not show up. But I'm just gonna do it. And it's so odd. It feels so good after. Like even if it's embarrassing and I suck But if there's something about doing something you really, really don't want to do, and that's really hard and embarrassing, that feels good. And it made me realize when people do jiu-jitsu for the first time, when they're like, oh, I'm so nervous, I'm so scared. I'm like, why? Like, just go and do it. But I get that feeling trying to go to sing. It's so embarrassing.
Would you ever come out with like a rap album or something? I know you're friends.
The only way I would ever do it is if I actually thought it was sweet, and the chances of that happening are very slim to none. I just can't. I don't have that in me
This is
yet.
strictly something you want to do for internal purposes.
Yeah. I'll maybe kill a fucking karaoke someday with the boys. Like, that would be kind of fire.
You sing a song, you come out to it, you walk out your own song.
No, I got my song.
Yeah, I know you got your song, but like it's been done.
I'll sing
Tyron
that
Woodley.
song.
Oh, that'd be cool.
No, I mean, but yeah, no. So I did that. That was really embarrassing, but it felt good to just do something I didn't want to do.
Yeah.
I don't even know how we got there.
There's a great lesson to be learned there. Well, I mean, I guess your whole life you're kind of doing things and you're putting yourself out there. You want to be famous. You recognize you want to be famous. Do you know why you wanted to be famous? You just felt like
girls. 100%.
That was it. It was just
I
that.
feel like it had to have been that. Like, that's why I started fighting in general.
Right.
Yeah, just get chicks.
It was just that.
Were
you having trouble getting girls before you were competing?
Well,
or?
I was 16, so I was starting to get girls right around then.
Okay.
But I'm just like, it's gonna help.
Yeah. Did it help?
Oh yeah.
Once you started fighting?
Yeah.
Even though you didn't have any tattoos or anything, right?
No, not when I was 16.
Right.
It just gave you that confidence.
Yeah.
Like, I'll whoop someone's ass. But I was still, even 16, 17, I was like so small and like just insecure. And so yeah, I don't.
Even when you were playing football?
Oh yeah, I was tiny. I always like, give me the ball.
Right.
Score, 100%.
What position?
Wide receiver, just the little guy position, you know, put him over there.
Yeah.
Defensive back. I still think defensive backs are one of the best, like some of the best athletes in the world though.
But when you were playing football for, what was it, your high school?
Yeah.
You weren't getting girls?
Not from football, no.
Really? I feel like that's like the American.
No.
You walk around with that jacket.
No, I never was
You
there.
do that?
I never played varsity. I went to high school like freshman, sophomore year, and I didn't play. I played like junior varsity was like the highest I played, and then quit that.
Okay. Someone, who is it? Oh, yo, I was looking at my, Marlon Vera keeps calling me.
Actually.
On FaceTime, look.
Answer it.
Should I answer it? Marlon, I'm live on the show right now. Oh, and Action's here. I got Sean right there.
What are you doing?
I
mean, you're asking the guy, why you want to be famous? You want to get bitches, you fucking pussy?
Well, you want to get dudes?
I mean, you don't get pussy before you're famous, you fucking bitch.
Oh, I got pussy before I was famous, champ.
Seems like you're not, because that's what you're talking right now. You want to get pussy when you're famous? You fucking weak.
Okay.
You gotta work on that shit talk, bud.
I mean, I don't need to talk. I don't need to work about it.
I do a lot of work about it.
Marlon, it's good to see you. I want to give the champion his respect.
No, let him keep talking, but he's
you
stupid. It just sounds funny. Keep talking. You just sounds, huh?
The bantamweight champ. You guys are fighting in March, right? UFC 299.
Oh, we are? Oh, that's nice.
It was just announced.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Wow.
All
Let him
right.
keep talking. He sounds stupid. It's funny.
Well, yes.
Give me some promotions so you can get some pussy.
Okay.
Keep it up, boy.
All right. Marlon, you're the man. Good to see you. Say hello to Action.
Oh, he's right here. Look.
Yes, he's with Action Bronson. Do you know Action Bronson?
Singer?
Yeah, there he is. Hey, Action, how are you? We'll see you soon. Okay. Wow, they have us on the big screen here. All right, guys.
Wow.
Good to see you. Peace. He blew you a kiss. I don't think the kiss was for me.
I think it was for you. Because he doesn't want to get bitches. He wants to get,
Yes, he was calling me because someone kept calling me and I.
Yeah.
It was.
That's probably who it was, actually.
That was, yeah.
That's crazy.
What do you think of that?
I mean, for a dude to want to get bitches, I think that's pretty normal. If he doesn't want to, I mean, hey, everyone swings their own way, does their own thing. If he doesn't like that, you don't like that.
I actually really like the dynamic between you two.
What do you mean?
I don't know. You guys have a good There's a good friendly rivalry there. I don't know.
I would call that friendly.
It's healthy. I like there's tension. You both have fought. There's some dispute on your end as to what happened towards the end of the fight. Let's settle it.
Oh, I can't wait.
At the top of the mountain with the biggest prize at stake.
I can't wait, Ariel. Oh.
How much better are you now than you were a few years ago when
I
you
would
fought
have
him?
whooped his ass then too. I did whoop his ass then too. But how much better I am 2020. You know what's crazy is I fought him 2020 of August, and I became champ 2023 of August.
Right.
Before he had ever fought for the belt. Isn't that crazy? How much better I feel like I'm getting better.
Why can't you concede like the result of the fight? Why does that?
It's just why hasn't that happened any? I mean, I guess it happens every once in a while. That nerve, right?
Yeah,
nerve.
It's happened to
times.
Henry and DJ.
But
and
how many times?
Michael Chandler.
How many times? That was within like what 5-6 years span. Like it doesn't happen that much.
Sure.
And if it happens again, then I'll say, all right, I lost twice. If he kicks me in the nerve again, if it happens again, I'll say, all right, he's doing some shit.
Right.
He knows what he's doing. But I just feel like it was so lucky, and he knows it. Like he truly deep down knows it.
That the shot that
was so lucky. He's genuinely scared of me. I know you're watching, Cheeto. You know I'm way too fast for you. You ain't gonna be able to do shit to me, bud. He knows it.
You think he's scared though?
I think he's very nervous for this fight, 100%. He's too slow. What is he gonna? I'm gonna piece him up.
He's had some good performances.
When?
Well,
He lost to Dominic Cruz. He lost to Frankie Edgar.
No, what are you talking?
He lost all those fights.
I was like, first of all, did I not watch the Dominic Cruz? I was like, but he knocked out Dominic Cruz. It was like the knockout of the year.
What?
So was the Frankie. It was a pretty incredible. I mean, the Frankie one might have been better.
Yeah. He lost 14 minutes of that fight.
Yeah, but sometimes it takes some time to, some people start slow, download the information like they say in the business.
I know.
You know what that's like.
Yeah. No, I don't.
No, you don't.
No, I don't. No, it gets to happen though. March, wherever it's at. Oof.
What's the ideal spot for it?
I like Vegas. I love fighting in Vegas.
Okay.
Maybe the Sphere. Sphere.
Sick.
That would be crazy.
Sick.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you'd want Arizona.
Arizona would be cool. I don't care.
I heard they were going to Arizona in February.
They might be.
Yeah, which doesn't make sense, at least for me, because I would think you'd want the Arizona guy fighting in Arizona. But it doesn't really matter, right, at this point?
UFC knows what they're doing.
Right.
They're smart, even though...
You're 299. Were you hoping to be 300?
No. I need my own card.
Okay, you didn't want all that pomp and circumstance.
No.
Really, a lot of people I think would say 300.
Well, they want the more publicity. I feel like you fight on if Conor fights for UFC 300, it's 100% Conor heavy,
Right.
So, I want my own show, UFC 299.
Do you want a loaded card so you can get those pay-per-view points?
I mean, I guess I feel like it's gonna do really, really well, regardless. If me versus Cheeto is gonna do really well.
Yeah.
Who else could you put on there to load it? It'd be nice, yeah. Throw on a sweet co-main event. That'd be cool. I don't watch any of the fights before my fight.
Sure.
So it doesn't really.
You turn off the TV?
No, I let the boys watch it. The boys watch it. Yeah. I usually I'll have my. I don't even know if I had my AirPods in or. I don't remember. I was walking around, breathing.
Meditating.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back to the Montana thing because I saw you with the Montana football team.
That's sweet. That's fun.
That must have been incredible for a kid who initially wanted to be a football player.
Yeah.
Now you're being invited back to talk to University of Montana, right?
Yeah.
Were you giving them the speech?
No.
What was that? There you are.
No, after the game, I ran into the locker room with them, a little drunk, a little tipsy, had a couple shots. I got on my knee. I was just one of the boys, one of the football players.
Incredible.
I felt like I scored the game-winning touchdown. It was crazy.
And then you guys were singing Superstar, right?
Yep. Throw on Superstar in there.
Yo, to get love from the from the state team.
Yeah, that was cool.
That's pretty cool.
That stadium's crazy too. That was super loud. It was fun. It was a good time.
Did they invite you? There you are, hanging out with the guys. Did they invite you as a guest?
Yeah, to raise the 37th flag.
What's the 37?
I still really don't know too much about it, but I did that, and they're playing the Bobcats in a couple weeks. I might go back down to that. I'm not sure yet, but I might.
Do you get a lot of love when you go back to Montana?
Yeah, I get love everywhere.
Yeah. No, but just because that's your home.
Yeah.
Do you go back a lot?
No, not very often.
No. Do you have family there?
My dad's the only one there. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Everyone else, I moved down to Arizona. Mom, 2 brothers, sister, everyone else. Yeah, everyone lives in Arizona. Dad's the only one stuck in Montana.
Why didn't he move?
Been asking him that too.
Okay. You would like for him to move. Are you guys close?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I talk to my dad pretty much every day.
Does he come to your fights?
Yeah, oh yeah.
He's always there. What about your mom?
He was all my amateur fights, all my pro fights. My mom went to. My mom started going more recent, like once I got in the UFC. She never was a huge fan. She still can't really watch.
Right.
But yeah, they went to the Abu Dhabi fight. Yeah,
wow.
They go to all of them.
And siblings? How many?
2 brothers and a sister.
Do any of them fight?
No. No.
Don't care. No interest.
Yeah, no interest.
What do they do? Like regular shit?
Yeah.
Wow.
Just normal.
Just
normal
regular people.
yeah.
They didn't want to be famous.
No, probably not. I
they-
don't know what it is. Yeah.
Do they think it's wild what you've become?
Oh
Or-
yeah, I mean it's funny because I remember telling them stuff like about what I wanted to do and stuff, and they was like, it was kind of like write it off, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. They still think it's kind of wild.
Do they go to your fights?
Oh yeah.
So everyone, so you have support from everyone.
Yeah.
Incredible. Look at you. It's all coming together for you.
It is.
You said on Twitter, end of 2024, you'll be the biggest thing in combat sports.
Yeah.
I love the thing that you did. Comment something negative.
I shouldn't even have commented that. I should have left it right at that. Boom.
No, because I feel like that shuts everyone up.
It was kind of silly, but yeah, I'm gonna be the biggest.
The biggest name in sports. Sorry, I said combat.
No, yeah, sport. I did. I know what's funny is I put combat sports in there and I deleted it before I posted. I will be the biggest name in sports.
You think so? End of 2024.
Yeah. I go out there, knock out Cheeto.
Yeah.
I get one more fight end of the year, win that. 2-0, 2024. I believe I'll be the biggest name in sports. Yeah, especially if you do it in a spectacular fashion, not boring like Cheeto versus Pedro. Like that was super boring. Like I can't have performances like that. That'd be embarrassing. I definitely don't want to do that. That's not how you become a.
Eventually, though, as the competition gets tougher, the fights are going to get.
Aljo, what do you mean? That's the toughest fight in the division.
No, I know, but it's
that was the number one guy in the division. I was like, this guy's the biggest problem, Aljo.
More than Merab.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, Merab. I mean, Aljo, his wrestling is so high level and his grappling is so high level. Not that Merab's not. Merab's not much of a, he's not a jiu-jitsu guy. Aljo was dangerous, 100%. Aljo would smoke Cheeto.
You think so?
Yeah.
Smoke him?
Yeah, I do. I
Really?
think Aljo would finish Cheeto, yeah.
It's a close fight. You don't think so?
I mean, it could be a close fight. Cheeto's tough. He's durable. He's slow. He's tough. I mean, it wouldn't be an easy fight for Aljo.
He's durable, he's slow, he's tough.
Yeah.
Is there any chance you're underestimating him?
I know. I mean, I talk shit. I know how good he is. I'm not gonna go out. I'm not gonna have a lazy training camp. I'm not gonna act like this is an easy fight. Every fight in the UFC, even the guys that aren't in the top 15, they could be tough fights. So I'm definitely not underestimating him. I'm gonna talk my shit and I'm gonna say how I feel. He's too slow. I'm gonna beat his ass, but I'm gonna take him, as serious as I've taken every guy.
What do you think he does really well?
It's not talk. What does he do really well? He's durable, dude. He's just tough. He can keep getting punched. It's a very, like that Chris Mantino. It's like not a great thing to be known for. It's like, oh, he's really durable. Like if that's what people say about you, the first thing, that's not good. But
Did you watch the Sandhagen fight?
Sandhagen versus
Cheeto.
Oh,
What was your assessment of like what went wrong that night?
I hope that Cheeto shows up. That would be funny. It was super weird because I know Cheeto's good.
It was
He's a black
uncharacteristic.
belt. He's really, he's good off his back. I thought he was. I thought he was a good, decent wrestler. It was that was a super off night. It was crazy. He didn't even. It was embarrassing. I'm sure he hates to even think about that fight because that was so embarrassing. He's got taken down, couldn't get up. Corey's not a wrestler. He has good wrestling. He's definitely improved, but he couldn't even get up at all. I don't even think he tried. It was an embarrassing performance, and I don't think he would disagree with that. I think he would sit right here and say, yeah, it was embarrassing.
So you say 2 fights in 2024. Who do you think the second one will be?
I don't know. Does Ilya go out there and get the job done? We'll see.
Oh.
That's a fight I would like.
At 145?
Yeah.
Wow. Why do you say Ilya and not Alex?
Volk? I don't know. Not interested in fighting Volk.
Really? Why?
Yeah. Just don't like that fight.
Don't like it for you?
Yeah. Maybe I will someday.
Style matchup wise? Or?
Yeah, style matchup. I don't know. Volk just seems like how Justin said he don't want to fight Max?
Yeah.
Just kind of feel like that about Volk.
Interesting.
He's like...
You like him?
I like Volk. He's a good dude. But Ilya, it's not that I don't like him. I wouldn't mind fighting Ilya, though. I think that'd be an interesting matchup if he can go out there and get through Volk.
Do you think they would do something like that? Because I just feel like there's so many guys at 35 that are interesting fights for you, and you've just kind of scratched the surface.
Well, I would go back. I wouldn't stay at 45.
Right.
Yeah, no, I would love to go out. I mean, ideally, go, KO Cheeto. Ilya wins, I fight Ilya. Go back to 35. Maybe go box for a little bit.
You versus Tank. I get what the UFC is saying, but you versus Tank Davis would do incredible business.
I would love that fight. Yeah, I would love that.
That would do over 1 million pay-per-views easy.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they're talking about in terms of Like I get Devin Haney isn't the biggest name, but he's actually quite popular in boxing. Shakur Stevenson is a rising star and is going to be a big name. Tank is like a legit superstar.
Yeah.
You versus Tank would be gigantic.
Yeah. I need to go. I need to watch Haney.
You versus Ryan would be
Me versus Ryan, big too. I think so too. I always said before that fight happened, I was like, I was calling out Ryan, but then Tank won. I was like, well, I can't call it the loser, so I got to call it Tank. You know?
Sure.
And again, that motherfucker's 5'3", dude.
But he hits real hard.
Does he?
You saw what he did to Ryan.
Yeah. No, he definitely does. But I just like that fight.
No, I think it would be great. I just don't know if it happens. Now there's more of an appetite after what Francis did.
Yeah.
You like the influencer stuff too. I see you tweeting about it.
I mean, there's certain influencers.
You were watching, right?
You know, I watched
in Manchester.
Yeah, I was watching.
Logan and Dylan.
Yeah, I watched that. You know what fight was actually the sweetest fight on that was Slim. Slim, what's his name? Or just Slim.
Slim, yeah.
Yeah, Slim versus Salt Poppy.
Yeah.
That was entertaining.
You liked it?
Yeah, Slim was getting Salt Poppy was dotting him up, and then Slim came back, showed some heart. I thought that was impressive. I thought that was fun to watch.
Did you
I don't know what they do as far as influencers. I don't know what kind of content they make.
Sure.
So I was just watching the card, kind of like.
Was that the first one you watched, Misfits?
I don't know if any of the. I watched Jake versus
Jake. Yeah, that wasn't Misfits. So Misfits is.
I haven't really watched any of the Misfits.
They're the rival to Jake's organization.
Oh, okay.
That's KSI.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the promotion, so I just like watching.
You said something about KSI's.
His forehead.
Yeah.
Fucking wild, bro. I've never met KSI. I like KSI.
He's a good guy.
I always joke about his forehead, but because I see it and I'm just like, that thing is fucking.
That was not a good fight.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Just threw a right hand and clinched. It'd be tricky. I bet Tommy was like, it was probably tricky for Tommy to kind of get a rhythm because it was like bounced, right hand clinch. It was.
His style also for boxing is super weird, right?
Yeah, he could be very effective. I just think he doesn't have enough tricks. He doesn't have enough skills. He has a lot of potential.
Right.
But he just kind of only had a couple go-tos. Once you get experience, you have so many different little tricks, little tips, little ways, little entries, feints, and you could start building off that. But I just don't think he has enough of that yet. But I think he could be good.
What do you think of Logan?
Logan looked really good. Logan was punching. Logan looked really good. I was impressed. Yeah.
Would you suggest, do you ever watch him in pro wrestling?
I see clips. I seen he won or something.
Yeah, he just won the belt.
I just can't watch pro wrestling.
You don't like it?
I definitely don't. I guess just you could say I don't like it.
The athleticism.
It's so crazy.
What he does.
It's very impressive.
For a dude who's been doing this for a year and a half, I've never seen anything like
wild. The shit shit I've seen on Instagram, backflipping with people.
Yes.
That's very impressive. But as far as the whole sport of it,
no, I get that.
Can't follow it.
He actually really saved the guy he was wrestling, Rey Mysterio.
Mm-hmm.
He saved him from getting super injured because the guy did a backflip off the ropes and was landing on his head, and he caught him. He sat down and caught him. A split second. If he doesn't have the presence of mind, that guy is landing on his head.
Yeah.
And potentially something horrible is happening.
Yeah.
For a dude who's been, I asked a longtime WWE veteran, what is your assessment of this? Am I not seeing the right thing? And he's like, no, I'd buy him a steak dinner. He saved him.
That's a serious injury.
Yes.
Saved his life.
Yes, and a legend.
Impressive.
Rey Mysterio, the guy he wrestled, is a legend. You never heard of him?
Never.
Wow, that's crazy. Rey Mysterio.
I hardly watch UFC, let alone
Pro
WWE.
wrestling.
Yeah.
John Cena?
I've heard of. Oh, you know what's crazy? John Cena. I was at the coffee shop out by my house, and I was going out of the bathroom. It's just one of those ones where it's a single bathroom, and I was opening it as he was coming in.
Wow.
So we had the handle at the same time, but we didn't. I don't know if he knows who I am, and I couldn't put it together right away. So I went and ordered my coffee, and I was sitting there, and then he walked back around. I'm like, why the fuck does he look so familiar? And then it hit me. I was like, oh, that's John Cena. And I looked it up. They had an event in Arizona.
Wow.
But yeah, that was crazy timing.
Did you say hi to him?
I didn't.
No. Didn't The Rock show you?
I wasn't 100% sure until I left, and I looked up okay, he is in Arizona. But yeah.
The Rock show you love?
He should.
He should. I thought he did. Maybe I'm wrong
I
about
haven't
that.
seen it.
He's a big MMA fan, so I know that he's always showing everyone love. But anyway, back to Logan. Logan's incredible. Would you suggest to him that he continue boxing?
I would love to see Logan keep boxing. Yeah, I think he's got. I mean, even when he fought Floyd, I was like, he's got some skill.
Logan versus Jake.
I don't know. I don't like that fight. No, I don't like that fight.
Sometimes they fight, and I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I don't. I'd watch.
Yeah.
I would watch. I'd make a video about it. You know, I would watch it. I'd create content around it, but I don't know how I feel about that. I just
Everyone's
can't
creating content around these guys, and it kills, right? Like the
Yeah.
Danis fight was killing.
Yeah, that was bad.
Should the UFC sign Danis?
I want to see it.
You do?
I give him one fight, give him the best, whoever you want to give him. He loses, that guy, whoever beats him, you know, you got
Contender
you got a name.
series, or do you put him on like a main? I feel like they'll put him on the contender series.
Make it 10 and 10. No, 5 and 5 or whatever it is. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to see him in the UFC. Give him someone on a pay-per-view. Fuck it. Not main, but
Sure. I was saying put him on Connor's card.
oh,
Have him open
you
up the
go.
pay-per-view. First fight, Connor's card,
that
right?
would be, yeah. Who do you give him?
UFC 300.
Yeah. Imagine he goes out there and subs some dude, and then UFC's got a
Why not? I mean, he is a well-known guy.
Yeah.
And his social following, for better or worse, is quite large now.
yeah. His tweets.
His
tweets
tweets?
do crazy.
Do you think he
Yeah.
crossed the line?
I wouldn't do that, but I don't think. I mean, to each their own.
If someone
You know
did
what
that
I
to you, how would you feel?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he crossed the line. I don't want to bring family into it.
Sure.
Yeah. So I feel like I just. But I don't think he's a bad person for doing it necessarily.
Is there something to be said for doing all that and then like not fighting?
I think he either knew he was just gonna lose or he thought Logan for whatever reason was gonna just suck.
Right.
I don't know what he was thinking, but I think he probably just needed some cheddar because how is he making money?
Prior to this?
Huh?
Prior to this fight, how was he making money? Yeah, I mean, he had not fought since 2019.
He needed some money, so of course, like he was gonna. Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. He didn't get any pay-per-view or nothing, so he probably didn't even make that much.
Right.
To be honest.
And the pay-per-view apparently did pretty well.
I'm sure it did, yeah.
Over 1 million.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
worldwide.
awesome. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's good to hear that you want. I think that they should sign him.
Yeah. I think so.
A guy with that kind of following.
Yeah.
All the kids know him now.
Yep.
He's on all the different, Nel's boys.
Everyone hates him, and it's like a perfect person to sign. Because even if he goes out there and loses, whoever fights him is going to be potentially could be a star.
Right.
If they, if that person uses the mic wisely, uses the camera time, the fight week, the build up, the post fight wisely, a person could be a star just from beating him.
Are you surprised that more people don't get that part of the game?
I feel like I am a little bit surprised, but I also think it's just part of who you are.
Who you
Like,
are as a
it's
person.
like-
Either you have it or you don't.
yeah, I think you can definitely not have it and still become somewhat of a star. I don't know if you'll ever be like a superstar. Like I think you have that or you don't to be a
Right.
superstar. But you could not really quite have it, but still become somewhat of a star and make some good money.
But you have to do all that other
Like Cheeto's not like a superstar, but he's doing a good job. He's kind of like a star for what he's done.
Would you fight him in Ecuador?
Oh yeah,
You would?
I would love that. Ecuador, I don't even know where that's at. It's somewhere over there.
Yeah, down here.
Somewhere down there.
All the way. That would be insane.
Yeah.
You would do this if the UFC called you up right now and said, "I know it's your
Why
first."
wouldn't I?
I don't know because I think some
Is
people
that a
would say.
home field advantage for him?
I think.
Where does he live?
Currently in California.
Huh.
But he is a proud Ecuadorian. I saw a video of him going back there. All the kids were surrounding him and shit.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Good.
No, it's great.
Yeah, but I don't really.
You don't care about that stuff.
No.
Yo, that would be insane.
Knocking him out in Ecuador would be even better.
Wow.
Just watch
Not
him
a lot
lay
of champions would say that, by the way. You know this, right?
That they don't want to.
Fight their opponent in their opponent's home country?
I'm gonna knock him out, so it doesn't really matter where we fight. I don't really.
Hostile territory?
I would be loved there.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think you get more love than him?
I don't know if I get more love, but it wouldn't be like Boston.
Right.
That was crazy. That was wild. Like if you weren't there, if you didn't experience that crowd, that was insane. It wouldn't be like that. I
Right.
feel like I would still get some love there.
It is crazy. As I told you, I was in Israel when you fought. I woke up 6 a.m., 7 a.m., whenever the time difference. And I couldn't believe how many people, like I felt like I was witnessing something. The amount of people that came up to me on the street, Sugar Show,
Yeah.
I was like, wow, this is crazy, man. Like
Yeah.
to see the reach of not only the sport, but of you in particular, and to see how happy people were for you all the way there was
Sweet.
insane. Like 5-6 people in Israel, and like your fight's happening in the middle of the night, morning.
Yeah.
it felt like a moment.
You know that we're actually waking up for Ian Gary, though, right? You saw that?
He was, That
was funny. I like Ian, but that one was out of pocket. That was crazy. That was a reach, bro. I feel like he said that, and then it was like, fuck.
No, I think he believed it.
There's no way he believed that. He thought people were waking up for him, not my fight?
Yeah, I think he said that, yeah.
No, he definitely said that. No. He didn't mean it. I like Ian. I've seen him after.
You talked to him?
I haven't really talked. Well, I thought we were kind of like boys before that, but then he started throwing shade like that. But
that pissed you off?
It didn't piss me off, but it's like, I get it. You know, you're trying to.
He's a cocky young man.
Yeah, I get it. He's good.
Yeah.
He's really good. I'm excited. He's got a sweet fight coming up.
Yeah, you think he wins?
He's fighting Vincent, right?
Yeah, Vicente Luque.
Vicente. Very well could win, yeah. I could see him getting the job done. He didn't finish Neil, though, right?
Neil's tough.
Yeah, he's tough.
Short notice.
Al was tough.
Who
were they waking up for? That one was crazy.
Yeah.
I saw that. I was giggling. I had to make sure it was him saying it, not one of those fake tweet accounts.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, there's no way he actually said that. He did. He really did.
He did.
But hey, you got to be somewhat delusional. I get it. I'm delusional.
That's the key to success.
I think it's a small ingredient.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you going to MSG this weekend?
No.
You're not going?
No.
You're just here for media and then you're going home? Wow.
Yeah.
And you said you got to start with the biggest show first?
Yeah. I did.
You had to think there first.
Hey, I got up early to make it here.
I know. I appreciate that. You didn't have to do that.
I wanted to.
Why aren't you? Thank you. Why aren't you sticking around?
I need to get back.
You'd rather
to work.
be home.
I got a fight. I got a fight booked.
You don't like to take it all in, and I mean the fight is in like 4 months.
Got work to do.
You don't want to be
put
there
Cheeto's
front
lights
row
out.
with everyone.
No, I don't really care about that stuff.
No.
I feel like I feel like a superstar now. I don't really feel like a star anymore. I'm a superstar. You know, Cheeto's gonna be sitting there like when the camera's like he's trying to get in there, like trying to get his little face in there. I'm over that. I don't need that right now. You know, and he does need that, and that's good. He should be there trying to get on camera time. So, yeah. But I don't think I'm sticking around.
Okay. What do you think? What's the official prediction?
I think Alex. Wow.
Oh, you're giving me that. I was talking about your fight.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that official prediction.
I was trying to save you because Yuri's like standing right there.
I was gonna say, I think Yuri takes him out.
Yeah, that's right.
No, Alex versus Yuri. I don't know. That's gonna be a sweet fight. I'm gonna sit and watch on my couch. The best seat in the
Yeah, I agree.
But me versus Cheeto, you know, Cheeto's very tough. He will be hard to knock out. Like, I know that. I don't think he's gonna go out there, take, a couple shots, but Aljo's hard to knock out too. I found his chin. So I know what I'm capable of. Very excited about that fight.
I think of the first quarter fights, title fights, that's the one Dana announced a bunch today, and we also know that a bunch are to come. That's the one.
I'm pretty confident mine's the biggest pay-per-view out of those three.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Elia, huge fight. I'm very excited for that. I'm going to be watching that one closely. Strickland versus DDP, I would say that one, that's a good fight, not crazy. It's not like a crazy pay-per-view, or at least the main headliner.
No, yours is the biggest draw for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. Pay-per-view points.
Yes, finally. Thank you. By the way, those gloves, can people buy them?
I think, I don't know if he's releasing just a certain amount each time or if they're just going to sell out right away.
Okay.
I should have a better answer for you. But,
sure, all right.
Sandoval.com.
But the merch, did you see our boy Connor back there?
I did. Gave him Nux, got the sugar purple. I like that.
He loves your store. You're killing it over there.
Yeah.
The shop is tremendous. Everything you're doing. It's all coming together.
Yeah, started early, just been building a little empire.
And now it's all coming to fruition.
Yeah.
Well done. Thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it. You're the man. Sugar Sean O'Malley returning in March. Date TBD, location TBD, but we know it's official. He is fighting Chito Vera for the bantamweight title. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to bring in Jiří Procházka in a second. What a lineup here on the show, right?
Yeah.
I mean, back-to-back,
two of the
champs.
biggest dudes in the game.
Yeah. Here's my conversation with Tom Aspinall from a couple weeks ago. Of course, he's going to be the co-main event on Saturday. Stick around. Don't go anywhere.
Fuck you, Cheeto.
We woke up this morning, or at least I did, to the news that our very own, yes, our very own, Tommy Aspinall is actually going to be fighting at MSG. Remember when I told you he should have been fighting at MSG against Sergey Pavlovich? Well, guess what? It's happening. Interim heavyweight title fight. Johnny Bones out. Stipe out. It's now the pride of England, Tommy Aspinall, going up against the Russian bear himself, Sergey Pavlovich, for the interim heavyweight title. And Tom said, I will take the fight, but I got to go on Helwani to talk about it all. And so here he is. Always a man of his word. Hello, Tom. How are you?
I was doing good until I just heard you do that rapping. It wasted like 30 seconds of my life. I'm never going to get back. Please don't do that online again. Do it in your own time, please. That's ridiculous. Oh, my goodness.
Sorry. I was trying to buy time because I didn't see the message that you were ready. So I was trying to slow down. We just had a whole mess of a situation trying to find Charles Oliveira. So I'm happy that you are here and on time and ready to go. Okay, this is so fascinating. Okay, Tom, where are you? What time is it? How does this happen? How do you get the message? Can you relive the moment for us?
Oh, about the fight?
Yes.
Not right now. About the fight you're talking about. Okay. Right. So today is Wednesday evening. Yesterday morning, Tuesday morning.
Tuesday morning. What time approximately?
Yeah. 6 a.m.
Okay. 6 a.m.
So let me just set the scene for you a little bit.
Please.
I'll set the scene a little bit.
Love
I'll
it.
take you to my personal life. That not many people go there. So I have 3 children, right? And when a child gets in bed with us, my children are young, so sometimes, they still come to the bed and stuff. I can't sleep, man. I'm a big guy. I get hot in there. So every time a child comes to the bed, I go to the spare room. That's my thing. Then when I go to the spare room, usually in the morning, when the kid's awake, my wife calls me. I wake up. I take the kids downstairs. She gets ready. We start the day. That's how it's always been for 7 years now. That's how it's been. So anyway, it's 6 a.m. I'm sleeping. My phone starts ringing, vibrating. I've always got it on vibrate. And automatically, I just wake up and think that my kid's up. That's what it is like every time I'm in the spare room. So I wake up, I walk to the landing. There's no kid there. It's pitch black. So I check in the kids' rooms. The kids are asleep. My wife's asleep. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Who's calling me at 6 a.m.? So I check the phone, and it's the UFC brass calling me at 6 a.m. And let me tell you, I don't know, I can't speak for the other fighters, but for me personally, I've never, ever had a direct phone call from the UFC brass before. So I'm thinking, what is going on? So I thought, oh man, it's 6 a.m. I'm tired. I'm going training at 10. I'm going to get some sleep. I'm going to get some more sleep. So I thought, right, I'm just going to sleep. Obviously, I can't sleep. There's a million things going through my mind. So I think, right, I'm going to have to call him back. So I called back. They don't even say hello. He just answered the phone and he just said, I know it's early there. Are you healthy? And I'm like, yeah, I'm healthy. Why? What's going on? And they're like, will you be ready to fight in 2 weeks? And I'm like, yeah, I'll be ready to fight in 2 weeks. And I said, why? What's happened? And they said, there's some crazy shit going on.
All right, that was my conversation with Tom Aspinall. Of course, he's in the co-main event of UFC 295 this weekend. You can see the entire conversation over on our YouTube channel. Of course, he's going up against Sergey Pavlovich for the interim heavyweight title. The main event on Saturday, Madison Square Garden, light heavyweight title fight. This is gigantic stuff. Alex Pereira back at MSG where he won the middleweight title back in November of last year, going up against the champ who never actually lost the belt. He just needed to take some time off. The one and only Jiří Procházka, and he is here, the pride of the Czech Republic. Wow, what a great honor this is. The legend, Jiří Procházka. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate it. Pleasure to have you here. Really, it's an honor. Have a seat. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it too.
Yes, it's great to see you in person.
Yeah.
You know why? Because I always stare at you over there. You see me? You see my guy? There you are.
Yeah, there it is.
I had to keep the real champ up the whole time just to let the doubters know who was the man. So you're right there. You'll always be there, my friend.
Thanks.
How are you doing?
Great.
Yes?
Great. I just have 1 week here in New York, and everything great. Everything.
You've been here a week already?
Yeah. One week here.
Wow.
1 week to be in time, find the jet lag, and all these things to handle, to be ready for the Saturday.
How do you feel about New York? Do you like New York? It's a crazy place, right?
Yeah, crazy place. Totally another kind of anything in this world. So So you have to adapt.
Is it too hectic for you?
Not too hectic, but hectic. Yeah.
Yes.
Hectic. Everything is fast. Everything is about money.
Yes.
Everything is about money. About to do that, do this, do that. You are nobody for someone. Yeah?
Right.
I like more like to do the things for relationship with somebody, to be nice and to not just money, time. Could do it fast. Yeah, that's not too much my cup of tea.
Yes. Speaking of which,
It is my
yes.
cup of tea.
Does MSG mean anything to you?
That's the point. That this place, I spoke about that place with many people, because first when I heard about that, it was like, okay, it's just another place for fighting, yeah. But after to know some more information about that place,
oh yeah,
it made me proud for like I will fight there, especially main event, and it's appreciated. It's I'm grateful for that.
Muhammad Ali, legends fought there.
Yeah, especially after this hard year.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm really humble for that. Like humble. It's honor.
What was your reaction when you found out you would be the main event?
For me, my first thought was, I'm a little bit sorry about that. Like John Jones will be not here with Miocic, because these two legends, I will like to fight with them on the same event. But that happens, and I'm prepared to take that main event and to win that fight.
Yes. So this is massive, and actually, some people were saying like, oh, no one of the, it's a big event and it's going to make a lot of money and it's Madison Square Garden, and none of the people fighting for the belt are going to get pay-per-view points. But then I was told you were being treated as a champion.
Yeah.
Because you never actually lost the belt. This is good. You have a good manager. Or management team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's their work.
Well, I mean, that's true. That is true. But I'm saying is sometimes this doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's true. It's the same. To be honest, it's the same like Jamal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he didn't lose the belt. He injured himself. So I think that's the normal.
How come it still says on the website that Jamal is champion, but when you got hurt, they took the belt from you? Why is that?
I was a little bit. You asking for
when you got hurt?
Yeah.
Right. They said you
yes,
relinquished the belt,
sure,
or you gave it. But on the website, it still says he's champion.
Who?
Jamal.
Like Jamal.
Yeah.
What to say? Now it's time to show her there is a new champion.
Sure.
There will be a new champion this Saturday, and for me, it's nothing changed from my last fight.
You still think you're the champion?
Yes, sure. I'm thinking I have to take it like that, because that's my mindset, to direct it for this feeling, to show who's the champion, and that's it.
Last time I spoke to you was in July. It was after Alex fought Jan in Salt Lake City. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And I asked your thoughts on the fight, and I think you
was Jan with Ankalaev?
No, Jan and Alex in July when they fought the number one contender fight, Jan Blachowicz.
Yeah.
We spoke, and then Jamal got so mad at me afterwards. He did many videos about me because you said he was a little bit out of shape. He was getting mad at me. You saw that?
Yeah.
Video after video after video about me.
Yeah.
It wasn't very nice, I thought,
It was not nice, but
I mean, really, what did I do? Just a guy talking.
I'm not, yeah. The guys talking. Guys like to talk. Just talk. But please be honest to yourself about with this talking about others. Yeah, because I can really I can speak about the truth just about myself, because I don't know about anybody, everything. Yeah, I know everything about myself, and I'm honest to myself, so I can speak just for myself. Yeah, and these guys, I'm not taking their talking too seriously.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you really know the true power of the word, like not just you speak, not just to the world, to outside, but you also speak to inside, to yourself. And if you not give your life to every your word, then it's starting to be not the true, not pure, not pureness. Yeah, and that's what I don't like on the guys. Yeah, on the other fighters. Some fighters take their speaking very seriously. Yeah, and a lot of them they don't care. They just speak.
Do you look at stuff?
For me, it's what I'm doing, what I'm saying, and what everything. That's my lifestyle. That's everything. Yeah, and I like to do that with everything. Like there is nothing to left. Yeah, like this is my last moment. Yeah, and that's why I like to have this hairstyle, live by the Samurai's Codex. It helped me to be 100% here and now, and to speak in the truth to myself, to others.
I love it. I love your intensity. You have a great intensity about you, and so I'm wondering, do you read the other stuff? Like, do you partake in all this stuff, social media, YouTube? Do you look at anything, or are you successful in blocking all the noise around you?
Yeah, like you said, I'm. It's not about the blocking, because that means you have to do some. You have to make some power to block that.
Yeah.
I just ignore that.
Wow.
I just ignore that, and I'm keeping focus just for my thing, what I like to do, what's my team around, information, which I want to hear, but still I'm open. I'm open, but you have to defend your mindset, yeah, because there is a poison everywhere, and your own world, inside world, is that beautiful. How you keep it beautiful, because it can be the most beautiful place in your head, and you can see others in their beautiful, in their fullest power, and everybody, because you are not you don't feel the fear from anybody, from anything. So that's why and everybody have to keep their mind clean. That's why I don't like to speak about others like something bullshit. I know the Jamal, he spoke about me many bad things, good things. Doesn't matter for me. I like him. I like the other guys from the division, but I will show you I'm the best in the division. That's all. Yeah.
When were you first introduced to this samurai thinking? Like, because you weren't always like that, right? At some point, when did that happen, and who introduced you to that?
That started in 2013, 2014.
Okay.
When my coach, second coach, Jaroslav Hovězák, he came to our team, and he started to be my MMA coach. And after that, he gave me the book of 5 rings. After that, I started to learn.
It's called 5 rings?
Book of 5 rings.
The 5 rings.
Yeah, book of 5 rings. 5 sphere.
Okay.
Like water, like elements: water, earth, wind, fire, and eternity, like the void.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
So prior to that, you knew nothing of this. You weren't. What kind of a person were you prior to that?
What you mean?
Like, what kind of before he introduced you to this lifestyle and mindset? What kind of a person was Jiří Procházka?
Before?
Yeah.
Just a young guy.
Young.
Because I have my dad died at my 5.
Wow.
In my 5, and I think from that time I started to be like a crazy young guy, and I tried to find myself in battles on the street, in a street fighting, and everywhere I was aggressive and a very energetic young kid. And first time I felt, and that's true. That's true. First time I felt like this is something what I can keep with myself in every time, good times, bad times, in every situation. These samurai codex, and it was just that, and I realized that, and then I chose to accept it like my life rules. Yeah. I'm not every time like the best guy, yeah, but that keeps me on the way.
You're very disciplined.
That keeps you on your mind disciplined. You have to, where you go somewhere, how to be nice to others, how to just be normal and good person.
Right.
That's all. Yeah. And when you go to the fight, go with all.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is it hard? Like, how do you switch on? How do you switch on from, like, you're so calm now, but then when you become the fighter, what do you do to switch on to where you need to be on Saturday?
Understand. And long time I didn't leave to all the aggression and all the laser focus targeted for one guy who I want to cut his head, yeah? But with not just like I want to cut your head, but with the technique, with the right doing, and with the codex. And what was the question?
The question was how you switch on from being calm to being the fighter.
Yeah, you have to know your aggressive side,
sure,
your good side, and your bad side, and still balance it.
Right.
Still balance to keep the balance. Be present. That's about that.
What do you do in the locker room before you walk out? What is that like?
Shadow boxing.
Okay. Is there
speaking with my team? Keep myself present. That's all. That's all about that's all about to be present, totally present.
Do you get nervous?
Nervous is the part of that.
Okay.
Nervous is the part of that because, yeah, I visualize the moment before the fight, and it keeps me happy and
right now.
Yeah,
you feel that.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I need to.
Okay. Yeah.
But,
are you meditating every day?
Yeah, that's a part of the day. That's a part of the start of the day, because when you realize you have a mind and you have to take care of about your mind, yeah, because when you just leave it like that, it will start,
sure,
focus just for the phone, and all these bushes speaking like trash talk and all this stuff. So that's why the meditation is the part of the daily routine, part of the training. Yeah, meditation is everywhere. When you, I don't want to speak like some master of meditation or something like that, but there's a sentence like when you really learn how to really meditate, like how to meditate, then you will meditate in every time. Yeah, to still keep your soldier when you above your mind, and to keep you in the line, on the line.
Mm-hmm. I'm happy to see the hair is back.
Yeah, I'm happy too. Because
me
long time I thought about how if I can to do that.
Why?
Because last time I cut my hair off, and that's another story. I don't want to talk about that, but I broke my one of my promise, which I gave to myself, and
by cutting your hair.
Yes,
you regret cutting it.
Yeah, but because that hairstyle, especially this one, have a meaning for me, and and that's all.
Sure. Yeah. You cut it after Glover, right?
Oh, yes. After Glover.
But were you always planning to bring it back, or you weren't sure when you cut it?
No, I just adapt.
Why did you feel the need to cut it in that moment?
Because I needed. I felt like I said, I fought one life chapter is behind me.
Yeah,
and it was not, and so I need to. End it.
Will you ever cut it now?
Huh?
You think there will come a point where you cut it again?
We'll see.
Yeah.
It depends on the fight.
Am I correct? I may be wrong. Sometimes I remember it being in the back. Here it's in the front. Is there any difference, or is it always in the front?
It was a little bit back.
Yeah.
But I gave it here.
Any particular reason?
Yeah, it have to reason, but
you don't want to share.
I don't want to share.
It's some things you like to keep private. I've learned from you.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Is there a name for this?
I'm saying that's my antenna. It's my antenna to be connected. To be connected.
Different?
Yeah.
You feel different when you have it?
It's just style.
Yeah, no.
For like that, it's just style because I made it bigger.
I like it.
Yeah, and like to be. I'm calling that war hair.
I love it.
Before every my fight in my past, I did many interesting haircuts, and many times I had just half of the head to cut. I cut my half of the head, and I call that war hair, and every time it give me like a special feeling of this moment, especially of the fight like now. Yeah, so that's the purpose.
I love it. By the way, did you do that in Czech Republic, or did you do that in New York, like back home?
Czech Republic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so is there a person you go to for this?
Yes.
All the time, same person?
Yes, every time, same person.
Did you teach them about the hair, or did they know about it?
No, they know about her,
okay.
about that, but not about like this my style.
Yeah. But it has to be the same person, right?
Yeah.
And how far before the fight do you do it?
For 3 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then otherwise, it's just regular.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're approaching 1 year since your injury, right?
Yep.
Do you feel like you're 100%?
Yep.
Yeah, no problem.
Yep.
Were you worried?
Everything on the right place.
Were you ever worried that you wouldn't get back to where you were? Was there ever a period, after the surgery that you were afraid that? Yeah.
The mind is like
it goes.
I thought about a lot of things, but there is a one rule: never left the way of the warrior. So doesn't matter if I will be wherever or fight or do for whatever. I'll be always like work on my mastery, on the fighting style, because that's my lifestyle. That's my lifestyle to keep working on my style, on everything. Yeah, to be a warrior.
But I'm assuming you always believed you'd be back, right?
Yeah.
That you'd be fighting again. In a did you want to come back sooner?
Yes. That's why Jamal started to talk, to spoke about me when I'll be back. You said 6 months, and I said I want to be back fastest way as I can. And then after 3-4 months, I realized, okay, maybe it's better to give your body more time, because I don't just want to be back in a cage, then something happen again, and next 1 year out. Yeah. So I realized there will be better to take a little bit more time, and I think it's a good time, 1 year after surgery, and I'm doing everything with that, so
it's amazing.
So yeah, I'm happy for that, and I want to prove that this Saturday.
Isn't it a crazy thing in the light heavyweight division, because John left, and then Jan wins, and then Glover beats Jan, and then you beat Glover, and then unfortunately you get hurt, and then Magomed and Jan have the draw, and then Jamal wins, and he comes in, and then he gets hurt. And even last
heavyweight have to
even Magomed and Johnny Walker a couple of weeks ago, that was crazy.
That was
maybe
weird.
on Saturday we have some stability now. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Simpler, not a crazy, because this weight class has been always some drama, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Did you see the Johnny Walker fight?
Yeah, I watched all the Abu Dhabi.
Did you think that it should have been? I thought it should have been DQ. Tough.
Who knows?
They just do rematch?
Yeah, that will be, I think, the best, because it was no contest.
No contest, yeah.
No contest, yeah. I think the fights, especially in the UFC, can't end for the points.
Right.
For the points, because every time there is a referee. One referee is for them or for him. One referee is for him, and and tell me who wins.
Right.
Yeah. I think the best time for that fighting was like when that end for like when it was
no time limit.
For no time limit.
Yeah, early UFC.
Yeah.
Well, it's soon the 30th birthday of the UFC. Your card is the 30th anniversary show.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
30 years ago in Denver, it was no time limit. That's what you'd
Let's
prefer.
bring it back.
You'd prefer that? No rounds,
man,
just one straight thing?
I'm really from the rising time.
Yeah.
Since I was rising, I had to adapt for their 10-minute rounds.
Yeah.
Because 10-minute rounds in total chaos, it's hard. And then you stop to think about 5 minutes, because when it's longer, then when you accept it, then you start to think about your breathing, about your energetic system, how to deal with that. And then you can see when is there no time limit. Then you can see like a true warrior spirit. Yeah, like who really wants to win, and who really knows their body, yeah, and how to work with that, and who not.
You must have loved fighting in Japan, right?
Yeah, it was good. It was great.
But
yeah, I love that, but now is another part of my career, and I'm just continue.
Right. What was it like fighting for Ryzen? Did you enjoy it?
Yes. Yeah.
As an organization.
Yeah.
Sakakibara.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Legend in Japanese MMA.
Yeah.
Did you like the ring, or did you prefer the cage?
Cage.
You like cage?
Cage is better. The ring is more traditional.
Yeah.
But like, there's a lot of space to.
Sure.
There was one guy who I tried to shoot him, and he jumps out from the
ropes.
Yeah, from the ropes. Yeah. So that's the yeah.
What about the crowd? They're so quiet, right? You like it quiet?
That's it. That's the really like beautiful thing.
You like that?
Yeah.
I'm not surprised
because they are all the time like really quiet, and when you do really some nice action or some nice combo, or when you hit the opponent, everybody whoa, and then again quiet, and then you again see just when you're low kick.
Oh, you hear it.
Yeah.
In America, it's completely different.
Yeah, that's funny.
But in Singapore, it was probably like that when you fought there, right?
Oh.
Closer or no? It was more of an American crowd?
More American crowd.
Loud music and all that stuff.
Yeah. That's something what I like too, because it's more action. Yeah, you feel it like there is something happened, and you have to keep the attention on the in the fighting, because when something's wrong, everybody will give you the no.
It's just a total. I've only been to one Japanese show, UFC, so it wasn't like it wasn't Ryzen or Pride or anything like that. But the crowd was so It was at Saitama Super Arena.
Yeah.
So great. Saturday will definitely be different for you. Could I ask? I mean, it's just New York is very different.
I'm looking forward for that.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward for that.
Have you ever been in Madison Square Garden?
Never. But I want to see that place before I will be there, like for
fight. Yeah, aren't you going to a Knicks game? Basketball? Are you going to a basketball game?
Yeah, today.
Yes, I heard
it's there.
It's there.
Oh man,
you didn't know that?
I don't know that.
Oh my God, really?
I really don't know.
You're going to go into the arena tonight. This is Madison Square Garden. The world. No one told you this. The Knicks are the basketball team. My favorite team. They play at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
And they also do hockey there, but you know what hockey is, right?
Yep.
Of course, Czech Republic. Yep. Dominic Hasek, Jaromir Jagr.
Yeah.
But that's the same. So tonight you are going to get to go. Wow.
Let's go.
What do you think that's going to be like? Will you take it all in?
Doesn't matter.
Wow.
I don't want to visualize that now.
Okay. Sorry.
Let's.
Yes. Okay.
Let's enjoy that later.
Okay. Fair enough. Can I ask you? We saw Alex Volkanovski a couple weeks ago. He took a fight on short notice against Islam.
Yep.
It didn't work out. But after, he got very emotional, talking about he felt like he was going a little bit crazy because he couldn't fight. And he had fought in July. It was only 3 months.
Yep.
But he said he was going crazy because he didn't have a fight booked. That's what part of the reason why he took this fight on 10 days' notice. You haven't fought since June of last year, 2022. So how, do you understand what he's talking about? But we're talking about a year and a half you haven't fought. Your mind, how did you deal with that?
Because it's my lifestyle. Mm-hmm. It's my lifestyle, and my fighting is here. Yeah, every time I have to keep the focus. Like when I'm going to the cage, before the crowd, before all the world, every day, and that's why it keeps me all the time sharp and prepared. Yeah.
Okay, so it never felt like because you couldn't train. Like that you felt like your mind was going crazy.
Yeah, no.
Amazing.
but my mind is crazy normally.
Yes.
And that's it.
Okay, so you can't relate to this at all because, you know, a year and a half without competing is a long time.
Yeah.
Some people would struggle with that.
Yeah, sure. I miss that too, but I told you, I'm every day in that focus to go to arena.
Sure.
And that's the main point of, I think, of the fighter, because you have to keep yourself every day prepared for your peak performance. Yeah.
One time,
if it's necessary, if there is some danger about your family or something like that, just that's it.
Right.
That's it. That's that.
I remember when you went into the dark room for a couple of days, and I asked you about it. You didn't want to talk about it.
No.
You know, now it's become very...
You're talking every time about that, but...
I love it.
Yeah,
you know why? Because it's very famous now. Aaron Rodgers, he's a football player. Did you hear he did it?
Yep.
And Anthony Joshua did it.
Yep.
You're the one who started it. You're the first one that I learned it.
No, I think I'm not the first one, but
I never heard about it before you.
Yeah, but
have you done it again?
I had a plan to do that in September.
Okay.
But there was preparation. They told me about the fight, so I told myself to do that after fight.
Okay.
Yeah, and what you want to know?
I'm fascinated by it because I don't think that I could do it.
Try that. No, don't be
I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
That's it. Don't be afraid of yourself, because I believe, I don't know you personally, but I believe you're a good person.
Thank you.
And then there, you will meet just yourself.
Wow.
And your demons, the greatest sides and your baddest sides. And you can deal that, all of them, to connect yourself, and
it's incredible.
Find the peace. That's all about that. Find the peace and happiness, because in the peace there is a happiness.
How many days?
Longest day I was 6 days, 5-6 days. Yeah, 6 days.
No sunlight, nothing.
No sunlight. No.
Dark.
No. Yeah.
Can't read.
Nothing.
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 How do you do it? Can you eat?
Yeah.
You do eat?
Yeah, there is a man who brings you food every day, once a day.
Just once?
Once a day, because, man, there is a... after 1-3 days, there is no, you don't need to eat too much.
Wow.
Because you are with yourself. And I don't want to describe that, because everybody have to live that, to try that.
Experience it.
That experience, to try this experience. Because, that's the main point. That's the main point.
Do you do it in Czech Republic?
Yeah.
Or somewhere? Okay.
Czech Republic,
You can do it anywhere. Like, can you do it here in America?
I believe there is everywhere. Yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. I really give you a lot of credit, because I don't think I could do it. So I think it's so impressive.
Yeah, it's good to know about some meditation, how to meditate, and how to keep the speaking with your mind, and how to watch your mind, how to work with how to work with your mind just a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's all about that, because you are on the one place, and I train there a lot, right? Because you are just on one place. There is a shower, bathroom, toilet, and just sleeping bed, like in a small place. So
all in the dark.
Yeah, everything on the dark.
In the shower.
Yeah, sure.
Wow.
Everything.
Amazing.
Everything. So
you feel better. Can you tell me what you feel when you get out?
like a born child.
Wow.
Like a born child. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
I think that's amazing. Really incredible. How was Iceland?
Amazing. Yeah.
Some of the photos that you posted.
Power,
yeah, incredible stuff. Northern Lights you saw?
Yeah.
What is this right here?
Ooh, that's some waterfalls. I think Skoga Falls or some, I don't know.
Incredible. What a photo this is. Look at you.
Yeah. that was really funny moment because that cameraman wanted for me to step like there.
Yeah.
Where I am, and to do some photos. And he told me how close you want to go. And then I just catch that sentence, and I repeat that. How close you want to go? How close you want to go?
Wow.
How close you want to? How you ask me how close I want to go? I want to go close.
Amazing.
Yeah, close as is possible. So then I jumped to the waterfall.
Look at this.
And yeah,
these are incredible shots.
Yeah.
Are you on top of a mountain there?
Yeah, it's on the ice, the mountain of ice. Like,
wow. When was this?
When?
Yeah.
1 month back.
1 month. Did you train there too?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Was this with?
And in the Iceland, I confirmed that fight, that change of the date.
Oh wow! So just a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
Wow. Did you train with? By the way, you look so much bigger than me over there. Where's this?
This is one nice place next to the sea. Yeah, there is a black sand.
Oh wow!
Sand beach.
Did you train with Gunnar Nelson and his dad, or a different gym?
Yes, we trained together.
Wow.
Yeah, we trained together, but in just on the start of the trip.
Okay.
And he gave me just some his knowledge.
Who? Gunnar or Holly?
Gunnar.
Okay. Did you meet Holly too? His father.
Yeah.
Nice guy.
Both of them. Yeah.
Very nice guy.
They have really nice gym. Really nice gym.
Right.
Yeah.
Did they give you the sheep's head? Did you eat the sheep's head? That's like a big thing in Iceland.
I ate the sheep's liver.
Sheep's liver?
Sheep's liver from one friend.
How was it? So.
But like a rare sheep's liver. Oof, yeah.
Rare.
Because
not cooked at all.
One friend there, he took that liver because it's really cheap.
Okay.
It's really cheap. $1 for I don't know 1 kilo or something like that, and he's giving that to his dog. So he took that to us.
Oh my gosh!
And it was
something.
Yeah.
Did you take your whole training camp there or?
No. It was just because. My sponsor, Life Cycle, like sponsor for supplement for mushrooms, and they wanted to do some nice photos there and all that. That's why I have the nice photos. Yeah?
Okay.
That's why everything. So,
what kind of mushrooms?
These mushrooms which helps to like for the performance, for your
you put in coffee too?
For health, yeah, sure.
Yeah, you do
coffee, or tea.
Tea. Are you a coffee drinker?
Not too much.
Why?
Not too much because coffee makes coffee make my mind like totally how to say
intense.
Okay. Really intense, and then I have to keep that that under my control.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
You ever do like ayahuasca and all that stuff? This is some crazy stuff. You ever done that?
Yeah.
You throw up?
Yeah.
Wow, you've done that?
Yeah.
How many times?
I can't speak about that because you said that.
Oh, okay, I understand.
I did that.
You did you like it?
Yeah. like it. I think that's not something what you just try and you like that. And because ayahuasca, that's a really, really strong thing to connect you with your higher consciousness and with all the energy around the world. But it's really beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah.
You suggest it as well for me? You suggest I try it?
You tried?
Do you think I should?
I think I think everybody who don't have really like some spiritual experience and who believe we are alone in this world. We have to just make money. We have do the business and all these stuffs. Try that.
Okay.
And you will understand that we are everybody on the world. We are connected. Everybody. And that's all.
I love it.
That's all.
I love it. Also, I wanted to congratulate you. You just opened a new store in Czech Republic.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have photos of this too. Looks amazing, this store. This is a BJP store. There's the grand opening.
Yeah, that's right.
Where, how do you pronounce it? Brno?
Huh? Yeah, Brno is my city. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is the grand opening.
Yeah, this is the grand opening.
And it's just your stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like my stuff, my brand.
Yeah.
BGB. And more important than just like it's my brand or something like that. I want to share with other people the same energy which I feel about the way, how to live our like fullest potential of the human. Yeah, and I gave that energy to that brand, and I want to share that with the people. That's all.
You started the brand.
Yeah, in 2015. Yeah, 2015, 2016.
And I asked you this, I think the first time I met you, BJP. What does it stand for?
I don't want to, because the BJP started many years back, 2009, 2010, when I did my like Sundays training, and I'm keeping that every Sunday till now. So it's more than 14 years, every Sunday. And I did that because I wanted to have a biggest power punches on the world. Then I realized it's more about not just punches with the dumbbells and about the hard work, but it's about to be smarter and about motivation and how to do that. And then I started to learn to be more technical. Then I started to learn about the strategy, about the tactics in the fighting, and still it's about to find how to be better, how to do that better, how to have advantage. Yeah, that's all about that.
And so JP is Jiří Procházka.
Yeah.
What's the B?
Best.
Okay, there it is. I love it. It's amazing you started, and now you have your own store. Is it just one?
Now it's just one.
Just one.
Yeah, but I'm looking to make it bigger.
By the way, how happy are you? No more USADA.
There's another.
There's another one coming.
Another kind of.
But they were really coming after you.
Yeah.
Right? Wouldn't they show up to your house all the time?
Yeah.
In the morning, right? 6 a.m.?
Yeah.
These guys, gosh. Is it the same guy every time?
In the Czech Republic, almost, yeah.
So you know this guy now?
Yeah, I know.
Nice guy?
Yeah. One guy and one woman.
Woman.
So,
they're nice?
Yeah.
But they ring at 6 a.m.
Yeah. Sometimes it was like I said, I woke up and today they will come. Today they will come. I need to be prepared for that because it was not good sleeping. It was not good sleeping. Many like 2-3 times per week from injections.
Yeah. Taking blood.
Taking blood, yeah. And in Czech Republic was not yet like here in US. They just do the
thumb,
to the thumb. Take the little blood.
A drop of it?
Like a drop, yeah, small drop. But they took like a lot blood, one pill of blood.
At 6 a.m.
Yeah.
It was like they were targeting you. But now
I'm free.
Now you're free. 2 more months.
Yeah, no, 2 more months and another.
And then another one. But maybe the other one will be a little less strict. Who knows?
I hope, yeah.
I just want the fighters to have a say. That you guys should have a say. Okay, are they going to come every day? Are they going to come? Like, there should be some sort of discussion, is what I think.
It is.
I'm in favor of clean sport, obviously, but in other sports where there's drug testing, the athletes have a say in the way it all works.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
They speak about it.
Yeah.
So I think you deserve that. Because if you don't tell them where you are, if you go to Iceland and don't tell them, they come to your house and check.
Sure. Everywhere. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Not good. But all right, so that's okay. Before we let you go, so Saturday, Alex Pereira. This is going to be everyone's excited. I don't even know if you would say excited. Are you excited? Is that a word that you would use?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I am really excited. Oh, yeah.
You missed it.
That's it. That's the one thing. And the next one, I have to say, I'm really happy that my opponent is Alex.
Why?
Because every time my opponent, who's my opponent, I need to adjust all the preparation, everything to my opponent, to his spirit, to his fighting style, to his mindset, what I'm seeing from the videos, and Alex is the really good fighter, especially in the stand-up. That's mostly my part, and that's why I like that.
You watch a lot of stuff on him?
Yeah. Yep.
You impressed with his striking?
Yes. Yeah.
It's 2 different styles, right?
Yeah.
That's what makes it so fascinating.
Yeah.
It's not like striker versus grappler. It's just 2 strikers who are very different at striking. He's kind of the more traditional kickboxing style.
Yep.
And your style is very unorthodox, but very effective. So I can't wait to see how it plays out. It's a real honor to have you and to get to always talk to you and pick your brain and understand what you're about. I know you don't like to share too much, but I appreciate any time you come on. And to have you in studio is really special as well, because usually it's like middle of the night wherever you are and you're on the screen.
That's right.
So now here you are, and we have you right over there. And hopefully for your sake on Saturday, you get that belt back, right? That would be nice.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jiří. I really appreciate it. All the best to you. We're going to take a quick break. Here's my old conversation with Alex from a couple of weeks ago, who's fighting this man, and we'll come right back here on the MMA Hour. Thank you to Jiří Procházka.
Thank you.
I think Wednesday evening, so we said goodbye Wednesday, and then Wednesday evening, we found out the answer to the question that a lot of people had been asking me, what's the second fight on the MSG card? What's the big fight? What's the fight that we're going to get? What's the co-main event? Is there going to be another title fight? Is there going to be something of note? It felt like it was lacking. And then we get the big bomb. We get Alex Pereira versus Jiří Procházka back at the scene where he won the middleweight title last November, back at MSG, back at the Mecca, now challenging for the vacant light heavyweight title. Poatan back in New York City against Jiří Procházka. He's kind enough to join us. Let's go and say hello to him.
Okay.
There he is, the great Alex Pereira on the program once again. Hello, Alex. Bom dia.
Bom dia.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing great. Wow, no translator anymore. You know English perfect.
No.
I can't be seen, but I can be heard. I'm here next to him.
Okay.
Hello, Ariel.
Hello, Plinio. As always, thank you so much for setting this up. I really appreciate it. Alex, a lot to talk to you about. Congratulations on getting the fight. First, could I ask, when you found out that it was back in New York, close to home, where you won the belt, the middleweight belt, last November, did that make it all that much more sweeter for you? Are you the kind of guy who feels like, oh, this is meant to be, I could do it again in the same venue, Madison Square Garden, now win a second title?
Bom, Alex, quando anunciaram para você a luta mês antes, mas já no Madison Square Garden, para você ter um gostinho mais doce, é um negócio assim, pô, às vezes tá escrito já que é para ser assim, né? Porque estreou lá, ganhou o seu cinturão lá, né? Então tá lutando de novo. Faz alguma diferença para você?
Bom, assim, falando a verdade, para mim não faz diferença lutar, não importa o lugar, eu quero fazer o que eu gosto, estou treinando para isso. Claro que eu tenho uma história, né? A minha estreia, né? O meu título, né? Foi no Madison Square Garden, então eu acho que é uma coisa boa e eu vou aproveitar, né? Isso tudo.
Well, honestly speaking, I love to fight. Doesn't matter where, I'm happy to fight. But obviously, when you talk about Madison Square Garden, it's the place that I made my UFC belt, the place that I won my first title, right, the UFC. So it makes it a little sweet. I want to make the most out of it.
We saw your light heavyweight debut in July in Salt Lake City. Were you happy with the way in which you fought against Jan Blachowicz? Were you happy with your performance?
Bom, a gente viu sua estreia no meio pesado em julho, né? Você está feliz com a maneira que você lutou e com a sua vitória contra o Jan Blachowicz?
Com certeza, né? Pô, eu tinha antes do Blachowicz eu tinha perdido, né? Então, pô, todo mundo sabe, para você vir recuperar, né? Então isso já é um diferencial, mais a subida de categoria também é uma outra diferença, mais altitude. Então eu acho que eu fiz um bom trabalho, né? Ali lutando com um ex-campeão, um cara muito experiente e a performance que eu tive naquela noite, eu fiquei muito feliz.
Well, if you put all together, right, I came from a loss on that fight. I was fighting on a new weight class, you know what I mean? The altitude, fighting Jan Blachowicz, a super experienced, right, like former light heavyweight champion. So putting all together, I think I'm very happy with my performance.
He claimed afterwards that he thought he was robbed. Did you watch the fight again, and do you feel confident that you did enough to win that fight?
Ele falou depois que ele achou que foi roubado. Você assistiu a luta de novo e o que você tem a dizer sobre a luta?
Eu gostei da luta, né? O primeiro round ali, foi um round muito difícil para mim, mas, na academia a gente está trabalhando muito isso, né? O que as pessoas iam querer fazer, colocar para baixo ali, então a gente trabalhou muito essas defesas de queda, as defesas das finalizações, onde o Blachowicz se desgastou muito, onde eu já consegui no segundo round ali conectar mais golpes, mas mesmo assim ainda ele conseguiu me levar para baixo, né? Então achei que uma luta muito empatada ali até o segundo round e, todo mundo falou, né? Se tava empatado ali no terceiro round, vamos olhar só o terceiro round para desempatar. Eu bati no cara 4 minutos e 15 segundos e aí me colocou para baixo e não fez nada depois. Então eu acho que o round foi meu claramente, então isso me deu a vitória.
Well, it was looking at the fight back. Let's put first round was a hard round, right? Like, you know what I mean? Difficult, but second round I was able to improve more my game, fight better, and then third, if you put like that, it was 1-1. So if the third round decides the fight, I won that third round for about 4 minutes and 15 seconds. He took me down the end of the round, but he didn't do no damage or anything like that. So I'm putting all together, you know what I mean? I believe that I won that fight.
And I agree, by the way. I thought you won 29-28. At this point, where do you feel more comfortable, 205 or 185?
Bom, nesse ponto agora, onde você se sente mais confortável? No 84 quilos ou no 93 quilos?
Então, lutando ali, para mim, sinceramente, não tem tanta diferença. Eu acho que mais mesmo na hora de cortar o peso, que é mais sofrimento, é mais desidratação. Então, isso complica ali. Mas mesmo no 84, quando eu bato o peso, eu faço a minha reidratação ali, minha alimentação certinha. No outro dia eu tô como se eu não tivesse perdido peso, né? Mas, então, assim, na luta não tem tanta diferença, ou não tem diferença, mas a diferença mesmo é para tirar esse peso.
Well, my performance during the fight itself, you know, he said he don't feel no difference. The main difference that he feels, for an example, of course, to fight at 185, he got to cut a lot of extra weight. So it is a toll, is you know what I mean? It is much harder. But when fight night comes, like, he don't really feel a difference between both. It's more, you know what I mean, the amount of the weight, how hard the weight cut is.
Do you know how much you weighed on fight night?
For which one? For this last one?
Yeah, for Blachowicz.
Você sabe quanto você estava pesando na noite da luta agora, da última? Foi de hidratado?
103. 103 quilos.
Well, 103 kg, so I'll say maybe 225, 224, something like that.
And when he was fighting at middleweight, how much did he weigh on fight night?
E quando você tá no médio, você batia quanto na luta?
95, na hora da luta, 94, 95, né? Mas quando eu fazia a minha hidratação, eu chegava assim nos 96, 97.
Well, during the fight, at 185, he'll probably be on the cage with about 210. You know what I mean? But by the end of the process.
All right, back on the MMA hour. Thank you very much to Jiří Procházka, who just left. What a guy, man! That guy is incredible. What a pleasure, and what a trip, for lack of a better word, to go from Sean O'Malley to Jiří Procházka, two completely different characters, individuals, personality. But what a privilege to talk to, whether you consider Jiří champ or not, former champ, whatever it is, he never lost the belt. Obviously, Sean is the champion. Two guys at the top of their game, top of their weight classes, respectively, and two of the most popular fighters in the UFC. I mean, this is one of those special days that we get on the program, and I feel very, very lucky to do a show like this where people like that are a part of the sport that we cover. So interesting, so different, so thoughtful, so unique, and that they're accessible to us. It's a real privilege and an honor to be a part of a show like that. So I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Let's check in with the guys here.
I had a good time.
Yeah. Do you enjoy that?
No, very much so.
Both guys just fascinating in their own rights. Jiří has a special kind of intensity to him. And it's just such a pleasure and privilege to be in his honor. And I'm so fascinated by the way he lives his life, and fascinated by the way Sean lives his life too. Some say it's delusional, the power of the mind, things of that nature. Really, really impressive. What is going on here? Is everything all right back there?
Oh yeah, everything's hunky dory.
No, when you say hunky dory, it doesn't mean. Well, because Connor put a phone number in the chat. Is that for me?
Don't worry. No, not for you.
Okay.
You're good. Don't worry about it.
All right. All right. I just want to make sure. Oh yes, you need me. Is that the sign to read the ad read?
You know what? Yeah. That's
okay.
Exactly what that is.
What is going on? By the way, just for the record, when people say hunky dory, that means things aren't going well. Just for the record.
Yeah, Rick.
No, it means they're going swimmingly. You're just reading into it what you will.
I mean, there's a lot. I'm trying to
swimmingly.
Okay, I get emotional after shows like these because I don't think people realize how hard it is to get these guys to come in studio and then for them to come and open up and give us the time like this. It's just a very special thing that means a lot to me. Which one do I read? I mean, we've got BetterHelp here. I read that one. You actually, Frank, told me to read BetterHelp earlier, and I was like, I already read BetterHelp. So
I deleted that message.
Okay. So I'm going to do Cash App. Yes?
Let's do it.
Okay. I do want to tell you all that support for today's program comes from Cash App. Cash App has the tools to make saving easier, and that means you can start building towards your savings goals $1 at a time, but growing those savings is faster with Cash App's roundups and offers, because once you save with Cash App, that money starts growing without you even having to lift a finger. You don't even have to worry about it. Think of it as financial self-care. That's money. That's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store, Google Play Store to start saving today. Fascinating stuff. They're from Cash App. We appreciate them very much. And I do also want to let you know about our good friends over at DraftKings. We love DraftKings. And obviously this Saturday here in New York City, it's UFC 295. It's November 11th, one day before the UFC's 30th birthday. How about that? Madison Square Garden. I love Jiří telling his manager in the back, you didn't tell me the basketball game was at Madison Square Garden. I think part of him wanted to go there for the first time on Saturday, or maybe he's excited. Maybe I'm reading that completely incorrectly. He's looking to secure the victory on Saturday, and DraftKings wants you to secure your victory with an unbeatable offer on DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers strike now to get $200 instantly in bonus bets when you bet just $5 We've got Jiří Procházka against Alex Pereira. We've got Tom Aspinall versus Sergey Pavlovich. We've got Matt Frivola on the card, Mackenzie Dern, Jessica Andrade, Jared Gordon, Mark Madsen. The list goes on and on. So get in on the UFC 295 action with DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Download the app now and use code THEMMA. New customers get $200 instantly in bonus bets when you bet $5. That's code THEMMA only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crowd is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPEN-Y or text HOPEN-Y. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Budong Casino Resorts in Kansas. 21 and older. Age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/MMA terms for eligibility and deposit restrictions. Terms and responsible gaming resources. I was trying to delay there a little bit because I wasn't sure if GC was back.
Oh, I'm back.
Oh, hey.
I'm back. Yeah.
What was the phone number about? You kind of threw me
I
off.
didn't mean to send that in there. I knew that you might have a little freak out there.
What is? I don't know.
Yeah, we just had to figure some things out. It's all handled.
Is it okay?
I'll have you know he was very calm. He didn't even ask about it, actually.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
He
Yuri's
was worried, but
Yuri's a superstar down
handled
there.
it like a champ.
I mean, he's getting mobbed left and right.
Serious?
Yeah. But we just had to find the car for him.
Oh, people were waiting out there?
Yeah, but that's not what that was about.
Okay.
I'm just saying. That's why it
Was he annoyed?
No, of course not.
Freaking love Yuri. What a guy.
I mean, the intensity is
Next
whether-
level. When he
whether
does
he's
the
talking,
and I'm like, whoa, this is
Well,
amazing to witness.
whether he's talking about fighting Alex Pereira or if he's asking you for a cup of tea, the intensity is the exact same.
The exact same?
Like, I mean, it's just on 100 the entire time.
Did you get picks with both?
I had to.
Separate? Because I think I may have screwed up. I asked for
I did a separate action.
for each?
Yeah, I mean, I had to do it. Got the Yuri, get the hand up.
Sick. Both of you?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Good stuff. That's great.
I mean, this in the new era of the program, this has to rank as one of the all-time days, no?
Yes. All-time day. I mean, especially with the week that we're going into, 295, Madison Square Garden, more things to come later in the week. Obviously, the live show Wednesday will be big too. Yeah. I mean, we're running on a high right now, huh?
I am running on a high, yeah. Well, it's just weird because everyone said we were toast, and then it's like...
Still the bread. Still the bread, baby. I mean, Sean O'Malley too.
Sean O'Malley, oh yeah.
I mean, dude's the same guy off the air than he is on the air. Like, just...
Same dude.
I mean, very chill, very down to earth.
Did you go get coffee with him, or was that someone else?
No. That was Joey. Joey got to...
I thought maybe you'd... you get
Listen, one or two things got busy back here.
Yeah.
I had to deal with some things, you know?
All right.
It is work.
Hence the phone number?
Blowing up balloons.
Hence the phone.
Yeah.
What balloons? Oh.
No.
Gosh, I didn't even notice that, to be honest. All right, well, let's get into that. Yes, a big weekend for you, so take it away, my friend.
Yeah, so I mean, the Parlay Pals, obviously, we didn't win. Our boy Nicolas Dalby killed it for us. And then I would have lost anyway because I had Jailton inside the distance. So let's just get right on to the picks. All right, a lot of singles. We do well there. Nicolas Dalby, absolute. I actually had to take the Erickson jersey down and pull because this is a national team jersey. We got the DBU going. I mean, for our man Nicolas Dalby. I mean, close to home, the Dane. Great work there. I mean, absolute dogfight in that one. I have to say, I'm looking great to start the night 4-0-1. Then someone hits me up and they're like, clean sweep on the singles incoming, and I'm like, I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see that. I'm not getting jinxed here. And then it was loss. I was like starting to get worried. I was just like, oh my God, did this guy jinx me? But then Dalby was the bounce back. And then the parlays, 1-1. I was actually in like just a money range there because if Gabe Bonfim won, I would have hit the big Brazilian favorite parlay. But I mean, we'll do it with Dalby. Yeah, if only. So that, Ariel, Rick, Frank, that brings us to the final recap here, and as you guys can see, what's that? +1.
Oh yeah, we never doubted it.
1.25 on the parlays, plus 1.53 to bring us to a total I think I got this ready to go here. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look. Are you actually smoking it?
Here. Oh. Wow. This is
What's happening?
My first celebration.
trying to pop some confetti here. It's just
Is it working? Okay, keep going. Keep fighting it.
Really embarrassing myself.
No, keep going. Are we lighting that thing up or what? Yeah.
Well, there's some over here as well.
Wow.
I mean, look at that. We got the balloons ready to go. 100 units, baby. Look at that money falling down.
Here comes the money. Yes. Oh, look at
this. We look great.
Wow,
we look great,
fat
people.
hundies right there.
Woo!
Wow.
Not much else to say after that.
This is
Not much
something
else to
right
say.
here. I mean, they're just, it's not even like, where I usually hang out, it's just dollar bills. Stacks of hundreds are flying in the air.
We got another confetti to pop. We might as well pop it, if you got them, smoke them. If you got them right. I should have never got into this. I'm just embarrassing
No,
myself
listen.
again.
Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
Keep fighting. Oh, man.
There it is.
Yes.
There it is.
You got the 100. Wow. This is more exciting than my daughter's birthday yesterday. More pomp and circumstances.
This is going to take quite a bit to clean up. We're going to have to get the vacuums in here. But
how does it feel? I mean, they were, listen, like me, they were saying you were toast, right?
I was going to say, they thought I was toast.
Yeah.
Go back to July. I mean, we're down 25, 27, 32, however much it was. Down a lot of units on the year. I mean, 14 of the last 16, we've completely turned it around. And, I was starting to doubt it myself. Would this day ever come? Would I hit the 100-unit mark? And here we are.
I mean,
just in time too. We still got about 8 weeks in the year. Pad it with a little bit more profit as we head into 2024. It's good times over here. I mean, it's a gravy train.
Are you planning on retiring? Top of the mountain, top of the game?
People have said that. People have asked me, is this it? Is he finally going to hang it up? Are we gonna put the jersey up in the rafters of the MMA Hour studio? After long thought, contemplated a lot of things, the run continues. We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep pushing forward. It's time to go for 200. I mean, we're just resetting it back to zero. We're now it's time to push it to 200, then 250. I mean, the mountains just continue to go.
Very proud of you. Well done.
I said I was going to be arrogant. I do have one big hitter that I want to get to before we get out of here, though.
You're the big hitter.
Well, I just wanted to...
I felt like you should be the big hitter, if I'm being honest.
Hey, I like the way you think there, Helwani. The big hitter of the week is me, baby. Plus 100 units all the time. Look at that guy looking fantastic. Look at that stash. I mean, this is the victory lap right here. It doesn't matter if I lose again, At one point, I was up 100 units.
Nah, we're not losing again.
There it is, baby.
I love it. It's just you, right?
Just me. That's it.
Who's that picture over there?
Is
that at the back? I can't even see.
Can we get another confetti streamer here, Alex? Just
there it
more.
is.
Just another order.
Oh, that's literally from today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Today. Yeah, live and in the action.
Let's see it.
One more. There it
is.
Just got to really milk this for all it's worth.
No, it's great.
I mean,
You're the first guy since Dylan Danis to wear sunglasses in the studio.
Wow. For a minute I thought Sean O'Malley might come in sunglasses. That was great.
I love the random shot to Eric, who's just like, "Why am I on screen right now?"
I'm just taking mental notes. It's just being added. It's just being tabulated.
How much money?
Running list. No.
The Rick versus corporate Alex.
Oh my gosh, I love it. A simmering
burgeoning.
feud.
Yeah, simmering. That's the perfect way to put it. So yeah, that's that.
Well done,
units, baby.
100 units. How'd you celebrate on Saturday?
It was good. Shotgunned a beer with my roommate.
That's
it was kind of late at night.
Yeah,
that is money.
Now, what is happening with the actual funds? Are they
winnings?
What are you doing with the winnings?
Well, I typically cash it out as much as possible. That's just something I like to do. This month, though, was that a nice segue? Or are you actually asking what I'm doing?
I'm actually asking. Truly.
Oh well, I've bought paid for vacations. I actually paid for these shoes, these Jordan 1s.
Show it off.
Let's see
They are
if we
not
can go
on
to Rick's
quite.
Go to my cam. Slide in here.
Rick's
Slide
cam?
in here.
There it is. There it is.
Right next to his face.
Some purple Court 1 Jordans. I mean, that's about as good as it gets there.
Yeah.
Paid for those gambling.
I like that.
Very nice.
Matching socks. Shout out.
So yeah, I mean, we do what we want. You know, you do what you want when you're popping with it. But that actually is a good segue.
Okay, tell us.
I mean, you know what I'm doing this month. All the winnings from this month, we're already up 1.58. We're going to keep growing. It all goes to Mo. Shout out. Shout out.
I love it. And did the Parlay boys win?
No. I touched on that.
We covered that.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
We're trying to. Still in the green there, though. Still in the green.
Who was the guy? Who was the guy or gal who got you to 100?
It was Jailton.
I feel like there needs to be some immortalization of him back there. For
Yeah. So we did immortalize.
I should have said this to him.
We did immortalize Nicolas Dalby.
I should have told Almeida, you're the reason why he got to 100.
He's also the reason he didn't get to more.
I texted you guys in the lead up to the fight. I was like, it was always meant to be Jailton. Like, this is it. This is what it was always supposed to be.
All right. Well, congratulations. As I said while I was trying to kill some time there, 3 title fights. By the way, do you guys, when Dana White does these announcements for title fights?
Yeah.
Does he usually announce them without dates or locations attached? Or is it usually like this is happening here and there? And
most of the time, there's more detail. Most of the time, there's more detail. Are you?
No. I mean, did some of my conversations during the break back up what I was saying? I'm just saying. Seems kind of thrown together. No, what I'm referring to, by the way, for the record, is them wanting to get it out before Sean came in studio, so we can talk about it openly. Cheeto calls in. That's what I'm referring to.
I mean, that was good stuff from Dana.
Yeah,
little help.
I appreciate everyone involved.
He scratches your back, you scratch his. It's good stuff. Good camaraderie there from you too.
I thought so, but it just felt like no dates attached, and based on previous conversations. But yeah, no, I think Toronto should be happy. Do you guys like that main event for Toronto?
Yeah.
Strickland versus
that's the one
DDP?
I want to see. I'd rather see that than Hamzat at this point.
Well, listen.
Not there, but I like it.
Just like
I just feel DDP earned it.
1,000%. DDP should have always been the next guy. I've said it, even though this is the difference. They will continue to say there's a grudge, there's a bias. DDP doesn't like me. He should get the title shot. Bilal Muhammad sure as hell don't like me. He should be getting the title shot over Colby. You got to keep it real when you do this job. DDP should have been next. He should have always been next after fighting Robert Whittaker. Now, they did go to him. In all fairness, they did go to him. Thought it was unfair to go 2 months later, but they had a slot to fill. Okay, in walks Sean Strickland. As a result, he should have been next. And I don't know, if I'm being honest, if he was the first choice to be next for Sean, but I think Hamzat's injury changed all those plans. So now you're getting Sean versus DDP, and
but this is the reality of these main events at this point.
100%.
It's next man
slot.
up. There's
slot.
Yep. They're going all over, and they're getting huge site fees for putting on these events. You need to be available, and that's the opportunity. Take it or leave it.
It's a byproduct of their success.
Yeah.
In that, like, Matchroom is trying to go to, or Top Rank, they're trying to go to the best place for that main event. Where, like, Shakur Stevenson isn't fighting in Florida. He's fighting in Newark.
Yeah,
it's not like we have Newark. The UFC is so hot right now. We're going to Toronto. We could go with a proud American versus a proud South African, right?
To the point where Sean Strickland is on Twitter saying, or X saying,
actively
like, do I need to go to Canada? Like,
there's a very good chance, by the way, that Sean Strickland found out like within the last few hours.
Yeah,
might have even found out on Twitter.
I was going to say,
Sean Strickland is blaming GSP for this.
What is he saying? I have not seen any of this.
I mean, he's saying it jokingly, but he's just like, GSP, did you do this bullshit? Did you force me to go to Canada?
Yeah. No, actually, Sean, I'm sorry. I might be the reason why you're going to Canada. I'm really sorry to say. But I hope the fans in Toronto, look, another victory for the Montrealers, I guess, over the Torontonians. I apologize, Sean, if he's truly not happy. Is he truly not happy, or is he just joking?
He'll be fine. He's just joking.
I think
He's just doing the Sean Strickland thing.
But
yeah, it's a great fight.
Strickland, DDP, they got that one right. Topuria, Volkanovski got it right. And I'm happy that Volk isn't fighting in January. I'm happy that he's fighting in February as opposed to January if he really had to come back. And Cheeto Sean, they got them all right. Best one of the bunch?
Volk Topuria for me. Cannot wait for it.
Eric?
Plus, you got it, dude. You got to go watch Topuria's. He already watched it. He already dropped the trailer for it.
Oh, good shit. With the roses?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the roses.
The 15th rose.
Oh, my.
I would say Volk Topuria is probably the best fight from a technical standpoint, but man, I'm looking forward to Cheeto and Sean.
Cheeto Sean is going to be so great.
That's the one I care about the most. I'm most invested in that story.
Cheeto in action, just calling up in the middle of the interview.
Yeah.
I feel like
they were chilling and watching.
I would have wanted a little more from Action if I'm being.
Yo, Action was all the way in the back. I don't know what Action was doing, but he wanted.
I wanted him.
Could you
I wanted
see
to
him?
hear him.
He said I'm chilling.
No, we couldn't see him.
I could see him in the back.
He was all the way in the back. I've been in that room. He was behind the kitchen thing where he usually watches PFL prelims. Like that's I don't think he.
I was I want him to come in over the top.
I don't think
Cheetos sounded off.
I like they had it on a
Action
big
comes up.
screen, just sitting there
Yeah.
watching. I was like, wow, this is great.
Amazing.
So Cheeto, that's in March. The other one, man, all three of those are great. All three of those are great.
They did well.
And now we can get to the question that everyone's been wondering: UFC 300. What's going to main event?
Conor McGregor.
Yeah,
Obvious.
Gotta be.
yeah. Especially now, right?
I think he just posted something today, and he was like,
Yeah, I mean,
"I'm
who's-
back for my 20th knockout."
Who else is left at this point?
Can I tell you the best part about doing this show? Like I still till this day get such anxiety before the show, and on Sunday I get anxiety. But the 4.5 hours where like all this stuff that you guys are talking about, I have no idea about, that I haven't looked at my phone, that is really the gift of all gifts that can come to my life. So I
By
love
the way,
fact that I don't know any of this stuff.
You could willingly opt into this at any point.
Yeah, easier said than done.
Did Yuri convince you at all?
1,000%. So did Alistair. 2 weeks
Alistair,
ago.
I'm about to say Alistair is going to get
Trust
you.
me, I think about Alistair all the time. And this app. I keep refreshing my app store. Waiting for the Alistair.
It's time.
There's just such
That's money.
an insane amount of toxicity. In fact, much to my or against my better judgment, I should say, 4.5 hours in, something popped up here, and I have to weigh in on this because so many people are weighing in on it, and we'll tie this whole thing up, and then we'll go home after this. I see a story in Sports Illustrated, or I guess it's sportsillustrated.com. I don't know who wrote it, where they're recapping something that my good friend Jamal Hill had to say about me, and I want to read what Jamal Hill said about me on his YouTube channel, and I know that he likes to make videos about me because anytime he puts me in the thumbnail or in the title, the views go up, and that's fine. That's part of the game. But this is what Jamal had to say about me, and I just want to respond to what he said, because just like he was mistaken back in the summertime, he is mistaken once again, and he's getting information completely wrong about me, and it's fine. We've been here before. We've done this before. But this one is interesting to me for this reason, and I'll explain after I read the quote. Chael's one of the best fighters in the history of this game, and you're calling him a bitch, a coward. First of all, the bitch was about what he pulled, but yes, I did say that, and a coward, talking about this and that and those things. Say it to your face and all this and all those things. But whenever you had a problem with me, you was crying to my manager. Never cried to your manager, Brian Butler. In fact, he asked me to keep him out of it. And I said, I'm happy to not engage in this anymore because, quite frankly, I don't see this going into a good place when, Jamal is saying that he's going to, see me and I'm not like Rampage and all these things. This is not something that I'm interested in. He's going through a tough time. He's got a YouTube channel. Let him do his thing and I'll be good over here. Quote, he's threatening me, he's doing this and that. Yes, you were doing that quite specifically. And you can say that you weren't, but it's on camera. Anyway, now that was a real bitch move. Yeah, it was a bitch move on my part. You're 100% right. Now let's be clear, he says. You're only being tough like this, talking all these things because you had a screen in between y'all. If Chael's in your face, in person, you not talking like that. Let's be real. So let me just explain something real quick to Jamal and to everyone who has weighed in on this. Chael's my friend. Even though he said things about me, he's still my friend. He's still my friend. I texted him that in the middle of the show, and I said it to him on Thursday. He considers me his friend. Friends are able to talk to each other in a different kind of way. Bygones be bygones. You don't understand that because he's not your friend and I'm not your friend. So you're weighing in, just like Yuri was saying, about something you don't know shit about. So you can talk about me. I would say the exact same thing that I said to Chael, and that's why I invited him in studio today and Wednesday. I would say the exact same thing. I'm not afraid of my friend. Okay, have you ever heard me talk about a fighter like that? Have you ever heard me say that to a fighter? No, I don't do that. I respond to people who lie about me. I respond to people who take shots. I respond to people who are disrespectful, like you, to me, who make up shit about me. it's tiresome, but again, I understand what you're doing. You're trying to build up your YouTube channel. I understand you don't have a lot going on right now because you're going to be on the sidelines for a very long time. So you have to do this sort of thing. So you can sit there and you can do your big title about Ariel Helwani this and Ariel Helwani that, and you can do whatever you want. And I will not stop you. I won't try to take the footage down. I could not care less. But you're speaking once again in a very sort of off-base way about something you know nothing about. That's my friend. And so friends and brothers will talk to each other in a different way. You coming in and talking about a relationship that goes back 10 years, long before you were ever part of this sport, makes you sound like, you know, some Johnny-come-lately, some educated guy. So uneducated guy, I should say. And so just to remind you, that's my friend. Pull up the time that I spoke of a fighter in that way, and I said, come here. No, it's never happened, and it will never happen, okay? It will never, ever happen because I will, even if everyone's trying to come after us over here, even if everyone's trying to talk shit, even if everyone's trying to make up shit, I will always have respect, including respect for you, for the people who walk in there. I've said it time and again on this show. I possess something in my body that is unlike you guys. You guys possess something in your body that's I don't have the courage that you possess. I don't have that DNA. I can't do that. I never want to fight anyone. I don't want to fight anyone. There are people reaching out to Chael trying to set up fights for me. I don't want to be a fighter. I have no interest in being a fighter. But you all get this whole fucking crazy world of fighting. I sit here and I talk about fighting and I interview fighters and I do things like what I did today. Today was a magical day. And I will always have respect for people who walk in that cage or walk through those ropes and compete. But to continue to sit there on that chair, make up shit, lie about shit, make up stories, twist things, paint me in a negative light. I don't know what I ever did to you. I don't know how, you know, you got it in your mind that I was trying to disrespect you. Our conversations off air have always suggested that you enjoyed the conversations, that you enjoyed the interactions, that you enjoyed this and that. But now you have made it this thing to try to take shots and expose the truth and bring me down. Well, in this particular case, just like back in August, you swung and you missed because that was my friend. We talked it out and we cleared it up. And friends can talk to each other like that, and then they can kiss and hug and make up. I don't know what it's like with you and your friends, but you know, sometimes it happens. It was ugly. I don't wish it happened. I would rather it didn't happen like that. But that's my relationship with Chael, dating back to Ariel and Bad Guy, dating back to before that. We have that kind of relationship. So I want everyone who made their little videos, who made their little breakdowns, and all that stuff, and we're praying like they pray with everything involving me, that this was the end of Chael and I, that he's going to turn on me, that he's going to do this and that. I'm sorry. Our relationship isn't going anywhere. This show ain't going anywhere. And worst of all, despite everything they tried to do, despite everything they tried to say, despite all the fucking bullshit and all the fucking roadblocks and all the fucking nonsense and all the shit that gets thrown at us, we ain't going nowhere. This fucking guy sitting here is not going anywhere. So please, get it through your fucking heads once and for all. I am not going anywhere unless I decide to go anywhere, and I ain't planning on going anywhere anytime soon. I hope you recognize that now. It didn't work a few years ago. It didn't work when I left ESPN. Only getting bigger, only getting stronger, only getting more relevant. I hope you understand that once and for all. And we could all live in a kumbaya state. We could all live, and I would say today we did a lot more good than bad. They can recognize it or not. At this point, it doesn't really matter. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to stop talking about this sport, reporting on this sport, interviewing people involved in this sport, doing fucking 12 hours a week about this sport. And if you don't like it, watch something else. Watch some other guy sitting in his house talking about this show. Do whatever the fuck you want. But we'll be right back here doing this show twice a week, and this week 3 times a week, and in the future, maybe even more. Stay tuned for that. So I'll be right back here on Wednesday to do it all over again. And the great Steve-O will be joining us on Wednesday in studio of Jackass fame. I know some of the boys in the back are excited about this, some less so, but overall, I think it's going to be a great time.
Who's not excited? Well, first of all, bravo, well done. You got me fired up there.
Yeah,
I'm ready to take.
I'm tired of all the bullshit. I'm tired of all the new kids on the block thinking that they know what's up, thinking that, you know, that they can expose the truth. Motherfuckers, I've been doing a show about MMA since 2001, since Syracuse University. Again, I say the line a lot, but literally since you guys were in elementary school, and some of you weren't even born. quite literally in your father's nutsack. I've been doing a show on MMA since 2001, Syracuse University, Shine Auditorium. If you don't think I love this sport and have devoted everything to it with all my heart and soul, if that's not clear to you at this point, and if it's also not clear to you that I'm not going anywhere, that I'm not stopping now, I don't know what else I could do to prove that point. But I'm not stopping. The main event, go find it, WERW 2001, Bruce Buffer, Dan Severn, Dave Meltzer, legends were on the show. And then it evolved and evolved and evolved until we got to this point. I am not going anywhere. You're praying for the downfall. It ain't happening. I just want you to know it is not happening. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not stopping to do this show. And I know that there's other things and other forces at work here, but I hope you all get it through your thick fucking skulls. This guy with the big nose, this Jew, he ain't going anywhere. So please come to those terms and accept them and move on. As Jiří would say, what would he say? Like he does this a lot. He does this. He does something like this, and it just feels right in this moment to do it. So
I see a lot of similarities.
Okay, thank you.
And Jiří.
Appreciate it. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on that extra tangent there when you popped.
No,
up.
it's good. Listen, as I said, I'm fired up. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Who's next? What are we doing next? Let's do it. I'm in. Count me in.
What do you mean? You want me to go on another rant on someone?
Yeah. Who's next? Let's just keep going.
This is a dangerous game. You know?
Okay, actually, let's not.
You're gonna open up a lot.
I'm gonna pivot. And
something about okay. Go ahead.
Let me pivot. Let me pivot to something a super positive thing. We're gonna bring some positivity.
Let's end on a positive note.
Let's end on a positive note. Tomorrow is the last day. I mentioned this last Monday. We're doing a cool thing with friend Robert Pearson for the Doe Fund. The auction ends tomorrow. And so I actually have the artwork here. Oh,
look at that.
Look at that.
Our friend Robert did it. I'm going to get you to sign it later. The winner of the auction is going to get that signed and be able to talk to you from the studio. So we're going to do a call with them. So if you want to win that art signed by Ariel and talk to him, CharityBuzz.com/MMM2. And bidding ends tomorrow. So let's do a good thing for the Doe Fund, who helps homeless New Yorkers get back on their feet and
I love it.
To get them housing. So yeah, positivity. You know,
positivity.
That's what it's all about.
Everyone, be positive, be appreciative. Actually, Robert Pearson is the fine gentleman who did this belt for us. He used to do the DC and Helwani pictures. He did the MMA Hour pictures when we came back. For the first few months there. So longtime friend of the show. A couple people actually reached out to me and said that they bid on this particular auction. So
me as well. So yeah.
You bid on it?
No.
Oh,
somebody else reached out to me that they bid on it.
Right.
I did not bid on it. Because I can just talk to you right here.
Sure, no. All right. Well, good luck. When does it close, you said?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow
is the last
What
day.
time?
So get your bids in. That I don't know offhand, but get your bids
do
in
it tonight.
today. Do it tonight. Don't
we'll
waste
call
time.
you. It'll be a great. And that's a 1 of 1, I believe, right?
That's a 1 of 1. This is the one right here.
Signed by the whole team?
No, just you. Come on. Nobody wants
Why?
our devalued.
The Parlay boys?
No. Also, this is Helwani. This is not, MMA Hour. This is all you here. But yeah, come and get it. Bid today.
All right. On that note, let us say goodbye. Oh, I'm very thirsty and hungry. I keep looking at the clock over there and it says 6:36 because I know we have to change it. And I'm like, what? It's not 6:36.
I got worried for a second. Jiří's team was like, we got to be back by 6. And they seemed very worried about it. I was like, we'll have you out of here by 5. I was worried maybe they hadn't done the daylight savings thing.
Oh.
It was all good, though. No, it's all good, though.
Okay.
Yeah, they were on the right time.
All right. What happened? Did their car not show up or what?
We just had to locate it, and
it was there though.
Yeah, we sent them on their way.
Okay,
all good to go. Seen some rumors about people saying Sean O'Malley doxed Frank on his Snap story. I just want to put those to rest. That is not Frank.
Oh, see, another thing that I missed.
Ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous.
Okay, all right. O'Malley on the Snap. I need to get on the Snap thing. Sounds like a fun time. Or you think I'm too old for it?
Yeah, it might be too
I
old.
think that ship's already sailed.
How did this happen? Where things, like, people write to me and they're like, you're 41, bro. I'm like, yeah, but I feel like I'm 25. When did I become the old guy? I mean, my son is...
You just went on a whole rant about how you've been doing this since they were in elementary school.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
And now you're like, how did I get old?
Like in UFC, what was it, 38, the first one that I did the show about. Yeah.
We're old, bro. We're washed.
We're washed. We are washed. But they can't beat this. By the way, my mic keeps going in and out, Frank. I don't know if you know this.
You
Anyway,
keep going off center.
Anyway, we'll deal with that later. Nicolas Dalby, Jailton Almeida, Jorge Masvidal, Sean O'Malley, Jiří Procházka. Thank you to all of them. Thanks to them. Thanks to you. Back on Wednesday, same time. And please.